I want to remind everybody that this is a court of law, and we do have rules of decorum, and the Commissioners Court would really appreciate if everybody would act as you did the last Commissioners Court meeting. There should be only one person speaking at a time, and that's the person who comes up and has the right to speak at the podium. Do not shout and talk over the speaker. Act like you would in church, please, and let's get through with this in an expeditious way. I've been informed that Pastor Paul Duncan had an emergency at his church and cannot be here this morning for the invocation, so I'm going to call on Commissioner Kevin Andrews to give us the invocation. Amen. Okay, first, how many do we have? 22. We're going to give them 5 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the first item of business is the citizens' comments at large, and we have 22 speakers. I guess due to the nature, we're going to give you all 5 minutes to speak, and the first speaker is Brian Glenn. Do you have something you want to say first, Fire Marshal?
So we are really pushing capacity. I would like to point out there are exits on either side of the front of the courtroom, and of course the exit that you came out of. So please be aware of the exits. If something goes down and we need to evacuate, it's in those directions.
Thank you.
We're up there.
All right, thank you.
Fire Marshal, if needed, where's the AED?
Sorry?
Where's the AED if someone were to, if someone needed to run out and get the AED, where is it?
So I believe the AEDs are located out in the hall, and if those are required, we do have people here that know where they're at and how to use them. So,
okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Glenn.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I want to talk about the 3 data centers given conditional approval here in recent weeks. I implore you to consider the environmental impacts as you evaluate, especially the drainage and wastewater conditional responses. They must be complete to this court's satisfaction. The repurposing of a jet turbine engine design is being used for electricity generation in all 3 of these data centers. It produces various hydrocarbons, gases, and particulates, volatile, organic, and inorganic compounds, or soot. They fall within 5 to 10 mile radius, or far more if you consider the pollutants are driven high by the thermal plume exhaust from dozens of jet engines. These pollutants collect on the ground and data centers, waiting for the next big rain, or not so big. With the 1 million square foot roofs and the other impervious surfaces, the runoff will be large, even with a small storm. Most of this will end up on the surface water and flow into the Paluxy, Squaw Creek, and Brazos at the Tres Rios. Some will go into our aquifer. Important to note is our lack of regulations for control of exhaust stack pollutants. Continuous emission monitoring and controls are needed to lower pollutants such as carbon monoxide and nitrous oxides and unburned hydrocarbons. The size of these projects suggests a lot of pollution we'll get through. With our EPA lowering standards in our state Environmental Quality Commission handing out air permits like candy, Hood County, this court, is the only body able to protect this pristine environment as it has been chartered to do under Subchapter K and implemented in the county development rules. Wastewater really means sewage in our development regulations. Wastewater in these industrial use cases includes the leftover closed-loop coolant water with added chlorine, glycol, and other corrosion and algae growth inhibitors stored in evaporative detention ponds. The worst case is Comanche Circle. I calculated 265 million gallons of detention ponds. That's a lot of wastewater. What is the capacity of the treatment plant? Can it accommodate this? How long will they have to treat to get that much through? Will the same plant treat sewage? Will they commingle equipment use? What about detention pond flush and sludge removal? How many trucks? How often? For how long? Can we say traffic study? How much and at what rate will water be consumed? How will this affect my well, our wells? What impact will this contaminated runoff and treated wastewater have to our watershed and aquifer? These are just a handful of questions you should ask when you are presented with the developer's responses on their intent to meet your conditions. If you find information lacking in adequately answering these questions, then you must reject the plan. You must also impose a moratorium to stop another developer from dropping a new data center plan on your lap next week. Time is needed to develop rules and regulations that address these large industrial plants. The next developer to show up with a PowerPoint cartoon calling it a concept plan, you'll have rules to say, no, it isn't. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kirk Keski.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. My name is Kirk Keski. I'm here today as a board member of the Protect the Biloxi organization and as a neighboring resident to the Sailfish development. My comments are based on a 42 career designing large-scale commercial buildings. But before I make my main point, I would like to voice my support for the moratorium being considered today and the logic that Matt Long developed to apply it to all the projects currently in the pipeline. Regarding the Sailfish concept plan, the Protect the Biloxi organization believes the conditional approval of the Sailfish concept plans should be formally withdrawn for the following 5 reasons. Number 1, the Sailfish concept plan is grossly lacking information that your development regulations require and that would typically be provided by a developer seeking entitlements to build a multi-billion-dollar development that is over 20 million square feet. For example, where is the parking? Where are the structures for the 243 acres of power plants? Where are the water treatment facilities? Where are the administration buildings? Where are the fuel storage tanks that supply the 2,000 plus diesel generators on the site? Number 2, the Sailfish plan does not reflect a design concept that is realistic for a site that has 200 feet of elevation change. The plan should show the topographic modifications needed to construct the project and to develop some semblance of a realistic stormwater management concept. The proposed impervious cover on this site equates to 13 AT&T stadiums and all of its associated parking. So imagine the stormwater runoff of that much impervious cover with no realistic depiction of how it would be managed. Number 3, Hood County development regulations require applicants to provide an approved water source for their development. Water wells are proposed, but they are not sources that have been approved by any governing authority, to my knowledge. Number 4, the project proposes an on-site sewage treatment plant which will dump its effluent into the Biloxi watershed. Biologists at Baylor University's Center for Reservoir and Aquatic Systems Research tell us that this spells trouble for the clear waters of the Biloxi River, the children at Dinosaur Valley State Park, and for Glen Rose's municipal water supply. Somerville officials have been briefed on this, and they are eager to have a voice in the matter. Number 5, the proposed development is in a Hood County rural district. By definition, the purpose of each rural district shall be to conserve the rural character of development in Hood County and to enhance the quality of life for residents in such areas. Sailfish is proposing massive scale air pollution. Sailfish is proposing sound pollution where nothing but quiet nature exists. Sailfish is proposing water pollution in one of our clearest, most beautiful gems of a river in this area. Sailfish is proposing light pollution where none exists at this time. Sailfish is proposing massive wildlife habitat destruction, and Sailfish is proposing industrial levels of water consumption. These do not add up to an enhancement in our quality of life. They are the very antithesis of it. In closing, we realize these are very similar to the conditions that you placed on the approval of the Sailfish plan, but we believe they are an exceptionally valid basis for fully withdrawing approval of the Sailfish concept plan. Thank you.
The next speaker. Let's have order. Let's have order so that we can get through with this, please. Please. The next speaker is Diana Wright.
I'm Diana Wright, and I have property here in Hood County. Today, I represent 5 generations of the Coleman family that have resided on 2,000 acres on Coleman Ranch Road here in Hood County since the 1940s. That's your precinct, Commissioner Andrews. And we live within 2 miles of the proposed Comanche Circle and strongly oppose its existence, as it will disrupt our lives and that of our neighbors. We ask that you implement an immediate moratorium, at least for 1 year, on all the big technology and industrial projects, including the concept maps and proposals. The Biloxi River and the water from our wells are the only source of water for our homes and livestock. And in addition, one of the proposed paths for Encore's 765 transmission lines will consume half of 4 of our coastal fields, greatly reducing a major source of revenue. And ironically, directly across the river, there's already a transmission line. My family is not unique. We are the norm. We enjoy the quiet, dark skies at night and the clean, pure air and the abundance of wildlife. This land and its water is essential for our financial well-being through our cow-calf operations and our coastal fields. My grandparents and my parents are buried in this land. And today, you 5 have control over our part of heaven here on earth. Suddenly we feel that we're on trial and all 5 of you are the jury because your 5 votes determine our future or our fate. We count on you to vote against data centers because TCEQ is not people-friendly. It allows too many permits per county. And in fact, according to the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, the combined air pollution in Hood County right now, today, exceeds the limits. And that's without more data centers. Texas water codes have priority dates to indicate seniority of one water right over another, first known as first in time, first in right. The earliest dates have the right to get the water before those of the newer dates. So 300,000 gallons of water used per day by a data center would quickly deplete our water resources. And projections show a scarcity of water within 5 years. And it's a no-brainer to see that we are running out of water as the water tables drop due to drought and mainly overuse. So is that your legacy for us? And I ask legally, how can the rights of sailfish investors who live in Florida overreach their property boundaries and supersede, encroach, trespass, and trample the rights of those who love us, who live here right now, and we respect the rights of each other? Sailfish wants to make money at our expense. We just need the water and the quality air. Now, we live in a litigious society, so one way or another, lawsuits are ahead. But that's a secondary issue compared to this priority. So the 5 of you must say no to Comanche Circle and similar projects and put a moratorium in place. Please make decisions for those of us you represent and not outsiders that are dangling incentives. And finally, may God and not greed guide and direct you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Scott Clayton.
Judge Massengill, you know, your name's got that old school ring, like a Dickens villain who'd secretly vote for the underdog. Kind of fits how you keep your eyes down, real focused, while everyone scans the crowd like they're in a Western. That reminds me of Hood County sheepdogs, those dweeb cartoons. Cleared by the courts, by the way. Satire's safe. So I figured, why not pitch something bigger? Rename Hood County to something touristy. Ruby Ridge, Comic Relief County. Sell protest coins. Judge, you'd be CEO of the brand. Finances could explode.
Next speaker is Sarah Galvan.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Galvan. I'm not here to share research or state facts. Yes, sir.
Yeah, line it up at your mouth there. There you go.
Okay.
Speak right into it. There
Now I
you go.
can't see this.
Okay.
Okay, I'll start over. I'm not here to sell research or state facts about how the proposed monstrosity known as Comanche Circle will forever change the Paluxy Valley. It has all been presented to you before by knowledgeable, well-educated speakers, yet you are not listening. I would be foolish to think that my words could change the decisions you are about to make. However, our family's story deserved to be heard. Our family, the Juan family, has lived in the Paluxy Valley since the 1850s. Our grandparents, Ben and Maudie Wan, built their forever home along the Paluxy River with rocks and petrified wood. They raised 6 children, James Wan, Cave Wan, Cynthia Wan McIntyre, Lamita Wan, Jean Wan Edwards, and Glenda Wan Morgan. Those names may not be important to you, but they are important to many of us in this room. We are the 18 grandchildren that are blessed to have grown up in the Paluxy Valley. We know where to find the best fishing spots, who has the best pecan trees, where the best fishing holes are. We know where to find the habitats of endangered golden cheeked warblers. We found unmarked graves in our fields, a fully intact Columbian mammoth tooth on the creek, and can show you where the Paluxysaurus johnson was discovered. We have been good stewards of the land for 5 generations. Each generation has learned from the generation before how to protect and preserve our legacy. We are farmers, ranchers, teachers, medical professionals, business owners, law enforcement, corporate executives, government workers, engineers, and military. Most importantly, we are family, a family that has preserved what God created. Adversity is not new to us. We fought to protect the Paluxy Valley before. In the 1980s, we fought to save the Paluxy Valley from a dam Somerville County wanted to build on the Paluxy River. We fought for 10 years, and we won. In 2014, we survived the drought that most of you only observed in Lake Granbury. In 2022, the Chalk Mountain wildfire burned 6,555 acres. 300 of those acres were family land. We've raised our families in the Paluxy Valley, baptized friends and family in the Paluxy River, held celebrations at the Tabernacle, and buried our loved ones in our family cemetery. We choose to live in Paluxy, where the only lights you see at night are the moon and the stars. The air is pure, the water is clean, the noises you hear are the sounds of nature, wind blowing, water flowing, and the sounds of wildfire. The Paluxy Valley is our home. It is sacred. In closing, I'll ask you this. How long have you lived in Hood County? Yet here you are, the ones making the decisions that will directly affect our lives, the land, the water, and the air that we have protected for 176 years. Thank you.
The next speaker is Cheryl Shadden.
Judge, Commissioners, I'm Cheryl Shadden. I hold multiple nursing degrees. My highest degree is a Master in Health Science. I'm a certified registered nurse anesthetist. I provide anesthesia for a living. My whole view on that is do no harm, and I treat my patients like they were my family. So when you consider moratoriums and abatements, is this your family? The people that voted for you, are they your family? Are you living right next door? Are you impacted by this? If you're not living there and you're not impacted by this, it's easy to make these decisions. It's not easy for me living across the street from it. In 2021, Compute North came in. They had a workshop. You attended, Sheriff Deeds attended. We're glad handing, we're smiling. This is going to be great for Hood County. Compute North turned into Marathon Digital. Are we helping them? Are we smoothing their ruffled feathers? Yes, we certainly are. Hood County News is, Hyde Law Firm is. When Judge Massengill spoke with Senator Birdwell, absolutely, we're going to do a phased plan. We're going to smooth the community's ruffled feathers. Has that come to fruition? No, it has not. I am bombarded 24/7 by noise there. My neighbors are. We are sick. We are tired of that. When you consider an abatement, Wolf Hollow got a 60% abatement. Wolf Hollow too. There is no buffer zone. There is no air pollution monitoring in this area. There is no cumulative monitoring in this area. In all of Hood County, Wolf Hollow 3 is being built right now. When we gave them a 60% tax abatement, what were the terms on this? Is there a buffer zone there? No, there is not. It is right next door to people and their homes and their children and their elderly and their livestock. There is no buffer zone. There is absolutely no protection. There's lights blaring 24/7. There's no light protection. I've been in Hood County for 40 years. So when you consider abatements, what are the carrots that you're dangling in front of these people? Are they monitoring air pollution? Are they monitoring noise pollution? Are they doing any fence line monitoring at all? Are there any buffer zones? What are we doing to protect the community in this area? So when you dangle that abatement to all of these data centers, and we've already seen what they do to the community. And if you dangle that abatement and you put conditions on it, which one of you guys is going to uphold them? Who is going to uphold these abatements and go, you have violated your terms? And noise, 65 decibels 24/7. If this was OSHA, I would have to clock out and go home at 8 hours. I'm in my home for 24 hours a day. 65 decibels 24 hours a day is not respectful of my health, nor my neighbors. It's your decision. Protect the people here in Hood County. Protect the people in Somerville County. We have a 4th gas power plant coming in now, 5, 6, 7 in the works, and there is absolutely no protection here in Hood County. This is going to be more gas power plants in this county than any other county in Texas. Stand up. Stand up for the community. Stand up for these people that are here that are concerned.
The next speaker is Joanne Carcano.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Joanne Carcamo. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. For the past several months, my life has been consumed by Comanche Circle. What started as a quiet life, having left my career to be a stay-at-home mom, has turned into 60-hour work weeks. My 3-year-old now wakes up every morning and she asks, Mommy, do you have to go to a meeting today? This fight has stolen time from my family that we will never get back. While I am spending my days doing research, speaking with experts, meeting with state and local officials to protect our community, the developer Ryan Hughes of Sailfish Investors spends his days on Facebook. Instead of addressing the very real environmental and infrastructure flaws in his plan, he spends his time in our community groups and in private messages trying to discredit our concerns. He is attempting to gaslight the people who actually live here while he banks on a concept plan he hopes won't be challenged. Also, he can sell this project and never have to deal with Hood County again. I'd like to pause for a second. Can I please see a show of hands from the audience and the court of anyone who has seen Mr. Hughes posting in our community groups or has received a private message from him? That is the level of professionalism that we are dealing with. This burden will weigh on this court if the right and moral decisions aren't made today. In our last meeting, Commissioner Andrews suggesting letting this project die somewhere else, at the TCEQ or with the Upper Trinity. Why? Why pass the buck when you have the authority and the duty to protect us here? This concept plan is inadequate and should have never made it onto this agenda. The ball was dropped. I am asking you today to deny the concept plan. If you are unwilling to do that, then I implore you, stick to the original conditional approval. Do not relax the terms. Please do your job so I can go back to mine, being a mother. Thank you.
The next speaker is Brian Crawford.
Judge Massengill, Commissioners, I'm Brian Crawford, live in Glen Rose, Texas. I would like to use my time this morning to address the ever-popular Comanche Circle Data Center and NRG Toller Power Center. I do thank you for your attention, and I thank you for taking this issue very seriously. I would like to first reiterate the importance of continuing forward with a moratorium on industrial development, including data centers and associated gas power plants. With the seemingly relentless influx of these massive projects, the county does not have the necessary tools to properly manage these developments in the best interest of the citizens and the county at large. Developers are taking advantage of this lack of preparedness across the nation and across the state of Texas. A moratorium is critical to allow the county to position itself to legally and appropriately govern developments that otherwise will have profound and irreversible impacts on the area. Second, I appeal to this court to reverse its conditional approval on the Sailfish Investors Concept Plan and deny it based on the obvious lack of information contained in the original submittal, as Mr. Teskey very well stated. I would also suggest the original concept plan should have never made it to this Commissioner's Court. The 7-page concept plan includes 4 pages of survey abstracts, 2 pages addressing requirements, many of which merely reference a 1-page simplistic project layout which provided little to no meaningful information for the court to make a sound judgment. If the court cannot see its way to reverse its previous decision, I implore the court to please stand firm with the requirements levied with the conditional approval. These conditions and requirements are the only way the developer can illustrate any viability of this project. And it's the only way this court can assure the development of this type and scale won't have monumental negative and irreversible impacts on the county, its citizens, and neighboring areas. The Sailfish Comanche Circle Data Center and NRG Toller Power Center is a Hood County rural district. The purpose of a rural district is to, quote, conserve the rural character of development in Hood County and to enhance the quality of life for residents in such areas, end quote. The Sailfish and NRG project is in direct opposition to the definition and purpose of a rural district by increasing air, sound, light, and water pollution and putting at risk wildlife habitat, plus the massive industrial scale water consumption. I cannot see in any way, by any stretch of any imagination, how this enhances anyone's quality of life. I personally and sincerely appreciate this court's serious and unrelenting attention to this detail. It is very clear this has become an agonizing and emotional issue for everyone, and I believe the court is not immune from that. I must urge you to look at the information you have. Consider the lack of information that you've been given by the developer, which I believe is intentional. Consider the information you've been given by citizens and experts. Consider all the negative and irreversible impacts to the area. Consider the overwhelming sentiment of the citizens and do what is best for the public health, safety, peace, morals, and general welfare of the good people of Hood County and surrounding areas. Thank you all very much.
The next speaker is Cindy Highsmith.
Yes, my name is Cindy Highsmith, and I live at 9712 Bell Chase. My house will be 1,300 feet away from Pacifico. energy data center, Fort Spunky. So I'm here to speak Chapter 2. Chapter 1 I presented 2 weeks ago, which is where have things gone wrong? And Chapter 1 dealt with the way air permits are issued by TCQ, the Texas Commission for Environmental Quality. So they don't look at cumulative effect, they just look at each plant individually. And I went on to talk about the fact that here in Hood County, the air monitoring equipment for our county has been down since April of 2022. This is egregious that these permits are being issued. So I'm on to Chapter 2 today, and this is something that the court can address. So in 2021, I heard about a solar utility called Yellow Viking 1, and a tax abatement had been given to them. And that utility was to be built. Half of it was in southeast Hood County, and half of it was in Somervell County. Then in 2022, the same solar developer came back to the court, and they asked for another tax abatement for Yellow Viking 2. So altogether, we were going to have Yellow Viking 1, Yellow Viking 2 is going to be over 3,000 acres of solar panels, and part of it was going to be on Abbey Bend, a very narrow bend in the river, and you clear cut that. And Matt Long's house is right there by Sandy Beach. It's a high cliff, and the water was going to come over. We've already had flooding there, and I was very, very concerned. And I was so proud of the court because they said to this developer, you know, you didn't do what you said you were going to do with Yellow Viking 1, and you're going to have a workshop. Well, then Commissioner Samuelson came onto the court, and she tried to get him to do a workshop. They never did it. They never did it. And then the tax abatement guidelines were allowed to just sunset. And there were no tax abatement guidelines in Hood County. So the sign was out. The sign was out. The sign said, no tax abatements in Hood County. So then, July 9th of 2024, Jerry Durant decided that he was going to give some land to Hood County for emergency service building. I may have that not exactly right. But he presented this to Commissioner Andrews, and then they brought it to the court, and he wanted a tax abatement, and he was going to, because he was going to use that abatement on some land that he was going to buy. I may not have that exactly right, and y'all can correct me. But anyway, what happened was we put the sign out again. We give tax abatements. And so at that time, tax abatement guidelines were put in. So I just want to talk about we're Republican. This is a Republican county. We vote Republican. Everybody up here is Republican. And I would dare say that probably the majority of people out there are Republicans. So what is a Republican? Well, Miss Tina Brown, she put out a list on social media about what a Republican is. So I liked it because it says you put faith first and you live out through service and character. You respect the Constitution, individual liberty, and limited government. You're pro-life and you believe every life has value. You're responsible with your resources and taxpayer dollars. The Republicans are of the people and you're for the people. You understand that disagreement does not equal disloyalty. And she had a few other things on there. So then I asked our Republican chair to tell me, you know, exactly you know, what are the principles? What are
Vice
the,
Smith, I'm sorry, you've been up here.
oh, well, that's too
You're
bad,
out of
'cause
time.
that was the best of it.
The next speaker is Rita Benning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rita Beving, and I work with Public Citizen, a nonprofit organization with members and supporters in the Hood County area. Today, I'm hoping to address the court in relation to the Comanche Peak project and the stipulations you have put on that project. Not only do I support those stipulations, but I highly suggest that this court request a surety bond or check the financial viability of this company if it is to move forward. The reason why is I've done some research on the applicant. Please see the January 25th article before you from datacenterdynamics.com, a website that publishes the latest data center news. The article is entitled, Sailfish Plans Multi-Gigawatt Data Center Park Outside DFW, Texas, in reference to Comanche Circle. See the highlighted areas in yellow. You will see that the author of this article notes that Sailfish was founded in 2023 and states at the time of this January 2025 article that he has built no data centers to date. However, within that same article, Ryan Hughes states that he was in the early stages of developing 17 projects. Yes, 17 projects. The article mentions Council Bluffs, Iowa, Charlotte, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, and a project near Kyle in New Braunfels, Texas. So I took it upon myself last week to call all those aforementioned areas. Last week, I talked to the Community Development Director of Council Bluffs. He said not only were there no projects going forward by Sailfish, but that he hadn't even talked to Ryan Hughes in more than 2 years. Remember, that article stated that last January. Okay, I then called the town of Social Circle, population 5,450, near Atlanta, Georgia. And I talked to both the city manager and the planning administrator. Notice on that second handout, the Baxtel sheet. That too is the most up-to-date website on data center development. Sailfish not only has Comanche Circle and Comanche Circle expansion listed, but Social Circle and Social Circle expansion listed near Atlanta. Per these officials, no land has ever been bought and no project is going forward. I then called Charlotte, North Carolina, and I talked to the Mecklenburg County Chair, the equivalent of the county judge. He knew of no project by Sailfish. Lastly, I called city fish officials in New Braunfels, San Marcos, Comal, and Hayes counties, including the county judge, and a state representative's office who represents the city of Kyle. None of these officials knew of any Sailfish project moving forward. I'd be happy to be proven wrong by Ryan Hughes if I've missed anything. But this is all to say that speculation and claims do not match the reality of this developer. Perhaps you'd like to ask them about the other 12 projects that unfortunately the cities weren't listed in this article. But what I find most troubling is, why would you make claims that are so simply proven to be false? What else do we not know about this project before you today and the claims he is making? Again, I would urge this Commissioner's Court, if this project is to go forward, for a proof of financial viability and a surety bond if it is to move forward. Thank you.
The next speaker is John Highsmith.
Good morning. I'm John Highsmith, and I'd like to speak about what is happening to Hood County and many other counties in Texas. It's got to be data centers. We are being hit with a mania to build these things, and little old Hood County is just not prepared to respond to this. So let's look at this. Pacifico, Sailfish, and Granbury Ready Land Partners, the newest name of that, have never built a data center or gas power generation plant. All are going against every business situation I've seen. Sam Walton started by opening the first Walmart discount city in Rogers, Arkansas in 1962. And you know the rest of the story. I call that the natural order of things, because you increase knowledge with experience. We don't even know anything about Granbury Ready Land Partners and their Patriot project. Land was annexed by the city, and my sentiment on that is the city is determined to allow a data center to go in that will be near the high school, the hospital, and will be 2.5 miles from the Granbury Town Square. Wow. Back to Pacifico and Sailfish. They can't really answer many questions about their projects. Have you noticed that? As you would expect from any newbie. Pacifico says they are just the power company, and who knows who will be the hyperscalers. And this is coming from Kevin Pratt. I'm not making this up. And the only way for the county to get these unknown hyperscalers to control noise and light is to give them tax abatements. Interesting business model. Extortion. My point is that these newbies have picked out locations that more seasoned companies would avoid. Pacifico wants to put a project that is larger in size than Disneyland on land that slopes into the Brazos River. Guess where runoff from any event goes? Sailfish wants to put their project in an area already suffering from water deficiency. Simply brilliant. And the list of irresponsibility goes on. Sailfish has hooked up with NRG Energy. Look up reputation of NRG Energy on Google. You don't see this that often. It says mixed reputation. But who else is going to link up with these newbies who have never done this before? Why would any top-tier company want their name associated with these amateurs? So look at it this way. Would Hood County award the contract to construct a new jail to a company that never ever built anything before? I didn't think so. So I think Hood County needs to stand up to these folks and make it clear we are tired of being bullied. It takes time to figure all this out, and they can just deal with that. And the threat of lawsuits is just part of their business plan. My observation is we talk about them suing us more than they talk about suing us. So please vote for the moratorium. I will talk about suggested modifications when the agenda item comes up. Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Paulson.
Good morning, Ron and commissioners. This morning you said something to me, Ron, and it really hit. You know, I've been in front of this commission numerous times in the last few weeks. I spent approximately 17 and a half hours here in the last two commissioners meetings. I live in Somervell County. I'm not even affected by you guys. So you're sitting here going, what is this dude doing here? Well, I have 38 years of experience in the utility industry. I know closed loop cooling, I know power plants. I'm horrified. I am absolutely horrified by the size and stamp of power plants. Now let me tell you a little bit about my background. I grew up on a legacy ranch. We made it better. We planted good grasses, trees, everything that we needed to turn that thing into a showcase that would survive droughts and everything. We had good cattle, we had good water. I still ranch. I'm a Texas Master Naturalist, which teach a lot of your kids and families here about nature, outdoors, and other things. That's a volunteer. I've done volunteer fire and EMS. I even fought on that Chalk Mountain fire. I spent 2.5 days out there with my utility truck repairing equipment to help people's houses not burn down. Okay? I also teach Sunday school. I love God. So here's my deal. Here's my spiel. On your deathbed, what do you want people, what are you going to think about? On mine, what I'm going to think about is how I treated my family, how I love God, how I treated people around me. I'm not going to worry about, I don't want to worry about the things that I did incorrectly. And I'm going to tell you, what I see in industry and what Texas now sees also, I mean, even ERCOT, Electric Reliability Council of Texas, they got a D- rating during this ice storm. And now they say, we're going to look over these permits again because we don't have enough power. We don't know where we're going to get the power to serve all these things. We don't have the water. We have bad air quality with these. We're going to have a lot of issues. Sprawl. Do you know what 1,200 acres of steel and concrete looks like? I don't. I've never seen anything like this in my life, and it scares the heck out of me. And then you get these concept plans. I mean, I sat through the end of last meeting, and Nanette and Dave, you did a great job. I'm just going to say, you held up 7 pounds of blueprints on Amazon and said, our attorneys haven't seen this yet, and we haven't looked at them, and yet they got conditionally approved. That's just not right. Think about it. You work for these people. When you're on your deathbed, are you going to go, gosh, I wish I had some more money for the county, or I wish I had this, or wish I had that? That's not important. I work for people. That's the reason I'm here. I want to see these people have a good quality of life. I did volunteer fire and volunteer EMS for the same reason. It's not about me. It's about God. It's about preserving this land. And it's about working for your constituents. There's my spiel. Listen, fight this stuff. You know, these people don't care. They're PR salesmen. I listen to their spiels. I've seen their stuff up here. I know what good prints look like. I know what good diagrams look like. I know what to hear. I know what to look for and know what to hear. I'm not seeing any of this. I mean, they've shown you data centers and they've shown you stuff. Sure they have, but you're getting to see their showcase plants. That's all you're getting to see. You don't know what real world is. I'm just saying. So please, I implore you to listen to your constituents. If it means a lawsuit, they're the people who are telling you what to do. You work for them. Listen to them. Okay? Thank you.
The next speaker is Shannon Watts.
I don't think,
Shannon Watts, yeah.
Is that good?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Dr. Shannon Watts. I'm a board-certified pediatrician, and I've provided care to the children of Hood County for over 24 years. My job is to care for and protect these children, so here I am again to talk to y'all. You may have heard me speak to the developmental committee at their first meeting, where I focused on peer-reviewed research that has documented the effect of emissions of natural gas power plants. This included childhood asthma, heart attacks, strokes, ischemic heart disease, cancers, diabetes, and cognitive decline. Texas is currently among the states with the highest health burden resulting from gas power plants related to health concerns. If Hood County increases from 4 gas power plants to 8, the ensuing health burden will be overwhelming for our already strained Hood County healthcare system and Lake Granbury Medical Center. You may have also heard me attempt to speak to the City Council, where I shared the study published in 2025 in the Environmental Research Communications that showed that hazardous air pollutants from natural gas combustion, including benzene and formaldehyde, pose carcinogenic risk, particularly for communities within 1 mile of each facility. When you really stop to think about it, if the industrialization of Hood County is not stopped, it will not be just those 4 Granbury schools that I mentioned at the City Council meeting and those 3 nursing homes that will be within 1 mile of one of the data center developments. It will be thousands of people in their homes, their businesses, schools, and nursing homes, all within 1 mile radius of 8 gas power plants that will be affected. Remember the term PFAS, y'all have heard that. That's also known as forever chemicals, because they persist in our soil and water. They bioaccumulate in our wildlife, and they are linked to cancer, birth defects, and immune dysfunction. Any leaks or improper disposal from the data centers where they will be used as chemical treatments would contaminate Hood County's aquifers and the Brazos River ecosystem. A new study that was just published just last month in Environment International showed that people exposed to certain forever chemicals are at a much greater risk, almost 4 times fold, of developing multiple sclerosis. So it's just one more point of fact that we know that these risks are for these gas power plants. My point is that there are so many unknown pieces to the development of these campuses that many people have already mentioned, and there are so many known medical risks. The industrialization needs to be slowed and even stopped until every detail is known. The damage will be permanent. Please do not backslide on your current requirements of selfish investors. And if these requirements cannot be met, then deny the application. I'm asking that you vote yes for the moratorium. This is the right decision for your county and your constituents that voted for you to be their representatives, including myself. There's no amount of money that is worth this sacrificing the health of the residents of Hood County, the water supply of our county, and the air quality of this county. The data and the gas power plants needed to support them will cause irreversible damage to our county and destroy our county, which we have all worked very hard to make a great place to live and work. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Greg Harrell.
Judge, Commissioners, my name is Greg Harrell. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue. As many of you are already aware, on Saturday afternoon, the State Republican Executive Committee adopted a resolution down in Austin. The State Republican Executive Committee is effectively the board of directors of the Republican Party of Texas. On Friday, I went down to present this resolution on data centers to the Resolutions Committee, and the entire body adopted it on Saturday by a vote of 61 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 abstentions. So what this indicates is that this issue is a real issue across the state of Texas. The representatives on the SREC come from across the state. I'm not going to read all of the whereas statements that are contained in that resolution. However, I do want to read just a couple. First of all, whereas local resistance to data center projects has emerged across many states, including in Texas, due to the concerns about the adverse impact of these massive projects on surrounding communities, the environment, public health, increased consumer costs, and local resources. And certainly we heard from some of the folks that are here, legacy ranchers, that this has the ability to impact our local resources. Whereas Texas faces persistent water scarcity and drought conditions in many regions of the state, leading to constraints on municipal water supplies and water management challenges for both agricultural and residential users. The point that we're making there is that Texas water is scarce. Texas water belongs to the people. Texas water belongs to the ranchers and the farmers here in Texas first, before we ever consider about data centers. Whereas current regulations in Texas provide only limited requirements for transparent reporting and planning related to water consumption by data centers, making it difficult for communities and water planners to anticipate and manage future supply needs. And so what we're saying there is that there is currently no mechanism in place for the state to evaluate what these things do to our water supplies. It goes on to say that we employ a bunch of, be it resolved by the Republican Party of Texas, a bunch of statements, but here's what I want to say to the people in this room. The key is that there are no teeth to this right now. We are fighting a holding action. I encourage each and every one of you to contact Governor Abbott right now to make sure that he calls a special session to take up these issues around data centers, because it's across the state of Texas. Texas, we have a problem. Please contact Governor Abbott, ask for a special session so we can get some regulation around this. Now, having said that, here's what I would like to say. We in Hood County face a dire circumstance. Now there are 6 data centers being considered for this little county, 269,000 acres. The way I calculate it, if you allow things for power supplies, things like that, we have data centers being considered to cover 5% of this county surface area. Do we want that here in Hood County? I think not. I think that Hood County is our God's promised land. So many people are here. They came here because they wanted to enter the promised land. In Joshua 1, we are encouraged as we see the children of Israel getting ready to move into the promised land. The Lord says, be strong and of good courage. 3 times he says that. He's encouraging, God is speaking to the leaders, and the leaders are then speaking to the people saying, be strong and of good courage. As I speak to you, I'm asking you to be strong and of good courage. Take the steps that are necessary to protect Hood County. Please pass the moratorium. Give us some time to put some regulations around these issues. Be strong and of good courage. That's my admonition to you. Let the chips fall where they may. Let's get it on in terms of court, but let's protect Hood County. God bless Texas. God bless Hood County. And God bless each and every one of you with strength and good courage to make the right decision. Thank you.
The next speaker is James Wall.
Well, I just have to start off by saying that's a really hard act to follow. My name is James Wall, and I am a registered nurse with a Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. I'm a cardiac nurse who works night shift. So you're probably wondering, what's a night shift nurse going ahead doing here at Commissioner's Court rather than trying to get some sleep after long shifts night after night. Well, right now, we are in a dire situation here in Hood County with these 6 proposed data centers. We are at a moment that we have to choose whether we're going to protect the people of Hood County by saying no to these data centers, or whether we're going to go ahead and say, we don't care. I implore this Commissioner's Court today to go ahead and to say yes for the moratorium on these data centers. I implore this Commissioner's Court to reject the data center plans from Sailfish. Right now, we have already seen some of the impacts of these data centers. What are they? We know their environmental impacts are brutal. We know what they do to our water supply, using hundreds of thousands of gallons of water a day. Texas is facing a water shortage right now. There is a reason why in November 2025, the people of Texas voted on a constitutional proposition creating a water fund because of the scarcity of water in this state. We cannot afford to give up water to these data centers. What about the health impacts? Well, I'm a registered nurse. We've seen the cardiovascular health effects of these data centers. We've seen the respiratory illnesses rise with these data centers being in place. These are not good neighbors to our community. And I stand here before you as a conservative. There are some who might tell you that a conservative has to say yes to data centers because the President, Donald Trump, or Governor Abbott says that we want data centers. No. Well, I'm here to go ahead and ask this question and take a moment to ask the audience. Has anybody seen a data center show up at the governor's mansion? No. Has anyone seen a data center plan show up at Mar-a-Lago? No. Well, here's the reason why. Because these data centers aren't good neighbors. And while they may be saying they're good for us, they're not good enough to go next to them. So if they're not good enough for Mar-a-Lago, if they're not good enough for the governor's mansion, they're not good enough for Hood County. I'll close by saying this. Whenever someone runs for office, everybody makes the same promise, that they are going to protect and fight for the people that they serve. This Commissioner's Court has that moment before them. Here's the question I ask to each and every one of you. Are you going to go ahead and in this moment show that courage and protect the people of Hood County and honor that promise that you all made when you ran for office? Or are we going to go ahead and just see more promises made and more promises broken? Thank you.
The next speaker is Jim Bell.
Is this good? I talked to the mayor of Granbury, and he said subsection K really doesn't have much teeth in it. I met with the director of economic development for the city of Granbury, and I saw a list of the regulations that they're going to impose in order for a data center to come in there. It was very, very restrictive. Now, I know you're going to consider this. You're going to go to an executive session later, and you're going to try and do something about this subsection K. Ryan Hughes, I know he's reached out to a lot of people, but I thought couldn't hurt to check it out. He dumped a bunch of information on my feed, a bunch. Much of it was gobbledygook, but he used hydrologist reports. He used language that he's clearly been talking to attorneys. He believes he's got the most winnable case he can possibly beat, and he doesn't think we can impose a moratorium. But when you guys break loose and go into your executive session to consider doing something about this subsection K. Please put some teeth in that. We need you. You've done an excellent job so far. You've got this county running very well. You've kept our debt down. Our taxes have gone down. David Haley tells me that there's not enough water in this valley to support 2 data centers, and we've got sharks circling all over us. The number's growing. I can't even quote a number anymore. Just this morning, I heard about 4 more applications. Another thing the mayor told me, we've got a lot of voters here, but in a local election, we only had like 12% voter turnout. These are your voters. They're here right now. And we're scared. And because of that, we're angry. And Marathon is part of the reason. They made promises they didn't keep. Everybody who lives near that place is sick. They're losing livestock. The wildlife's going away. It's not the same place anymore. So please, by all means, put some teeth in this. You've got the avenues. You need to do something because the city of Granbury has much more regulatory authority than the county does when it comes to incoming data centers. I just keep having this dream, you know. I mean, we've got a whole community here. Now we've developed a giant chip on our shoulder. I would very much like to think that we've got people representing us here that keep their finger on the pulse of the public attitude and represent the will of the people. I've seen a lot of politicians come up over the years. You vote for what they stand for and everything like that, and you take the good with the bad, and they go up there. I would like representatives that want to vote the will of the people they represent.
The next speaker is Amy Simon.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here today to address recent comments made by a county commissioner regarding the proposed data center projects. Specifically, the suggestion that it would be acceptable to let the project die further along in the approval process rather than conducting through due diligence from the outset. These comments are deeply concerning. Public office is not a passive role. It's not a position where we wait, watch, and allow outcomes to unfold through neglect or delay. Holding office means actively engaging, asking hard questions, reviewing facts, and making informed decisions in real time, especially when a project has significant impacts on our land, infrastructure, environment, and residents. Allowing a project to move forward without proper scrutiny, simply in hopes that it fails later, is not governance, it's avoidance. And avoidance carries real consequences. When due diligence is postponed, the risks don't disappear, they grow. Costs increase. Community trust erodes. Legal exposure expands. Residents are left confused and frustrated, wondering whether their leaders are truly representing their interests or merely going through the motions. Even more troubling is how this mindset conflicts with the ethical standards expected of public officials. The ethical code that accompanies this office is not symbolic. It calls for transparency, accountability, honesty, and stewardship of the public good. It requires officials to act with intention and integrity, not strategic inaction. Choosing not to fully engage in the review process undermines that code. It sends a message that decisions can be deferred, responsibilities diluted, and accountability avoided. That is not why people vote. That is not why this body exists. If a project is unsuitable, that determination should be made through careful analysis, public engagement, and clear reasoning, not by letting it linger until it collapses under its own weight. Our community deserves leadership that is proactive, not passive, courageous, not convenient. Ethical leadership means standing by the responsibilities of the office even when the work is difficult or time-consuming. I urge this commission to reaffirm its commitment to due diligence, transparency, and ethical governance, not just in words, but in actions. The public is watching, and more importantly, the public is counting on you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tim Bolton.
All right, good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you. Thank you for being here to support my fellow citizens and myself. I don't think that I can improve on what any of everyone has said here today. I think you're getting the message. I hope that you're getting the message and you'll take that action. But I want to add my voice to it just to make sure that if you're counting, I want the count to go high. I'm concerned about earth, wind, fire, and water. I'm concerned about, everyone talks about not in my backyard, the NIMBY problem. I like banana. I build absolutely nothing anywhere near anyone in this county. I urge you to take a pause, to regroup, to plan, to understand the impacts to our community, to our county, and to vote for the peaceful enjoyment of our lives and of our properties, the value of the same. I never noticed, Mr. Teskey, until you were saying it, how closely sailfish sounds to selfish. And so, this made me laugh today. So anyway, now I'm going to change subjects. I want to give some praise to the mayor and his tireless work and efforts discovering and uncovering and his expose on the misappropriation of funds by the Hood Central Appraisal District. I think that's a betrayal to the school board who appoints that board. In effect, I know that you guys get a vote in that too, but really that's done by the school board. I think it's a betrayal to the students and the children of this town whose money would otherwise would go to them, to the school district for that. I have my day job, so I have to make an early exit, so I can't speak on those things in context, but I also want to speak on item 11 today is the pro-life resolution. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. The vote before you today is about the most fundamental responsibility of government to protect innocent human life. It must guide our decisions, especially to protect that life that has no voice of its own. Those without voice cannot petition this court and cannot advocate for herself or himself, and that is precisely why this moment matters. Psalm 127:3 says, children are an inheritance, our heritage, from the Lord. Offspring is the reward from him. It's not a problem to be solved, it's a gift. Jeremiah 1:5 says, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, and before you were born, I consecrated you. That truth speaks to inherent dignity and worth of every human life. By adopting this resolution today, you have the opportunity to affirm that truth in a tangible way. We will not forsake the most vulnerable. As it reads in Proverbs 31:9, it instructs us that we will speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carolyn Reeves.
Thank you. To Carolyn Reeves, I'm in precinct 202, and I appreciate you letting me speak. I'm a mile south of one of the data centers going in, and 3 miles north of the second one going in. At this point, I can hear Bitcoin, which is probably about 6 miles away from us, periodically when it's quiet. But I wanted to talk about y'all swore an oath to us to serve the people, and that you would represent us, not the data centers, us. So I hope you take that to heart and reiterate that. The other thing is that, Kevin, you talked about worried about being sued and how it's going to cost the county $1 million. Right now, if we ranchers don't have water, our ranches are worthless. And the appraisal district appraises our property value quite high, close to that $1 million. So I really don't care about losing $1 million because there are thousands of ranches that are going to be worthless. So you need to fight. The lawsuits are not, I'm pretty sure we pay y'all with our property taxes every year. So I don't care that it's going to cost $1 million to sue the data centers to stop them. I think there needs to be a moratorium on the data centers. I might want to think, you might want to rethink that contract also to prevent these data centers from being built because we have no water for them. So that is my concern. I mean, I can't talk with, everyone said some great things, and I just want to make sure my feelings are heard because I'm affected by this. I moved here 5 years ago, and I keep seeing the government overreach and trump on a citizen's rights. So right now I'm pretty angry because there's no place to run. We have to stand and fight, and this is a spiritual war. And I really don't want to Californian our Texas. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mary Jo Bloomquist.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mary Jo Bloomquist. I'm a resident of Pecan Plantation. I live less than a mile from the proposed Fort Spunky site. These data centers want to discharge their wastewater directly into our watershed. That wastewater contains heavy metals, glycols, and other chemicals from their cooling systems. These are toxic even at low levels. Closed-loop systems use less water, that's true, but they concentrate these contaminants. Forever chemicals like PFAs, which are endocrine disruptors, heavy metals that cause neurological problems and kidney damage, biocides that are toxic to aquatic life and disrupt ecosystems, and phosphonates that trigger algae blooms and reduce oxygen levels in the river. To keep equipment from corroding or scaling, they have to blow down periodically. They release large volumes of the super concentrated wastewater. That blowdown is loaded with all these toxins, and it's exactly what will end up in the Brazos and Paluxy rivers. These chemicals don't vanish. They build up, settle in sediments, concentrate in fish, and end up back in our water supply. Damage is slow, silent, and permanent. We can't unpollute the river. We can't undo the health risks to our families. In 2021, 21 environmental groups called on the EPA to intervene because TCEQ was issuing de minimis wastewater permits with zero real oversight, only to watch massive amounts of contaminants flood our rivers and streams. We cannot repeat this mistake. I'm thankful that this county is considering a moratorium, but grandfathering these projects would lock in irreversible pollution before we even know the full cost. If you approve these projects, the river gets the wastewater and we get the consequences. There's no going back. Chapter 231, Subchapter K of the Texas Local Government Code gives you the authority and the duty to protect the Brazos River and the watershed from this kind of threat. The concept plan approval criteria already states that the subject to the concept plan will not adversely affect the physical environment, in particular, the water quality of the county's water resources. And again, it says, the concept plan will not adversely affect adjacent landowners. These projects clearly violate those standards. You have the power to stop this. I'm asking you to reject these applications outright. Don't grandfather them. Don't turn our river into an industrial disposal site for data center profits. Protect what we can't replace. Thank you.
The next speaker is Beth McNamee. That's good.
Hi, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Beth McNamee, and I live at 6640 Pinehurst Drive in Pecan Plantation. I need to raise it up according to my friend Annette. I'm not a public speaker, I'm not. But if the data centers and the power plants get approved and I'm not stood up here and said something, I won't be able to sleep at night. I'm having a hard time sleeping at night right now because of this, because we moved to Granbury because it's a beautiful community. And if you just notice, in Hood County, it says that we are the Granbury recognized as a tourism-friendly Texas for certified community. That just came out in the newspaper. I pray that you, Judge, and County Commissioners will have the wisdom and the courage to do what is right and wanted by the citizens of Hood County. We do not want these data centers, but especially here in our historic Hood County. We're talking about 6 data centers, not just one. Can you imagine? Abilene has 1. We're looking at 6, and they're a lot bigger than we are. And my sister and my 2 sisters and my nieces live there, and it's a horrible thing to see. Our beautiful Brazos River and Granbury Lake will become an industrial waste plant. We can no longer play in these waters nor fish or go boating. Do you want your children and grandchildren to play in this toxic water? I don't want mine to. Extreme health conditions will be a result of these data centers and power plants. I just got over flu A and bronchitis. Can you imagine the health issues these data centers will bring with the air pollution? Constant noise 24/7. Can you only imagine listening to a buzzing noise all day long, like Bitcoin? It will cause hearing issues. Bet the golfers, the fishermen, and those supposed to enjoy a meal outdoors will hate that. Poor air quality. Again, bringing respiratory issues. What is the average age of Hood County? Well, looking around, and not to upset anybody, it's probably around 55 plus. This will shorten the lifespan. Loss of property values. Many of us are retired and bought our homes here in Hood County. We cannot afford to lose the value of our homes as we need that for our retirement. I'm going to be 75 in May, so I can't afford it. Higher electric bills. Again, we can't afford that as COVID caused our electric bills to go up substantially. Who wants your electricity to go out due to the high use of these data centers on a cold winter day like we had 2 weeks ago? Water shortage. Can you imagine no water or polluted water in the Brazos River? Wildlife and beautiful birds will leave our beautiful land. Farmers won't have water to irrigate their pastures, nor have water for cattle, sheep, goats, etc. Imagine downtown Granbury with no lake. Sit out the Mesquite Pit restaurant, one of my favorites, but no lake to enjoy. Tourists won't want to come to Granbury, so tourism will dry up. So what do we get out of this? Absolutely nothing. Please do what your citizens want and say no, not only no, but heck no to this invasion of the data centers and power plants. Gillespie, Fredericksburg, and other counties have had the guts to say no. Entire state of Georgia has put a moratorium to stop this invasion. Again, don't allow this in Hood County or Granbury. Last thing is personal. My niece and family and another close relative have just bought homes in Pecan Plantation. I don't want them or anyone else to regret moving to Hood County. We're better than this. Texas is the greatest state, so why destroy it? Again, I pray you will say no to the invasion of the data centers and the power plants in Hood County. Thank you very much.
The last speaker is Lindsay Patterson.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Patterson. I've made several notes over and over to try to plead with you today, but my words just cannot come out. I feel like, I'm so distressed at the vision that you all seem to think that is for our county. We want not to destroy our historic town. We are asking that you would please put the moratorium in as the Development Committee mission has written so that we can make a decision through wisdom. Please deny any concept plans for data centers and power plants. Please do not let these pleas fall on deaf ears and hardened hearts. Your constituents are crying out. Our family lives in Pecan Plantation, which is 1.8 miles from the proposed Fort Spunky site. The first time I came before you, I had so many questions about our health, our neighbors' health, our quality of life, our water supply, property values, and more. I am grieved that I still do not have concrete answers for those questions. I simply do not understand how it seems like a responsible decision to put a data center that is 23 times the size of the one currently causing so much heartache, within hundreds of feet away from the most populated neighborhood in all of Hood County. Our neighborhood has 8,000 residents. 4 of those residents are my children. We moved to escape this concrete jungle that you are now bringing into Granbury. Mr. Wilson, I saw you at our church recently supporting your daughter on her journey, and I looked you up and I saw how you were willing to sacrifice yourself and others, or to protect others. When you shot that person to protect people, we need your bravery in this. We don't need this to be something that you're just, I don't know, looking at it from a greedy standpoint, or I really do not understand what y'all have to gain in this at all. But I know that you have bravery. I've seen it before, and I know that you can do it again. You do not have to take a stand with whoever other men are taking in the wrong direction. You can stand firm in this. I believe that you have bravery in this. Please, we are asking that you will be a brave vote in this. We know that Dave and Annette have voted for this for the people. And Mr. Andrews, I do not understand you. I see pictures, I don't know you personally, but I see some of the things that you've done online, and with supporting like a fireman picture. I was so impressed by that you would take your time to be a volunteer firefighter and a commissioner. We need you right now. Please do not put anything on fear. Don't make decisions out of fear. You spoke fear last meeting. That's all I heard from you. It's just fear. Please stand firm in this. We need people to stand firm so we do not ruin this county. We do not ruin our kids' lives.
Okay. This brings us to the Did he sign up for an agenda item, maybe? Let's have order, please. No, you get to speak when we get to agenda item 12. Okay, we're now in the miscellaneous business to be discussed, and item number 1 is discuss and take appropriate action to approve the use of the historic courthouse gazebo for the Santa House starting on Saturday, November 21st, 2026, until takedown on January 9th, 2027. Do I hear a motion?
Oh, from Santa House for Saturday, November 21st, 2026, until taken down on January 9th, 2027.
Second.
A motion made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the use of the historic courthouse gazebo for Santa's house on those dates, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 2, discuss and consider for approval the use of the second floor of the courtroom of the historical courthouse on Saturday, February the 28th, 2026, from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. for the 8th Annual Texas Independence Day celebration hosted by the Sons of the Republic of Texas Davy Crockett Chapter. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the use of the second floor courtroom of the historical courthouse on Saturday, February 28th, 2026, from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. for the 8th Annual Texas Independence Day celebration hosted by the Sons of the Republic of Texas
I
Davy
second that.
Crockett Chapter. We have all the approvals, Ms. Wellborn? Okay, thank you.
Do have all of them. Yep. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 3, consider and take appropriate action to direct the payment of jail addition and transportation project invoices not to exceed $1 million to be paid from Fund 55 until the issuance of the bond funds. At that time, the bond funds will reimburse Fund 55 for those expenditures. Yes, ma'am. County Auditor.
Good morning.
Ms. Matlock.
Good morning. We're starting to receive invoices, and so I would like the court to direct us on how to pay those. Last court, there was a resolution that was signed and adopted that allows us the ability to front the fees and then reimburse ourselves when the bonds are issued. We do have $1 million or so on Fund 55 unallocated, but we also have some of our building money that we could use towards this and separate that and track it until the bonds are issued. I just threw $1 million out there to keep things rolling. You're welcome to adjust that to whatever you feel is appropriate. The first invoice we've received is from DRG in the amount of $134,000. We did, in a prior court in August, approve to pay them $86,600 out of Fund 55, but this invoice exceeds that.
And Jim Sabonis and other people said this is the correct procedure to do this with the bonds. Am I correct?
It's allowable.
Right. Do I hear a motion?
Let me, excuse me, let me ask, sorry. So with the other funds you mentioned, we could go higher than the million?
We have 5.4 designated for building funds currently.
How much?
5.4.
So what do you think we need to, I mean, will this get us there? Or do we get us started or?
It'll get us started, and I think it's a good benchmark. We don't want to go too far outside without you guys knowing about it often. This will just allow us to approve those invoices, and I'll share them with the court as we're receiving those. Also, for the jail project, I suppose the sheriff is the most reasonable person to authorize, because we typically have a department head that authorizes the invoice, and then it comes through us. So those are the questions I have and how we want to proceed. I think that's a reasonable path forward, but it's up to y'all to decide.
Until we have the owner's agent on board who can review them, probably help out the sheriff a little bit with more detailed review. I think that's appropriate. When do we expect the bonds to be issued?
So it's a long process. The latest status update on that is Jim Sabonis has been requested to work up our framing for our financing, and then we'll have to go out for an official rating, but we are working towards that currently.
So
let me ask you something. Are we doing everything we can do to get this bond money put to use?
I believe so.
Everything we can do, aren't we?
Yeah, we're running parallel paths for all the things.
And we're going to make it we're going to get there in time for our budget cycle.
I have every expectation we will.
Because I've been accused of we're not going quick enough on this.
It's a slow-moving process, but we are working towards it.
All right, I'm going to make a motion to direct the payment of jail addition and transportation project invoices not to exceed $1 million to be paid from Fund 55 until the issuance of the bond funds. At that time, the bond funds will be there to reimburse Fund 55.
Second.
Yeah, motion been made by Commissioner Eagle to direct the payment of the jail addition and transportation project not to exceed $1 million to be paid from Fund 55 until the issuance of the jail bonds. And at that time, the bond funds will reimburse Fund 55 for those expenditures. Second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Don't go away. Okay. The next motion, discuss and take appropriate action and allow the county judge to apply for the Senate Bill 8 Sheriff Immigration Law Enforcement Grant. Sheriff Deeds?
Yeah, I would appreciate it if you'd move forward on this. I'm not sure of all how you get started on this, but the auditor is an expert on that, so.
Yeah. Hired a good grant person too. I've met her and she's
Yes.
working on it. And so we're going to move forward on it. Anytime grant means good money coming in, so this is good, right?
This program funds the ICE task force. And so it's basically the state's idea to help encourage our participation.
Good.
I know that the community's been asking about the ICE task force for quite a while, so I think this is a good step to help Hood County get more involved in that. And so the resolution will come back next court for us.
All three, this item and the two following resolutions, will be on the next court.
Okay. Are you making a motion?
Allow the county judge to apply for the SB 8 Sheriff Immigration Law Enforcement Grant.
Motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to allow the county judge to apply for the Senate Bill 8 Sheriff Immigration Law Enforcement Grant, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 5, discuss and take appropriate action and allow the county judge to apply for the Rifle Resistant Body Armor Grant for year 2027.
Judge, Commissioners, when we did this one last year, we got about a third of what we asked for. So ask that you approve this again and we move forward. This is the body armor. I think we have 39 carriers and this encompasses constables, the DA's office and the sheriff's office. Last year, we only got a third of what we asked for. So this is what we'll be asking for this year.
Good. Thank you. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we allow the county judge to apply for the Rifle Resistant Body Armor Grant for FY 2027.
Second.
A motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to allow the county judge to apply for the Rifle Resistant Body Armor Grant for year 2027, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion again carries unanimously 5-0. So item number 6, discuss and take appropriate action to allow the county judge to apply for the Active Attack Response Equipment Grant Shields for year 2027. Sheriff?
So Judge, Commissioner, same thing. We got about a third of what we asked for last year, so we need to do this again. My vision is to have every vehicle for anybody that's out there have a shield ready to go to protect themselves if they just happen to come up on something or get sent to something. So we're asking for 17 shields for 14,000. 148,000. Can't even read my writing.
Yeah. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we allow the county judge to apply for the Active Attack Response Equipment Grant, which are shields, for FY 2027.
A motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to allow the county judge to apply for the Active Attack Response Equipment Grant Shields for year 2027, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 7, discuss and take appropriate action to approve a resolution forming Hood Somerville County Sub-Regional Planning Commission per Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 391, Regional Planning Commissioners.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Judge.
Samuelson.
Yes, as we know, counties, you've heard the testimony today, counties across Texas are facing similar issues with regard to major industrial growth impacting water, traffic, drainage, as well as other impacts within our counties. It is evident that this is happening all across Texas. Every day I see another news report from the Rio Grande Valley, Gillespie County, Van Zandt County, North Texas, West Texas, South Texas, East Texas, are all being impacted by rapid industrial growth. The trend highlights a shift from gradual suburban to rapid, large-scale rural industrial land use, fundamentally changing land ownership patterns and the average development scale, and you've all heard testimony about that today. Forming a 391 commission with surrounding counties will give us the opportunity to address these issues in a unified manner and eliminate duplication. Commissioner Jocelyn is here from Somerville County, if you would like to come up and speak on this. And then we also have Dan Byfield from American Stewards of Liberty on the phone if anyone has any questions about, anyone on the court has any questions on this 391 commission. Commissioner Jocelyn.
Welcome, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. Judge, commissioners, thanks for having me here in the People's House. The passion in this room is incredible, and I learn a lot every time I come here. So one of the things that, like Commissioner Samuelson said, she actually introduced this to me, so I appreciate that. And the research that I did and continue to do, it makes perfect sense. We're not growing the government any bigger. This doesn't cost the taxpayers any money, but hopefully it'll give us more teeth. And there's case law that actually proves that up, that it puts us on the same level as other agencies. And the case law they cite here is actually TxDOT. I'm sure we've all tried to get a hold of TxDOT sometime on an issue or another, and sometimes they're difficult to get a hold of. And being the second smallest county in the state of Texas, we feel like we're pushed to the end oftentimes. And but this actually had a judgment to where they told TxDOT, the judge told TxDOT that you will go to the 391 commission and you will discuss and come with a resolve. So again, I appreciate your foresight, Commissioner. So if you wouldn't mind, there's also a paragraph that talks about what authority we actually have, also written by the American Stewards of Liberty. If I may read this, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. The Texas Local Government Code provides in Section 391 the authorization for local governments within the same council of governments or regions to join together and form a sub-regional planning commission for the purpose of protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the people. This creates a formal process for the local governments to work together on issues that impact their region and develop plans and policies for how these can be jointly carried out. Importantly, one of the primary purposes of the code grants to planning commissions its ability to demand state agencies to coordinate to the greatest extent feasible. And I think, the last several meetings I've been to here, I think that's something that both of our counties need desperately. So, yep.
Okay. We do have some speakers here. So the first speaker is Jim Bell. Thank you for coming down, Commissioner. Appreciate it. Jim Bell.
We good? Okay. I'm Jim Bell. I printed out this resolution and read it. And given the nature of the reaction of the community to what's going on right now, I think this is an excellent idea. I really would like to see y'all approve this. This makes a lot of sense, a whole lot of sense. That's all I got to say.
The next speaker is Donna Kelleher. Ms. Kelleher.
Good morning, Judge Massengill, commissioners, and everyone who's here today. I'm definitely pleased to see this commission, this regional commission formed on Chapter 391. I think it's especially important that we have a way to speak to the Public Utilities Commission, because in addition to data centers and power plants, there's also grid development. And what's of concern to us and to Somerville County is the Dinosaur Longshore 765 kV transmission line that's 234 miles from the Dinosaur Switch near Comanche Peak Nuclear Power Plant out to Forsan, Texas, which is out by Big Spring. So we've never seen anything like this. A 765 kV tower carries twice the load of the biggest transmission tower you've ever seen in Texas. Twice the load. So the safe distance from it increases exponentially. The taking of land to construct it is of grave concern, because in Texas, it has to be for the public good. And I ask you if providing power to data centers is for the public good. I don't think it is. Also, I noticed that the Dinosaur Switch is right by Comanche Peak Nuclear Power Plant, which has 2 reactors. There are only 5 reactors in all of Texas. So ERCOT has 250 gigawatts of projects that have been proposed. That's 30 times the power of 8 nuclear reactors. So there's a lot going on here, and that switch is a proposed switch. I don't think we should even have that switch. I've always wondered, why are the data centers flocking to Hood County? Thousands and thousands and thousands of acres, when the largest one in Asia is 765 acres. Now we have 6,000 known acres plus 2 additional projects. Maybe it's that switch. Maybe we don't need that switch. Now, another thing about a 765 kV transmission line is the power goes bidirectionally. So you might have recalled in some of the concept plan meetings that the plan is to power the data center and also sell power to the grid. Bidirectional. Power coming in, power going out. Now, we know on the spectrum, 1,200 megawatts is going to go directly to Spectrum from Comanche Peak on a private power agreement to them, so it comes off the grid. But that power requirement is still there because Texas needs power, so the grid's going to bring the power in while that power got shuffled over there. I don't think that individual customers of the power grid, like myself, should have to pay to build out the grid for the aspirations of data center and power plant developers. That's a $30 billion line. I don't want to pay for it so that a power plant can sell to the data centers, or have a data center that makes Bitcoin so they can pay for the power plant. I don't think we should take lightly this Dinosaur to Longshore transmission line. And I don't think we should take lightly the effects on our health and the disruption to our scenic beauty, our way of life, and everything else that goes with it. I know y'all want to do the right thing. I can tell, or you wouldn't have a 10-hour meeting like you did last time. So thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your careful consideration. Thank you for having to go up the learning curve alongside us. This is huge. Your responsibility, your careful consideration, you're in our prayers. We care. We're here with you, and we thank you for your service.
The last speaker on item number 7 is Cheryl Shadden.
Judge, Commissioners, first I want to thank Commissioner Samuelson. Thank you so much. You have been such a tremendous advocate to my community. I cannot ever, in my lifetime, thank you enough. Thank you to Commissioner Eagle. You've been there with us as well. I want to thank Somervell County, particularly Chip Jocelyn and the City Council. They've been there for their community also. Everything that goes in Hood County along this county line, and we just found out last night there are 2 more concept plans for 2 more data centers at Wolf Hollow. Why were they building Wolf Hollow 3? Well, here it is. Why do we need 391? Because this runs right along the Hood and Somervell County lines. Everything that hits Hood County hits Somervell County. Let's talk about why we need this. On social media, just this week, there's a bunch of dead fish in Lake Granbury. De Cordova Power Plant uses 1.04 million gallons of water off of Lake Granbury. Wolf Hollow 1 uses 1.4 million gallons of water off of Lake Granbury and spits it back into the Brazos River. That goes right through Somervell County, so they get it as well. So now we've got a 3rd gas power plant, Wolf Hollow 3, going in. That's going to affect the ozone here. The ozone here in Hood County is already above legal limits. Non-attainment counties, Parker County, Tarrant County, Johnson County, we are now non-attainment, although the EPA hasn't designated that way. Somervell County is as well. This is why we need 391. You talk about taxpayers' money. So the Public Utility Commission purposefully hid what happened with funding Wolf Hollow 3. So $56,000 of the taxpayers' money was spent to hide FOIA requests of what happened to taxpayers' money regarding the power plants here in the state of Texas. 11,000 of that 56,000 was particularly used to hide what happened with Wolf Hollow 3 funding. So they are using our taxpayers' money. This is why we need to fight against this. This is not okay to have your hands in my wallet taking $11,000 from my pocket to hide what you did. And then you're asking the community to foot that bill. That's not okay. So when the Attorney General in the state of Texas said you will release this FOIA information, that's what we found out. How is that remotely okay? To have your hand in my wallet and your wallet to hide what you're doing with taxpayer funds. That's not okay. This is why we need 391. This is why all of us need to stand up and say something. Thank you.
Any commissioner have any? Well, I wanted to ask Commissioner Jocelyn, did at your commissioner's court, did you this week? You already at the commissioner's court that you had in Somervell County. Did y'all vote on this this week?
We voted and passed unanimously 5-0.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Do I hear a motion?
I do have a comment. So under 391, it's the first part of it, 391.003. Can you hear me? Okay. Talks about the creation of this commission. Any combination of counties or municipalities or counties and municipalities may agree by ordinance, resolution, rule, order, and other means to establish a commission. Now, I know we've got Mayor Jim Jarrett back here, Mayor Granbury, but I know that we're voting on a resolution today just with Somervell County, but I want to plant the seed with the mayor. If you look at 391.003 subsection E, it states the counties and municipalities who are part of this making the agreement may join in the exercise of or in acting cooperatively in regard to planning powers, duties as provided by law. We know that municipalities have more power to regulate than counties do. So it seems to me like we need to let the city or ask the city to consider discussions with us to bring them into this deal at a later time, because they have much more power to regulate if it comes to that. And I'm still looking into the relationship of how we can make that work to our benefit to give the county a little bit more teeth beyond subsection K. So that's just a comment. And I see Mayor Jim back there. He's going to be up here in a little bit, but I'm just throwing that out there to you, Mr. Mayor. All right, thank you.
What's the status with Somerville and Glen Rose?
At the same time we passed with Hood County, we passed with Erath County, and we also passed with City of Glen Rose, and it's on the agenda tonight with the City of Glen Rose, because you know, the reason we decided to do it all individually is because our needs are different, and so there might be something that we need to partner with you guys on that we don't need to partner with Erath County on, and all the way around. So at some point, I think we need to see how these work, because this is all new to all of us, and then we'll see if we need to add other governing bodies to form a larger coalition.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the words, is this the resolution? If you'll scroll down to section 2, yeah, B. So really the guts of this is B, study, research, and create a plan to deal with future development of communities, areas, and regions, including traffic studies, public utilities, land use, water supply, sanitation facilities, and drainage located within the jurisdiction of Hood, Somerville County Sub-Regional Planning Commission is what that big acronym says. So Mr. Byfield's on the phone. I didn't know. He's on standby if any commissioner or the judge has any questions for him. If not, I'll make a motion. All right. Yes, so I move that we approve the resolution forming Hood, Somerville County Sub-Regional Planning Commission per Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 391, Regional Planning Commission.
Motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to approve a resolution forming Hood, Somerville County Sub-Regional Planning Commission per Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 391, Planning Commissions. Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Okay, the next item, item number 8, receive update on emergency food support granted to Hood County United Way in the amount of $100,000 approved at November 6, 2025 special called meeting, and take appropriate action to accept a refund into emergency management budget 101-3340-3711. Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Samuelson.
So I got some questions about this, so I reached out to the auditor and our emergency management director, Margaret. I don't know if she's here in the back. And so they supplied me with the agreement that was signed on that day on November 6th, and reached out and got this update from United Way. And it, fortunately, the reason that this happened, I don't know if go back in time, this was during the government shutdown when a lot of benefits were being withheld. Oh, there's Margaret. Being withheld, and our charities around town, around the community, were having some difficulty. So we approved spending or providing $100,000 in benefits to United Way to be distributed. And so this is how the distribution was handled. And fortunately, the shutdown ended like, I don't know, 4 or 5 a week. I don't know. It was very soon after the November 6th meeting where this was approved. So anybody have any questions?
Oh, yeah, did we get the money? We got the money? So we just need, come on up here and tell us how we can get our $100,000 back.
It's 58.
We were glad to do that. We ran out of money. This is for the food pantry. We didn't have any money to feed the indigent here in Hood County. This is what we needed. We called a special call meeting. We agreed to get the money out of the emergency fund and pay that to United Way so that they could distribute it to all the food banks around town.
Yes.
And so bring us up to date now, Margaret.
That's correct.
That's correct. And
we requested the.
What is that happening?
No. No, I just don't have any pockets.
Oh.
Okay, so yes, the county approved $100,000 to come out of our disaster fund for this special project. United Way only allocated or only spent $41,337 because the government reopened and everything was, all the cycles and chain of, was able to come back to how it was supposed to be. They have $58,662 that they did not spend that they're going to give back to the county. They brought me the check last week and I've given it to the treasurer so we can deposit it.
How much was that amount again?
$58,662. And I believe that Deanna from United Way is here today in case you have any more questions about the reporting.
All right, so yes, I make a motion to accept $58,662.44 into the emergency management budget 101-3340-3711.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to accept the refund in the amount just stated back into our emergency management fund, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you again for all you do.
Thank you.
Right. Now, this brings us to item number, we're going to consider, we're going to take out a line, we're going to take item number 11 first. And this is consider and take appropriate action on an ordinance outlawing abortion in Hood County, declaring Hood County a sanctuary county for the unborn. Is there any speakers on item number 11, Christine? Did you sign up?
While they're coming up, I just want to say a couple things. So as soon as this agenda item was posted, actually the very same day, I received an email from Sam Houston, who is the publisher of the Hood County News, asking why this was necessary. So I thought I would share my response with you as I introduce this important agenda item.
This was with the Hood County News?
Yes, Sam Houston with the Hood County News.
Wow.
As a Christian, I believe Psalm 139:13, for you created my innermost parts, you wove me in my mother's womb. Sorry. And I give thanks to you because I am awesomely and wonderfully made. While Texas has passed strong pro-life bills over the past several legislative sessions, the protection of the unborn, the tiniest and most vulnerable human beings, is not yet complete. Please refer to there's a letter that we received from the House of Representatives in Austin, which states that right now throughout the state of Texas, women are being trafficked, that's hard to say, across our borders by abortion traffickers funded by abortion trafficking organizations still operating in our state. Please also refer, there's another letter from the New Mexico legislature, I think these are all attached to the agenda, dated October 18th, stating, "We have seen over 1,000 abortions per month come into the state of New Mexico from the state of Texas." There are other provisions in this ordinance that will address babies' fetal remains from being treated as trash in the unincorporated areas of Hood County. It also addresses the manufacture, possession, or distribution of abortion-induced drugs in the unincorporated areas of Hood County. The intent of this ordinance is clear, because Mr. Houston also asked me, well, what is your intent? Why do you think this is necessary? And I said, the intent is clear. The ordinance prohibits the abortion trafficking of pregnant mothers and unborn babies, seeking to love them both and protect them both from the tragedy and violence of abortion. These pregnant mothers are being targeted. They should not be targeted. Their unborn children should not be killed, not in New Mexico, not in Colorado, not in Kansas, not anywhere. This ordinance is a deterrent. The ordinance is not enforced by law enforcement, but is enforced by allowing private citizens to file a civil right of action against the abortion industry, just like we have seen in the historic Texas heartbeat bill. These measures, which have been passed in 93 cities and 17 counties, hopefully today we can change that to 18, across 17 states, have saved a multitude of lives. If this ordinance saves one pregnant mother and her unborn child, it will be more than worth it. I'd like to ask Mark Lee Dixon, the founder of the Sanctuary Cities for the Unborn, who birthed this initiative, come to the podium.
Greetings. My name is Mark Lee Dixon. I am the founder of the Sanctuary Cities for the Unborn initiative. So I've overseen 93 cities and now 18 counties. We just had Hall County, where Memphis, Texas is at. They just passed the measure yesterday morning across 7 states. And this measure is meant to close loopholes in our state law, and we have seen a lot of success. These local measures, which started in Wascom, Texas, this started because we saw an abortion facility in Shreveport, Louisiana, that was doing about 100 abortions a week, 50 abortions every Saturday, 20 abortions every Tuesday, and 30 abortions every Thursday. They were pulling from a 200-mile radius. They were looking at crossing the border 18 miles to Wascom, Texas. The reason was because at that time, the laws in Louisiana were a lot stronger than Texas on the issue of life. In fact, at that time, Texas was ranked number 17 in the nation with our pro-life laws. And so the city of Wascom knew they couldn't wait around and just do nothing. In fact, Amos 5:15 was a verse that was influenced my heart and the heart of the mayor and many of the city council members there. And Amos 5:15 says to hate evil, to love good, to establish justice within the city gate, and perhaps the Lord, the God of hosts, be gracious on the remnant of Joseph. And Wascom, being called the gateway to Texas, really took that to heart. An ordinance was put together, and Wascom ended up becoming the first city in the nation to pass an ordinance outlawing abortion on June 11th of 2019. This was not something we took lightly. Reached out to Senator Brian Hughes, and he introduced me to a man by the name of Jonathan F. Mitchell, very well-known constitutional attorney who clerked with Anton Scalia and who went on to serve as Solicitor General for the state of Texas, and then also architect the Heartbeat Act, and then even representing President Trump, getting him back on the ballot in Colorado. And so the bump stocks case before the Supreme Court recently was actually argued by Jonathan Mitchell. And all of these ordinances that have been passed across the United States have been written by myself and Jonathan Mitchell, and we have seen great success. In fact, this paved the way for the Heartbeat Act. And before the Heartbeat Act, counties couldn't pass measures like this one before you. We actually put in the Heartbeat Act a provision that allows all political subdivisions, including counties, to pass these measures. And so the last time we actually saw a challenge to any of these local ordinances in the state of Texas was actually with the city of Lubbock. And so May of 2021, Planned Parenthood had set up shop in Lubbock, Texas, and the churches in Lubbock did not want to put up with a Planned Parenthood coming in and killing babies. And so the churches united, and with the help of Senator Charles Perry and Representative Dustin Burrows, who's now our House Speaker, of course, and then at that time it was Representative John Frullo, they sent a letter to the City Council. City Council rejected the opportunity to stand up and do what was right, but it went to the ballot in Lubbock. And in May 1st of 2021, we saw 62% of the voters pass the measure. Planned Parenthood challenged the measure, and that lawsuit lasted 2 weeks. That went before Judge James Wesley Hendricks in federal district court, and Judge Hendricks ended up telling Planned Parenthood that if they wanted to sue the city of Lubbock, that they would actually, well, let me rephrase that. They said that they sued the wrong person, that the city of Lubbock wasn't enforcing the law, that this law was purely enforced by private citizens. And so he said, if you want to challenge this law, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to wait for the law to go into effect, which was a month after the May 1st date in 2021, that they would have to wait for the law to go into effect, and then they would have to violate the law and wait to be sued by anyone and everyone in the state of Texas. Well, Planned Parenthood didn't want to do that. And so for the first time in history under Roe v. Wade, we saw a pre-viability abortion ban go into effect and actually stop abortion. Now, not too long after that, during that month, mid-month, Governor Abbott had signed the Texas Heartbeat Act. It would go into effect September 1. So before that law going into effect, what happened was that all the abortion industries united, and they decided to try to find some loophole in this system that we put together with the Heartbeat Act. And so they sued a district judge in Tyler, Texas. They sued a court clerk. They sued Attorney General Paxton, and then they sued me. I was the only private citizen that was sued in that lawsuit. The argumentation was quite simple. They sued the judge because of the district court because he would be hearing the case. They sued the court clerk because they'd be filing the cases. They sued Attorney General Paxton because he'd be intervening in the cases, and they sued me because I was the most likely candidate to sue them. And as silly as that sounds, that was their argumentation. And that went on what's called the rocket docket before the Supreme Court of the United States. It was the case heard before the Dobbs versus Jackson case, which overturned Roe v. Wade. So November 1st of 2021, Supreme Court of the United States heard the case on the Heartbeat Act. A month later, they heard the Dobbs case, and then mid-December, they ruled in Texas' favor. And in fact, all 9 justices, I couldn't believe it when I heard it, all 9 justices agreed that the case against Markley Dixon should be dismissed. And as I've said many times before, any day where all 9 justices of the Supreme Court agree that the case against you should be dismissed is a good day. And so we've seen a lot of victory with this. I was also sued for saying abortion is murder. I was the first person in the nation to be sued for that. That went for the Texas Supreme Court, and the Texas Supreme Court said, of course, that yes, we can say that abortion is murder, that is freedom of speech. But this measure before you, as I said, it's addressing the loopholes. When Roe v. Wade was overturned, we saw the pre-Roe statutes, which criminalized abortion from the point of conception, except for the life of the mother. We saw those go back into effect. Well, we had already seen with the Heartbeat Act about half of the abortions already reduced in Texas. Well, now, with all of the abortions being outlawed in Texas, as far as at the abortion facilities, all of those abortion facilities decided to get out of Texas. And so Whole Women's Health, which used to be in Fort Worth, McKinney, McAllen, and Austin, they decided to set up shop in Hobbs, New Mexico, and Clovis, New Mexico. Well, worked with Senator David Gallegos out of Eunice, New Mexico, who's over Lee and Eddy County, which their counties are a lot bigger than ours here in Texas. But we introduced ordinances there, and we actually were successful in pushing Whole Women's Health abortion giants from Hobbs and Clovis, kicking them 5 hours away from Hobbs to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and over 3 hours away from Clovis to Albuquerque. Another abortion facility was Alamo Women's out of San Antonio. They decided to go to Albuquerque as well. Well, their numbers about how many Texas residents that they're performing abortions on are quite high. Whole Women's Health is stating that 95% of their clients are Texas residents. Alamo Women's is saying 85% of their clients are Texas residents. Texas women seeking abortions are funding the abortion industry in New Mexico. And so conservative legislators like Senator David Gallegos and Representative John Block, they're pretty upset. They said, hey, there's got to be something that you guys in Texas can do to help us fight the abortion industry that is here in New Mexico. And we started realizing that how serious this problem was. Not only we knew that abortion pills was a massive problem. About 11% of women who take these abortion-inducing drugs are ending up in the emergency rooms with severe complications. And so we also saw this problem of the trafficking. And there's an ad that you guys all have received from one of these abortion facilities. I put it in the packet. This is one from Alamo Women's Clinic. This was on Facebook. And it says, Texas teens, if you are under 18 and seeking an abortion, there is funding available. Abortion care and all travel and expenses are free. Compassionate, kind, and discreet staff. No parental consent needed in Albuquerque or Illinois. Call us for help. So what is happening there? You got an abortion facility in Albuquerque, New Mexico, that is working with abortion trafficking groups here in Texas, like the Lilith Fund, the T Fund, the FIA Center, Jane's Due Process. And those groups are helping minors get abortions across state lines without parental consent. What parent in Hood County, what reasonable, rational parent in Hood County would be okay with a complete stranger picking them up and taking them to Albuquerque or Illinois for an abortion? That is what this ordinance is fighting against. Now, this ordinance doesn't just address the trafficking of minors across state lines for abortion. It's helping anyone being taken across state lines for an abortion. This ordinance does not penalize, of course, the mother of the unborn child, but it goes after those who should be targeted, which is the abortionists, the abortion facilities, and those abortion traffickers who are aiding and abetting this horrible abortion industry that has set up in places like New Mexico and Colorado and Kansas and are targeting Texas residents. And one last thing I'll say is that it's not just the fact that they're killing innocent human beings made in the image of God, baby Texans, they're killing across state lines, but there's also the problem of what's happening after the horrendous killing of that human being. There are Texas waste management companies like Encore Technology, LLC, out of Grand Prairie, Texas, and Biocycle, which is under their umbrella in Amarillo, that these waste management companies are actually going to places like Planned Parenthood, Wichita, Kansas, which performs abortions up to 22 weeks. Guys, there are babies in the NICU that are 22 weeks. And they're taking these babies, killing these babies. They're already ripping them apart piece by piece. These waste management companies are picking up the remains and bringing them back to Texas. In Amarillo, the process at Biocycle is they take this abortion waste, as it's called, and they put it in what's called an autoclave, sterilizes, shreds, compacts, and it ends up in a local landfill right here in Texas. Same thing is happening in Grand Prairie. Well, what this ordinance would do, it's not something that the law enforcement of a community enforces. This is purely enforced by private citizens. This allows those lawsuits against those entities if they violate what's here in this ordinance. And we have seen great success. We have seen the CEO, Vernon Wells, of Encore Technology told me that they're already having to go around places that have passed these measures. Well, guys, if enough counties pass this measure, then they're going to have to cancel some contracts. It may cost them some money, but no business in Texas needs to be involved in the treating of unborn children as trash, because babies are not trash. And one last thing I'll say, too. You know, I know Hood County is a very conservative county, and we are very serious about that phrase, don't California our Texas, right? Well, it should disturb all of us in this room that Planned Parenthood Marmonte in San Jose, California, paid Encore Technology in Grand Prairie, Texas, over $166,000 for a one-year contract of picking up abortion waste from that Planned Parenthood all the way in California and bringing it back to Texas. That shouldn't be happening. And are there some loopholes in our state law? Absolutely. Years ago, we thought we addressed this issue because we said that medical facilities within the state of Texas must properly treat unborn human remains, either by Christian burial or cremation. Well, medical facilities within the state of Texas, those abortion facilities outside of Texas don't have to abide by that. And the Texas waste management companies, well, they're certainly not medical facilities in our state. So we've got some work to do when the legislature convenes where we can take care of some of this. There are a total of 93 cities, like I said, in now 18 counties that have passed versions of this measure. Here in Texas, we have the strongest measure available. Of course, stronger here than what we were able to do in New Mexico and Ohio and some other states. But other counties that have passed this would be Mitchell County, Goliad County, Cochran County, Lubbock County, which is the largest county to have passed this measure, Dawson County, Jack County, Shackelford County, Camp County, Shelby County, Hopkins County, Dickens County, Howard County, Motley County, Crosby County, Borden County, and as of yesterday, Hall County. And I've got to say that may, out of a lot of those, that may be one of the most consequential, because where Hall County is, that's Memphis on 287. Guys, Amarillo is the largest abortion trafficking hub in the nation. The executive director of National Women's March, Rachel O'Leary Carmona, she's one of George Soros's generals. She moved from Brooklyn, New York to Amarillo, Texas. They are trying to take over Texas. All of these walkouts at schools, 1,000 students walking out of Tyler ISD. Some of these events are being organized by these very same groups that are involved in the trafficking of women across state lines for abortions. If you guys have any questions, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have about this measure.
I think you've answered all of them.
I wanted to bring
Thank
up.
you very much.
Thank you.
Did a
Kim.
good job.
Kim,
Ruth York is our first speaker.
I'm Ruth York of Cisco, Texas, and I appreciate getting to speak to you today about this Hood County Sanctuary for the Unborn ordinance. So Mark has covered most of the details that you need to know, but I want to run through some things really fast. I'm a bit of a writer, so I'm going to use the old 5W and an H to make sure that I get it all in. So who is this about? That's the first W. It protects pregnant women and their unborn infants. First in your county, but in other counties too. And who does it target? It targets the abortionists and the abortion trafficking organizations such as the ABOW and Bunny Buckles. There's several different organizations that devote themselves to that. So then I might just digress for a moment and talk about, as a woman, learning that you're pregnant is a very impactful thing. That means everything is going to change for you. When you learn that you're pregnant.
Ma'am, you need to speak into that speaker so they can hear you. Speak very softly so everybody can hear you.
I'm sorry. So when you're a woman and you learn that you're pregnant, you realize everything is changing. First of all, your body is going to change. That's not all. Your responsibilities, your schedule, your relationships, the financial situation you're in, everything is going to change. And it's not just for a week, a month, a year. This is 20 years, a lifelong in some cases. So it can be exciting and wonderful, and it can be terrifying. So that is how that a woman that is loving and caring might make a terrible decision that she would regret years, for the rest of her life, because she feels desperate. So that's why this law is important, because that should not be on the table to take the life of your child because you're in a desperate situation. And I want to say, as another aside, there are people who can help. When that happens, look around. There are people who will walk through this with you. Now, the second W is what? And as Mark said, there are 6 specific things that the ordinance prohibits. So I won't go into those. He covered that. The next W is when, the who, what, when. That is, it would take effect immediately. Where, and that's in the unincorporated areas of Hood County. The why, and this is, of course, very important. Why are we doing this? As he said, there are loopholes in the Texas law. Texas has done a great job of protecting the unborn and the mothers. But there are some things that we have not covered yet. Hopefully at some point we will. And so Hood County can be proactive in protecting those areas while we're waiting on the state of Texas to get it done. The law is a teacher, we know that, and it helps to clarify for people what is acceptable in our society. And so it's very important to have these laws on the books that, again, teach us what our society should be doing. Now then, to the H, the how. How does this ordinance work? And it's very different. It kind of takes a mindset to realize that this is not enforced by law enforcement. That's kind of what we expect, right? A law is going to be enforced by law enforcement, but not this one. Once you put this on the books, your job is done. You don't enforce it. The sheriff does not enforce it. Should the occasion arise, private citizens would be the enforcement mechanism through a civil lawsuit. And so it would go through the civil court system. And the county would not be involved at all. They're actually prohibited from being involved. So that those are the reasons that I think this is a very important thing that Hood County can do to improve the situation that we have with abortion. Even though Texas has done a great job, there's more we can do. And I would love to see y'all pass this ordinance. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tina Brown.
Morning or afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak. I, too, was wondering why this was coming before the court, because Texas already has strong laws for the protection of the unborn. I do know that this ordinance is 16 pages long, and it's been passed in numerous places. According to Nanette, this approval will make Hood County the 18th, but maybe 19th. I could only find 16, and some of those were not ordinances. They were measures. They were resolutions. Many of them I also couldn't find any info on. Some counties do not make this easy. I'm happy to say that finding things in Hood County is much easier than some counties. I did do a search online for instances of ordinances that counties can legally make. I found 7. None of them have anything to do with unborn children. They're about building construction around lakes, certain lakes, use of county roads by aircraft, junkyards, invasive plant species, and something around the Rio Grande River and more lakes. So I heard him say about closing loopholes. Can the county actually close a loophole of a state law? I'm not sure that's legal. I'm still waiting to hear. I don't know how all these other counties did it. Maybe most of them did do resolutions instead of ordinances. I'm not saying that unborn babies don't need protections. I'm saying that Texas already has these laws. This is a waste of court's time, a waste of money. This should have been presented as a resolution in support of Texas laws already on the books. Thank you.
Very sad for you to say that this is a waste of time. Weren't you the one that Cindy Highsmith quoted saying that that Republicans are for life?
Presenting this is wasting court's time.
Mr. Lee, maybe you would come up and explain why the Senate, the Texas Senate, and House.
Do you want to argue with me?
No,
Can we do this? Is this a legal thing that
asking
Is
Mr.
this a legal thing that the counties can do?
Yes, I'm asking Mr. Lee to address your
He's not
question.
an attorney with the county. I'm just asking, can we legally do this?
Yes, and he's answering your question.
He's not an attorney.
Well, it's in the packet. Did you read the packet?
I did read the packet. It's not in Texas law. And how can we close a loophole that the state, we can't do anything that the state doesn't let us do, right? Isn't that what you say all
Ms.
day
Brown,
long, every day?
I know you're very thorough in reading what's attached to our agenda. If you would read the letter from the Texas legislature, that will answer your questions. And this has already been proven that this ordinance, the state of Texas, as Mr. Lee said, passed in the heartbeat bill that ordinances were allowed. And I'm just still shocked that you think this is a waste of time. So let's move on.
Well, here's the thing. I think the most important thing is that he said his law firm or the law firm, that if the Hood County got sued, they will defend Hood County free of charge. I'm not debating this. We've got a lot of other stuff to do, but your time is up. I don't know either if it is or isn't, but I'm relying upon the information that I've read here. It appears to be because of the heartbeat. I don't know. It'll probably be the AG opinion will probably come down and address it, I guess, at some time in the future.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Be brief. You've already had 15 minutes, and we got a lot of this. You got. Well, because
He's an invited guest.
He was an invited guest by Commissioner Samuelson. Okay, be very brief.
Yes, sir. So in the federal court opinion by Judge James Wesley Hendricks, he did say that it is unmistakably clear that the legislature has given cities and counties this authority, and Attorney General Paxton has backed that up in opinion as well.
Thank you.
Good. All right. Okay. Harold Granick, you're the next speaker.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. This may not be the most popular opinion. I come as a physician. I think that this ordinance, if you should vote against, if you want to do a resolution showing a moral stand, I'm okay with that. That was against, against abortions. But this is a medical decision, and that bothers me a lot because it binds you. First, this gentleman talks about unborn babies. They're called fetuses. If you want to make a medical decision, then y'all should go to medical school, do an internship, do a residency, face life and death decisions. I'm going to go a little side since I only have 5 minutes or so, but I'd like to see this as a resolution, not as a law, because sometimes the laws bind some. I'll give an example of a case I did years ago where I had people who know that I'm an ophthalmologist, retina specialist, I had a ruptured globe, and I could not close the eye because of the damage to the tissue. I could use it if I had super glue, if there were sterile super glue, and such a thing exists, but it was not available in either Tarrant or Dallas County. And so I sent someone out in the middle of surgery to get super glue from Walgreens. We were able to close the eye, otherwise I'd have had to remove the eye. That saved the eye, which later had a corneal transplant and was functional. If there had been a law saying, oh, you couldn't do non-sterile super glue, then we'd have lost the eye. There are cases that OBGYNs come in where a 3-month fetus is not viable, but the mother's life is at risk. This kind of law would say that he's got to make a decision. Does he follow the Hippocratic oath, he or she, the Hippocratic oath, to save the mother's life? Or does he say, well, I'll lose my license and be incarcerated if I go that route? I think medical decisions should be left to between the physician and the patient, and not by someone trying to make a medical decision for all things. There are cases where the physician has to make that kind of decision, and you don't want him to say, well, I can't do it because I can't save the mother because the law says that the life of that unborn child or the fetus may not even be viable, may have already died, but still threaten the mother. Leave that to the physician and the patient. If a mother dies, even one mother, he says if one baby dies or one fetus dies, that's criminal. Well, if one mother dies because of this kind of law, the judgment that will be made by y'all will be by a judge, not in a legal court, but in a future time. So make this a resolution, not as an ordinance. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion, or do I hear a motion?
Yes, Judge. Just have one thing to say. Have you, Mr. Grant?
Excuse me, can I say something? Mr. County Attorney, do you have any type of legal input on this?
Yes, I was asked by Nanette about it and Jack about it, and I emailed just briefly. So it doesn't create, as they said, a cause of action for the county or county officials, either criminal or civil. It purports to create a civil cause of action for private citizens in very narrow circumstances that are not covered by existing abortion laws. I don't believe it's been tested in court yet. I think Mr. Dixon spoke about that. There are a couple of kind of generic provisions in the government code that seem to give local government the ability to extend state abortion laws. They're in, I don't have those in front of me, but I'm sure it was in your packet. And it has the support of a number of legislators, including the Speaker of the House, to kind of green light local governments to do it. So that would seem to indicate legislative intent for support. I don't know if the lawyer's letter is binding. In other words, if we got sued, if we can really hold his feet to the fire to make him represent us. But he did say that he would represent us if we ever got sued, but I can't really see us getting sued because we're not the ones doing anything, right? It would be a private cause of action, not a county action. So I don't know if it's going to be truly enforceable if it were really pushed all the way in court, but I don't see liability for the county either. And I do see some provisions in the government code that seem to be backed up by legislative intent that it would be okay to move forward on this. So I don't really have an objection legally to voting for it. Does that cover everything?
Sounds good.
Ms. Irwin?
Good, thank you.
We have also Ms. Kim Irwin here from Brazos Pregnancy Center. Did you want to say anything about this? I also invited her to come since she's
Thank you. So, yes, we do have the law in place in Texas. This would close the loopholes. We're still seeing over 1 million abortions in Texas a year, and most of it is due to the abortion pill. About 63% of that. According to the doctor, that he's concerned that these will cause women to lose their life. That has already been addressed a long time ago. It's addressed in the whereas of the ordinances. Doctors are not held accountable for taking a life of a baby when a mother's life is at stake, and it's never considered an abortion when a baby has to be taken early. They try to save both lives. The difference is, in an abortion, you're taking a life of a baby and you do not want to save that life. When you have an emergency on a mother that is having a problem, you're trying to save both lives. Now, do you get to save both lives all the time? No, you don't. And that's a given. But you're still trying to save both lives. So that would never be the case. And doctors know that. This would help us immensely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so this, to save a baby's life, and it's, you might call it a fetus, but I've felt the baby move inside me and you haven't. So with that, I'll make a motion to adopt the ordinance of the Commissioners Court of Hood County, Texas, outlawing abortion within the unincorporated area of Hood County, declaring Hood County a sanctuary county for the unborn, making various provisions and findings providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Second.
Hey, do you have that motion down, Christine? A motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson on an ordinance outlawing abortion in Hood County, declaring Hood County a sanctuary county for the unborn, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I've got one more comment. I've received numerous emails, nasty, from people from all over this country. And I've replied, what is your residence? Austin, Houston, Missouri. I don't work for you. I work for the people in Hood County. So I just want that on the record.
I probably got most of the same emails you got too. So, yep.
All right. With that, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. The next item for business is item number 9, discuss and take appropriate action to engage legal services for development regulation modifications. May convene into executive session pursuant to Government Code 551.071, and that's what we're going to do. So at 10 minutes till noon, we are recessed as we are going into executive session. I advise the rest of you want to hang around for the other items to go get a bite of lunch or take a break yourselves. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are convening back at the Commissioners Court. It is now 28 minutes till 1 p.m. Action was taken in executive action. Does anybody wish to make any motion?
Orcas Law Firm is the most qualified legal services for development regulation modifications.
A motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to engage a Borkus Law Firm as the most qualified for legal services in development regulation modifications.
And, sorry, in an amount not to exceed $30,000 from contingency.
In an amount not to exceed $30,000 from contingency. Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion?
Yes, sir. I've just been informed by the county clerk that we do have 2 speakers signed up for this. So we want to let them speak before we vote?
I don't have anything. Yeah, sure.
I like what y'all did a while back on the Blakely Fernandez, which is, I think, put some guardrails over who's able to talk to these people, because, you know, is it members of the Development Commission, members of the public? That's going to run up our bill without, so I would say maybe Clint, me, y'all, maybe Christine, I don't know, but limit that a little bit.
That's a good point. So I will amend the motion to state that the members of the county that should be communicating with the law firm Borges would be the development director, the chairman of the development commission, the county attorney, and the members of the commissioners court.
Second.
All right. That amendment, is he still making your second? Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to get out of here. Do y'all get that? Speaker is Matt Long. First speaker, and then Judy Hatch is the second. I got 2 speakers.
Just keep voting yes, and we'll get out of here real quick. I just had a question on this item for Clint. This is about revamping the development regulations related to like undefined things in the county. How long do you think that process would take? In your opinion, do you think it's a 6-month process or longer?
Would you pull the microphone over to you, Clint?
6 months would probably be the minimum. I'd even guess it would work.
Okay. That was my only question. I'll address it later. Thank you.
He said about a month.
Second speaker is Judy Hatch. Judy? I think Judy must have left. Okay. Okay, now, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Okay? All right, item number 10, discuss and take appropriate steps to modify conditions for approval regarding Comanche Circle development may convene into executive session pursuant to Government Code 551.071. So at this point, at 24 minutes till 1, we're going to convene into executive session again. Okay? And when we come back out, we have 9 5 minutes after 5, and we are convening back into Commissioners Court. There was no action taken in executive session. We have some speakers here that signed up to speak, so I'm going to call the speakers that have signed up. And the first speaker is Matt Long.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in regards to Comanche Circle and their concept plan, Mr. Hughes is claiming that Sailfish has vested rights going back to his original concept plan date. However, I'm going to show everyone why it's not possible to establish vesting rights on a concept plan. Vested rights are unconditional, absolute legal entitlements. If vested rights are unconditional, then the ability to conditionally approve a concept plan proves that the two are not related. Concept plans, according to 4.2H of our regulations, expire after 2 years. Vested rights are absolute. They never expire. Thus, concept plans do not equal vested rights. In Texas, vested rights arise from permit applications, not concept plans. According to Chapter 245 of the Texas Local Government Code, vesting occurs when a permit application is filed. And currently, we have 0 permit applications on file. Additionally, we do not have a single concept plan deemed complete, which is what authorizes one to submit an application for approval according to Section 4.1A. Again, according to Texas Local Government Code 245, it establishes a developer's legal entitlement to have their project reviewed under the local regulations in effect of the time of the first application for permit. Why do they use the word permit? Because it actually permits you to do something. It is an authorization to build, and we currently have no permit applications. We have 0 complete concept plans, we have 0 applications for permit, and we have 0 projects with any vested rights or grandfathered development entitlements due to them being accepted for filing prior to today. Our own permit regulations define accepted for filing as the status of an application of a development permit following submission and acceptance as complete. Per Section 2.21 of the Hood County Development Permit Regulations, accepted for filing only applies to a development permit, of which we have 0. Per Section 4.2A, no development permit application can be reviewed or accepted for filing until a concept plan has been approved in conformity. This is yet to happen on Comanche Circle. This is yet to happen on Project Spectrum. This is yet to happen on Fort Spunky. And it obviously is yet to happen on Project Red and Project Yellow submitted yesterday. Per Section 2.220, a concept plan is not even listed among the authorizations that make up the development permit process. It is not a permit, nor is it a permit application. Thus, the date of application filing cannot apply to a concept plan. Even if we had a complete concept plan, which we do not, it is still not an entitlement to build or develop, nor is it an appropriate vehicle to establish a date of filing or a date of vesting. Vesting occurs at the time of a complete site development permit application date of filing. Therefore, an unapproved or incomplete concept plan, which is what Sailfish has, is even further from vesting. If a developer has no complete concept plan and no development permit filing date, they have no vested rights and no entitlement to develop. Thus, we should do nothing on this agenda item until we address other agenda items later, which will be applicable to this project and others. Thank you.
The next speaker is Miranda Davis. Miranda Davis. All right, the next speaker then is Laura Bowser Rickenbaugh.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Bowser Reichenbach, and I do now, and I have lived at 3130 Glen Rose Highway in Granbury, Texas for the past 70 years, where I own and operate the Bowser Bootstrap Ranch. The Bootstrap has been owned and occupied by my parents since 1923, my grandparents since 1899, my great-grandparents since 1880, and my great-great-grandparents since 1850. When Texas became a state and was divided into counties and land abstracts by the sovereignty of the soil, two of the original abstracts in Hood County were granted to my great-great-grandfather, John Benjamin Peters. All this to say that my blood runs deep in the soil of Hood County. As a voting citizen of Hood County, and more recently the city of Granbury, I have watched the elected officials of our local government ignore the pleas of those constituents who placed them in office. The constituency was uninformed of the impending tragedy to be inflicted upon us. The voters have gone to great lengths to research and present the facts facing Hood County and the city of Granbury should the proposed data centers become a reality. Facts that present a real and present danger in regard to water sources, pollution, property devaluation, diminished quality of life, health dangers to both humans and wildlife, not to mention those of us present, but more importantly, to the generations to follow. All this, not to mention the irreversible damage to and depletion of natural resources of the entire county. I have no idea how we were gotten into this mess, but we, the constituency, placed you in office to safeguard our best interests and protect our safety and our futures. Whether by ignorance or in reckless disregard, and despite our vehement opposition to the travesty, that is about to be ruined, ruin. In summation, I call upon each and every one of you to honor your oath as officials placed in office by we, the constituency. We've adamantly tried to make our will known, and we require a moratorium. Give me 1 second, I'm sorry. Am I running out of time? No. All this to say, I don't know how we got here, but we're here, and it's a terrible thing for all of us. We ask you, as our representatives, as the people that we put in office, we trusted you with our safety, and we trusted you with our futures and the futures of our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren. Those of us who have lived here forever, we are devastated by what is about to happen. Please, we request a moratorium on any future data centers before we can at least go into and investigate what's about to happen to us. This can't be right, folks. This just can't be right.
The next speaker is Mary Pike.
So my name is Mary Pike. I own Blush's Salon. I've owned 5 other businesses in town that were all successful. I'm an Air Force brat. I've never lived in a town in my life until I moved here in 1980. I love this town. I own my acreage in Acton that has my salon. It's 2 acres. I've had to re-drill how I learned about water tables. And I'm not a speaker, so I'm just going to say this. All the ranches have got to be drilling. If my little acreage has to be re-drilled because I'm out of water, okay, I have a good salon. But still, it's scary, and something has to be done. I've sat here and watched all you. I've never been to a county commissioners meeting. That's where I am, right? I've watched you looking at every speaker. You're looking at speakers. You're looking at speakers. You're not. You're looking at speech. When you don't, I guess you're taking notes, and that's fabulous if you are, Jack, because you're my county commissioner.
Taking notes. You want to see them? I got
No,
3 pages.
well, if you're taking notes, that's great, but, you know, when you don't look at people, they feel kind of stupid, or at least I do. I'm nervous up here. Anyway, the only thing that I know that has not been mentioned, and I've got a daughter in Colorado, is the snowpack in Colorado is almost non-existent. It's so far down, and I don't know all the statistics about the water that's usually heavier than it's not this year. We're not going to have enough water. And it comes from Colorado too. And we are even thinking about a data center. Thank God all of y'all that know something have talked, because I have no idea about of everything going on. But I've drilled in Acton because I'm out of water half the time. So please take that in consideration and stop this mess.
Next speaker is Derek Tanner.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Judge. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Derek Tanner. Me and my family live on Meadowwood. Me and my wife started a contracting business here in Granbury 16 years ago, and we call Granbury home. Through that contracting business, we've learned through experience. We've talked to other people that have been through it. We've talked to other people that have had failures. And then we've had our failures ourselves. A tax abatement or rebate is a tool of economic development. So the question for the county commissioners and judge is, do you want the economy to develop in a way that this abatement will encourage it to? Does the public know 100% without a doubt how big the abatement is? Because the cost of government will not go away during these abatements. For the years that we give them back money, the cost of government does not go away. As a matter of fact, it's likely to go up. It's likely to increase. So one of the results of abatements is the free rider or data centers, plural. We'll call them a free rider, freeloader, whatever you want to call them. Is everybody else, the taxpayers, are going to pay for that free rider. Because the data center or free rider is going to bring jobs, right? Are those the kind of businesses you want? And what is the true cost of obtaining that form of economic development? Are you fully educated on this form of economic development and prepared to put your political legacy on the line and the county finances on the line? Is it worthy of giving that data center a free ride? If you give this abatement and rebate to the data center, what are the performance criteria? And how will the performance criteria be measured so that the abatement or rebate will not apply if the data center fails to do what it promises to do? And this does happen. It happens all the time in government. If this does happen, how will the taxpayers get their money back? If the agreement or the abatement fails, they fail on their side, how do we get our money back? What will be the marker you measure against to continue to give the green light on the abatement? Commissioners, that is the big question. Because there is failure all the time within abatement relationships. Of course, there are success stories of abatement relationships between governments and businesses, but there are also big failures. All you have to do is look them up. County commissioners, don't assume the abatement will succeed. That is a bad assumption. This is why I pray that you put real thought into this decision. For every abatement success, there's an equal probability for failure. The last real issue I want to talk about is property value, and I'll make it quick. The values of all the residents around the data center. Say a property is up for sale. We have to disclose all, if it's my property, I have to disclose all I know about what's going on with the data center, what's going on around me. Right now, my property value has been reduced for the foreseeable future. Matter of fact, I probably couldn't get anybody to look at it right now. 10 acres. Meadowwood, Rickabaugh, Daniels Court, Nerai Road values have dropped and will no longer be attractive properties. If this data center comes to town, this is not my kind of economic development. This is going backwards. If you don't have clear answers to these questions, without a doubt, clear direction, then vote no right now. Vote for the moratorium or table or something. You guys, ladies, have options for sure. And this is just coming, I got 30 seconds. Me and my wife have 5 kids growing up on Meadowwood. We have a 7-year-old boy, 11-year-old girl, and up to 21. My 7-year-old boy loves to run up and down that street. He loves to play on our property. He shoots his BB gun, runs around. We have no worry for that boy. He runs down to a neighbor's house on his bicycle and plays all the time. This is why we moved to Granbury. This is why y'all have drugged the people that don't like to speak in public. You've drug them out of their closets. Thank you.
Next speaker is Shannon Wolf.
Thank you. Hood County is at a defining moment, and you're being asked to decide whose future matters more, the people of Hood County or powerful corporations from outside of Texas. The citizens have clearly spoken today. I am sure that there's not a person in this room who is confused over the will of the people at this point. I have heard arguments from some elected officials claiming that granting tax abatements allows us to regulate these companies. Respectfully, that's not realistic. These are multi-billion-dollar corporations. If they violate agreements, they have lost some money. But Mara and Constellation have taught us they spent nearly $200,000 just 3 months ago to defeat an incorporation effort. That alone tells you how insignificant abatements are compared to their profits. By sidestepping regulations, they're more than, they make more than will be offset by tax incentives. And when challenged, they're going to bring in legal teams to tie counties up in litigation until they get what they want. I've heard you talk about concerns about lawsuits. I'm going to encourage you not to be concerned. I'm going to encourage you to be brave and stand firm for the people of this county, not people that live in Florida. Through subsection K, Hood County has the legal authority to zone, not parts of the county, but the entire county, and we all know it. You have the authority to stop the data centers from coming in. You have the ability to stop sailfish from coming in. You have that ability, and we are asking you to use your ability to stop this data center as well as the others. I am very concerned that 10 is before you even talk about 12 and 14, which would be the moratorium. Why on earth would you be voting on this now? Why not table this until after you talk through the proposed moratorium? I'm asking you to table that until and include them in the moratorium. They don't need to have special treatment. There are other data centers that hopefully will fall under that moratorium. This one needs to go to. And I know that there's some of you up here that like sailfish. I have no idea why, but you do. And I think you favor them. And I hope that you have changed your mind after listening to the good people of Hood County. So I'm asking you, please, please do not consider whatever it is that they have sent you. I ask that you listen to us and that you say no to this data center coming into Hood County. We do not need them. We do not want them. We cannot afford them. Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Paulson.
What you're seeing today is repeated in commissioners' courts all across the state of Texas. No one knows where to go and know what to do right now because we do not have the rules and regulations to cover this right now. And we do know that. And we're kind of having to grasp at straws and look at legal ways of doing things. Now, I will comment on sailfish, and you guys already know how I feel, Spectrum and Fort Spunky Pacifico also. Those were just rudimental kids drawing websites to me. There just wasn't enough information on those to really vote on conditional approval. I know why y'all did it, but still, me as an individual, I still disapprove of that. I wish you would take that out as a conditional approval of this because it had no water, it had no power plants there, it had no electricity going to it. The drawing was just like a kid's drawing to me. Neither here nor there. What I want to ask you guys is, I have seen no one probably in the last 20 hours I've been here for the last few meetings, except maybe 2 people that said, these are great. Everybody else said, we don't want these things. We do not want these things. And the other things, you know, we had Ryan Hughes say, I'm going to sue you if you try to stop this. I will sue this county. And guess what? All but 2 of you paralyzed on that. You 2 didn't. Nanette, you didn't, and Dave didn't. Now, I'm going to say, this group wouldn't care if this group would probably cheer you on if you got in a lawsuit and said, go ahead. Go ahead. Somebody has to start. Somebody has to pioneer in this. I don't know where it's going to start in Texas. I really don't. But see, I'm one of those fearless people. I invent things, I make things, I do things, I make things happen. I'm one of those people. I am fearless. And I want you guys to be fearless. That's what these guys demand of you. And they don't mind spending taxpayer dollars to get in a lawsuit. I'm telling you, if this was in your backyard, any of you guys, if one of these was coming on your fence line, or you're going to have to, well, it doesn't matter. You're going to be in the same water conditions, the same air condition, the air quality conditions and everything else as these people. Just go for it. The worst thing that could happen is we lose a lawsuit and we start over again. Go for the moratorium. And as far as I'm concerned, these big corporations like Amazon and whoever else that comes in, they got buku dollars. They don't need an abatement on anything. And I'm going to say they'll offer you money up front on stuff, but you know, the lifespan of these units is extremely short. 5 years maybe on one of these data centers before they're outdated, maybe sooner than that. Power plants, these combustion turbines are disposable units. They're instant on, instant off units. They're not designed to last. They're designed to run 10, 15 years, turn the key up, key off, and bury them. So if you think these are going to be around 20 years other than an eyesore, it's not going to be there. So no abatements. And who knows how to spend the money the best? You guys do. Take those tax dollars and run. And if it makes them not come here, all the better. Thank you, guys.
The next speaker is Adam Friedman.
And she wasn't here to hear.
What?
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. It's good to be back in Hood County under more stress-free and non-adversarial circumstances for my 3rd time now. But this is serious, and on item 15, you're going to start to consider the moratorium. And I just want to make very clear that the decision that you make on item 10 is very much related and will impact the decision on the moratorium in terms of its application. Now, the adoption of the moratorium is on very defensible authority. I mean, we've talked ad nauseum about Chapter 231, and that the authority to issue a moratorium is based on your express authority and the implied authority to enforce that express authority, which is regulating these types of facilities for all of the reasons that Chapter 231 sets out. Do not be discouraged by this Attorney General's opinion out of Franklin County about solar facilities. I promise you, Franklin County wishes they had the authority under Chapter 231 that Hood County has. That moratorium, which was determined by the Attorney General at the time to not be appropriate, which is not binding, it was just their opinion, was based on two very different statutes, the Texas Transportation Code and something out of the Health and Safety Code. Has absolutely nothing to do with Hood County's authority under Chapter 231. It's very important. I can't impress upon you all enough. I mean, I cannot show you a document that is a get out of jail free card that is an absolute defense in court. But what I can tell you is that Chapter 231 allows 5 or so counties, Hood County, Zapata County for Falcon Lake, Valverde County for Amistad Lake, Padre Island and Cameron County for that area. And that's about it. Special, unique regulatory authority that the representatives of this area and those areas identified because of the water features in that area. Franklin County did not have that. And we don't have a case or an absolute statute that says, sure, pass a moratorium, that's okay. But you have your prior commissioners court from 2000 who understood this authority and did that. They adopted a moratorium. They stopped development on a certain type of problematic communities that the county wasn't ready for. Now, that wasn't challenged. We don't have a court opinion that upholds that, but that was a commissioner's court that understood the special authority, which is also the same authority of how you even have these rules on the books to begin with for decades. And if you believe Sailfish, you ought to just rip all that up. And they try to twist some of the prior opinions of Mr. Mills that that's what it supports, and it doesn't. There's one argument that says you got to rip it all up, and there's one argument that says you can do a lot and just about everything. I promise you it's somewhere in the middle there. Now, that's on the moratorium. The harder, trickier question for you all is whether you can apply that moratorium to the 3 facilities that have already submitted a concept plan. Now, the entire purpose of that moratorium is to engage professionals, legal and environmental engineers, to help adopt enforceable regulations that will protect this county from these types of facilities. Not applying that moratorium to the 3 massive facilities that have already indicated they're coming completely undermines almost the entire purpose of that moratorium. So that's a trickier question for you. Folks have talked about the defense of doing so. I cannot tell you with 100% certainty that it is defensible, but I can promise you it is a little bit cleaner if you disapprove or deny of the concept plan, which would mean there are no applications pending, there are no vested rights. There's even a question of whether a concept plan triggers a vested right at all. It's not even required by the development rules. Now, again, this is all nuance and this will play out, but it is false to suggest that the county is absolutely vulnerable to adopt the moratorium and to apply it to the existing facilities. So with that, you're going to have to make your own decision, but the recommendation of the landowners, I think it's clear from the community, it is to deny the concept plan for Sailfish, which is undisputedly far more deficient than the other 2 facilities. And then if you can't deny that, if that's just not what your lawyers are counseling to do, or it's not what your preference is, you've got to stand strong on those conditions of the conditional approval. And do not let Sailfish proceed with the site development plan until it meets all of those requirements. That is the only way to protect the county from that development, because it won't be subject to the new rules that you guys are about to launch on and change. So it just makes it that much more critical. If you're not going to deny the application for the concept plan, you got to hold them to those conditional improvements. With that, I thank you on behalf of everybody. Here for any questions. Thank you.
The last speaker is Chip Jocelyn.
Judge, commissioners, thanks again for the opportunity. You folks are my peers. Many of you are my friends, my neighbors. We were delegates down at the Republican State Convention, and I think you know where my heart is. I actually agree with Dr. Wolf that I think the best idea right now is to table this until after the moratorium. But if you choose not to, I just wanted to address a few things that have come up today in this meeting and a few others. Firstly, as your neighbor, we have to deal with the drainage. You guys know that Somerville County is downhill. So all three parts of the drainage that come from this facility all come to Somerville County. So what does that mean to me as a resident and other citizens? What's in the water? You know, we don't know. Are there heavy metals? We don't know. Nobody knows. But what we do know is it goes into Prairie Creek, some of it, and most all of it will feed into the Paluxy River, which goes directly into our county's main water source, which is Wheeler Branch. So we do know that 100%. So some of the other things I heard talked about is water. And, you know, I feel your pain on what you guys are going through right now, because as a court, we're going through it too, every day. Many of you probably know we have a vote on Thursday with, I think it was Spectrum here, AKA Amazon, AWS, AKA Project Dynamic. You know, the names just keep changing. But do you know why we're voting on them Thursday? It's because you guys said no to them. So they came to us. So if we say no to them, where do they go? You know, I don't know how the court's going to vote. I hope our court makes the right decision as well. As far as land rights go, I keep hearing, you know, Texas is a land rights state. We can't enforce land rights at the cost of all of our neighbors. And you know, we share an invisible boundary with this particular facility, and many of the folks are here today, and it's going to totally ruin their estates. It'll ruin them financially. I know I've talked to some of these guys personally, and everything they had they put into this land. So it'll ruin everything they've built financially, and you know, we can't sit back and let that happen. I'm personally anti-abatement. I've heard that here a few times today. You know, I don't think Amazon needs our few $1 million to survive. I think they'll be fine. I think one of the best ways to stay out of lawsuits is don't partner with these people to begin with. So, if we do, what's going to happen then? If we do partner with them and it goes south, I know there's limits of liability, but are we going to outspend Amazon? Are we going to outspend these guys? I mean, you know, they literally could destroy us financially if they chose. You know, I don't know. I'm hoping they don't. I don't know. So again, I have way more questions still than answers. Like I said before, I don't sign NDAs, never will, and I will. I will honor what does and doesn't happen in executive session, like we all should. But I can't tell you how many times I've asked for actual hard facts and data, and I'm told, oh, that's the nerds have that information, literally. That was the response. I'm like, well, then you stay home and send the nerds, because, you know, I need this information because I have to share this with people that I'm confronted with day in and day out. But in short, you know, I think the only kind of AI that we all need around here is actual intelligence. So, thank you.
Does any commissioner wish to make a motion?
Oh, that was a good one. Thanks.
I'll tell you this, folks. I am absolutely in agony on this deal. I 100% am.
Let's have some proper respect and decorum. This is a court of law now. Really. Let's show proper respect, please.
I put my hand on a Bible, and I swore to uphold the law of this state, the Constitution of this state, the laws of the Constitution of the United States of America. Everybody knows that Texas is very friendly to a lack of regulation. That's why these companies are coming here. That's why these companies are choosing these areas around us. The reason that Hood County is in the crosshairs of these companies are our proximity to the Metroplex, the gas pipelines that we have underneath, the transmission lines that we have, the possibility of producing their own power. I have gone to countless meetings. I have listened to people. I have sought a way in the law that I felt like we could stand up and stop these. I have 100% done my due diligence on this. I promise you. But at the end of the day, I think that Texas law is pretty clear on counties' abilities to do this. 231K gives us 8 specific powers. And a lot of attorney general opinions out there say the legislature knows how to delegate powers, and they will be specific and state those powers specifically if they intend to give them to the counties. They have given us 8 powers in 231, and you say 9? Well, counting what? Well, and I'm not arguing that at all. We do have the ability to create districts. We have not maximized that opportunity. I'll say that. I will 100%, and anything that we can do moving forward to get anything that we can in place, I'm 100% on board. I have done my dead level best to do this. And looking through attorney general opinions, looking through other court cases, talking to our lawyers, we really have no choice here. Texas law, please, anybody tell me what law we can use to do this. I promise you I've tried. I have spent hours and hours doing this. So, can we table this till the end of the meeting so that we can talk about the moratorium? I don't know.
I'll make a motion to table item 10.
Well, I need to, are you through for a minute? So I was saving, excuse me, I was saving this for the moratorium, but I'm going to go ahead and put it in here now because I think I need to. And this is going to be, I hope I don't bore you, but it's going to be a little treatise on the law. So let's talk about county. Article 9, Section 1, Texas Constitution, creation of counties. Legislature shall have the power to create counties for the convenience of the people. And that was way back there in 1876. Counties are political, and this comes, by the way, from a paper, a white paper entitled The Constitutional Basis of County Government. And it's put out there by General Counsel for the Texas Association of Counties, who has been cited by our county judge many times, Jim Allison. And in this paper, he goes through some of the parameters of what a county commissioner's court does and what the county is for. Counties are political subdivisions of the state, are created by the legislature under the Constitution, and as such, have only those powers which have been expressly granted by the Constitution, of the statutes, and those reasonably implied therefrom. Now, there is the catch word right there, reasonably implied therefrom. This is a quote from this paper to Jim Allison. If our counties were exclusively dependent upon express statutory authority before they could act, it would be difficult for counties to be functional in the modern world. You agree with that, Commissioner Andrews? Our appellate courts have held that in the exercise of its powers, a commissioner's court has implied authority to exercise broad discretion to accomplish intended purposes. And they cite a case, Cosby versus Commissioners of Randall County, Amarillo, 1986, case regarding the demolition of an old courthouse. Now, what would that have to do with this? Commissioners Court wanted to demolish this old courthouse so they could build a new one. But there was some historical society type of people objecting to it that said you can't demolish this old courthouse because you don't have the express authority to do it. It went to appellate court. The appellate court said, yes, it did have the implied authority, even though it's not expressly written, because it advanced the general purposes of what the county needed to do to provide courthouses, jails, etc. And this court also inserted and asserted that there is a necessary inference. This is the key term, necessary inference, that the statutory authority would include tearing down that old courthouse. Now, as I stated, data centers are not in the category of tearing down an old courthouse, but we have Local Government Code 223.221, subsection K, that gives us special authority with arguably broad powers. If you look at the purpose of 231.221 under 231.221A, you will see that the legislative findings are as such. The legislature finds that 1, all of Hood County is in a watershed of Lake Granbury. 2, this area will be frequented by residents from all over the state. 3, orderly development of the area and the watershed is of concern to the entire state. And here's the punchline, number 4. Without adequate development regulations. I'm going to say that again. Without adequate development regulations, comma, the area and the watershed will be developed in ways that endanger and interfere with the proper use of the area as a place for recreation to the detriment of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Thank you very much. So I'm going to go back to the court case that I cited because this is going to be on the record, which is Cosby v. County Commissioners of Randall County, 712 Southwest 2nd, 246, Texas Appeal, Amarillo, 1986, writ refused NRE, which means the Supreme Court looked at it and said it's good. And I've already mentioned it. In this case, the court notes, and this is the important stuff that I'm relying on, it is well established that commissioners' courts, such as the appellee in this case, may exercise only such powers as the Constitution or the statutes have specifically conferred upon them. And I point out here, or the statutes have specifically conferred upon them. We have a statute that specifically conferred upon us under subsection K powers that nearly every county but 5, us and 4 others have, or doesn't have, all the other counties. So I'm going to continue with this case. The Amarillo case goes on to state the following. However, from that statement I just said, however, in the exercise of those powers conferred upon the court has implied authority to exercise a broad discretion to accomplish the purposes intended. And I repeat that, broad discretion. Now, 232.221 subsection B, subsection 1 states that the powers granted under this subchapter are for the purpose of promoting the public health, safety, peace, morals, and general welfare. So I'm tying that back together. But we got another statute that I mentioned last time. It's Texas Health and Safety Code, section 121.003, subsection A, states that the governing body of the Commissioners Court of the county may enforce any law that is reasonably necessary to protect the public health. So do we have a public health issue here? Yes. Now, I know y'all aren't an appellate court. I don't know what they're going to say about that, but I hear what y'all are saying. And I'm just getting to this is with regard to the moratorium and why I think we've got the legal authority to pass the moratorium. Which is not this agenda item that we're on at the moment, but this basically is germane to this agenda item. And I heard counsel, Mr. Friedman, talk about something that tweaked my interest about some retroactive, but I have to look at that in a minute. Let me finish with this argument here. Based on the above, especially 223.221A4, we have not had a chance to prepare adequate development regulations in this new environment of high technology industries that are wanting to come to Hood County and take up thousands of acres for their businesses. We have not had the time to put forth adequate regulations, which this statute calls for. Under these circumstances, I argue that we have the implied power to call for a moratorium to allow us time to put into place proper and adequate development regulations for such industries that were not contemplated even in 1999 when subsection K was put into effect. And you heard the Republican county chair talk about going down and getting a resolution this last weekend passed unanimously with the Republican Party of Texas, of which I'm a part. So going back to the argument that we don't have a choice, I would ask Commissioner Precinct 1 to rethink that before a decision gets made up here on item number 10.
Right before you spoke, I made a motion to table item 10.
I'll second that.
I motion to table item number 10, second by Commissioner Eagle.
All right, for clarification, when is it brought back up? Are we just moving this down to the agenda after the moratorium discussion?
after, what? After
After. No, it's-
17, we can move it all the way to the end. Till the end of
Wait a minute,
the,
is
no,
the motion to
after
move it to the
15.
end of the,
After 15.
okay,
that's what I'll second
after
that.
15. After 15, yes.
Okay, well, I'll still second that.
Aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Okay, the next item is item number 12, convening to executive session pursuant to Government Code 551.071 to discuss 231 Subchapter K and pending order for industrial development moratorium. So at this time, at 5 minutes to 2, we are convening into executive session. Well, I got to get out of here too. Well, shit. Let's go back. I don't feel good. We've been at this thing all day. We're convening back into Commissioners Court. No action was taken in executive session. It is now 3 o'clock. We have some speakers lined up to speak, and we're going to let you speak on people that have lined up to speak on 12, 13, and 14. We're going to all take you here. So it's going to be, I think it's 22 speakers here. So we've heard this all. If you could take it and keep it, it's supposed to be 3 minutes. If you run over, no more than 5, but we've heard it all here today, folks. So be cognizant. Anyway, the first speaker is Judy Hatch. Oh, excuse me. We have, our auditor has to go pick up her children, so we're going to do the financial first. Come on up, Ms. Matlock. Yes, what do you have? We got a big one, too.
Yes, and then there's also consent agenda. So I would like the court to consider certification of payment of invoices for the period of January 16, 2026 through January 29, 2026. Discuss vendor payments over $10,000 and take appropriate action. Expenditures for February 10th, 2026, Commissioners Court, $2,985,769.68. That includes, yes, ma'am.
Off of the last debt that
The tax note, yep. Yes, ma'am.
Recommend payment.
So,
Do I
yes.
hear a motion?
Yes, I move that we pay the invoices for the period of January 16, 2026 through January 29, 2026.
Second.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Wilson. We pay the bills in the amount of $2,985,769.68, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimous. What about the financial reports?
Okay, I would request the court consider financial reports received and reviewed by the Audit Department for the period of December 1st, 2025 through December 15, 2025, and take appropriate action.
You recommend we approve all of them?
Yes.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
that we receive the reports from the Audit Department for the period of December 1st, 2025 through December 15th, 2025.
Second.
Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson that we receive the financial reports and received by the audit report, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. And finally,
I would request the court consider bank reconciliations received and reviewed by the Audit Department for the period of December 1st, 2025 through December 15, 2025, and take appropriate action. The Auditor's Office has reviewed all and recommends the court accepts them.
thank you. Do you have a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the bank reconciliations received and reviewed by the Audit Department for a period of December 1, 2025 through December 15, 2025.
Second. Made by Commissioner Eagle to approve the bank reconciliations through December 15, 2025, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Matlock. Okay, now, at this time, we're going to go into a public hearing at 5 minutes after 3. And the first speaker is Judy Hatch.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Judy Hatch, and I live in Pecan Plantation. What I'm going to address today is you don't have enough water for all these data centers. I would like to see a comprehensive water study done on both freshwater and wastewater, because you're going to be surprised. There's not enough water here to do what you want to do. And I have lived through a drought where I got 50 gallons a day to use in my household. It's not fun. You don't want to do it. You take a shower, you fill up your 5-gallon bucket with warm water because we all have hot showers, and all of a sudden you have no water left for anything else. I don't want to live like that in Texas. One of the reasons why I moved here is it's beautiful, it's gorgeous, and it is pristine, and we need to keep it that way. Thank you.
The next speaker is Cheryl Shadden.
I'm Cheryl Shadden. Thank you for letting me speak. So I am for a moratorium. I'm for a 12-month moratorium. Why am I for a 12-month moratorium? So ask yourselves, has water been tested up above Lake Granbury? What's water quality? What's water quality here in Granbury? What's water quality south of us in Somervell County? Do we know? No, we don't. Texas Parks and Wildlife, what have they done? Have they done any studies prior to all of this, in the middle of all of this? Any future studies planned? The answer is no. Texas Parks and Wildlife has no studies done, going to be done, planning on being done. So then let's talk about another reason for a moratorium. So Wolf Hollow has 2 more concept plans for 2 more data centers going in. All right, we have a historical site, Nubbin Ridge Cemetery. We have people buried there from the 1870s. Nothing is supposed to disturb this cemetery within a half a mile surrounding that cemetery. So these new data centers for Wolf Hollow, that's going to be right near in that area within that half a mile. Are we looking at anything like that? Are we looking at the historical sites? So water quality, we haven't done that. Air quality, what have we done? We haven't done any of that. There are no fence line monitors. There is no monitoring in Hood County at all. We haven't done that. What impact studies have been done? Have any impact studies been done on the people in this area, on the environment in this area, and the housing issues and loss of property value? Yes, this is a property value state. My property value is pretty much in the tank right now. I couldn't sell my home if I wanted to. So has any of that been done? The answer is no. No impact studies have been done. So when you ask these data centers, where are your studies by independent third-party companies, where are they? Have they been produced? The answer is no, once again. So when you discuss a moratorium, these are the questions you should be asking, and amongst others as well, for this entire county. Protect Hood County. That's your job.
Next speaker is Shannon Wolf.
Thank you very much. I want to say that over the past 2 years, we have been battling a Bitcoin mine out in my precinct. I'm the precinct chair for 211, and I have met an extraordinary group of individuals who have been forced into an extraordinary fight against a data center and a rapid expansion of power plants. So Precinct 211 has become the epicenter for industrialization in Hood County. For 2 years, we have seen the impact of industrialization, and we have been screaming from the rooftops. The people behind me, some of them have been in this fight, others are new, and we welcome them here. Within a 4.5 mile radius, we already have a data center, 3 power plants, with the 4th one has already broken ground, and the largest, best storage warehouse in the state of Texas, all within 4 miles. There's another one that is well underway, and this is not by coincidence. This is concentration, and let me be clear of the cost. The people who live near these facilities are sick. When you are thinking about other data centers coming in or other power plants coming in, look at 211. My people are sick. Their property values are declining, their quality of life has been significantly diminished, and they have lost peace and livability. Things no family should be expected to surrender. They attempted to negotiate in good faith with these companies and were refused. Instead, they were met with arrogance and dishonesty. And we have the documents to support that statement, by the way. And now on top of that, we're being asked to accept even more. Just last night, I learned something that makes this situation even more alarming. Precinct 211 now has 2 additional data centers planning on moving in, one to one side of Wolf Hollow and one to the other side of Wolf Hollow. And that doesn't even mention the one that's just down the road and across from Pecan Plantation, also in 211. So I learned about this last night. If allowed, this would bring the total number of data centers in this 4-mile radius to 4 data centers, 5 gas power plants, and one which is already agreed to exceed regulatory pollution standards with TCEQ, and 2 best storage warehouses. This is what you want Hood County to look like? Is this it? Because I'm telling you, it makes people sick. We don't know what the long-term ramifications are here. And we are asking for this moratorium so that we will know. I want to know about those bald eagles that live down on the river that I think that this new data center that's moving in is going to disrupt their nesting ground. Where is that yellow-cheek warbler that is an endangered species that we can't find it anymore? What about the bees in 211 that have all but left? This is going to be Hood County if you do not put a stop to this. So, in closing, I'm going to ask for this. This is my ask. I am formally asking this court to enact a 1-year moratorium on all data centers, power plants, BESS facilities, so Hood County can conduct a comprehensive, independent study on cumulative environmental, health, water, infrastructure, and property value impacts. This is not obstruction. This is due diligence. It is the duty of this court to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people you were elected to serve, especially when the harm is foreseeable. Look at 211. It's coming. This is what the entirety of Hood County is going to look like if you let these data centers come in. So let me be very clear. You are deciding how much harm the people of Hood County, and especially Precinct 211, are expected to absorb so that those who do not live here, like Florida, can profit. At some point, concentration becomes negligence. And if this continues unchecked, history will show that the warning was already given to you guys. You know, and you decided to inflict it upon us anyway. We are watching. We will not forget. You have the chance to be the heroes of Hood County. If you choose to not protect us, if you choose to sacrifice us, you will be the villains of Hood County. Thank you.
Jeffrey Stevens.
Thank you for your time. I will be short. You don't want to hear any more from us, and we wish we didn't have to be here. Thank you for the code that you read off. I'm sorry, Jeffrey Stevens, Meadowwood Road. Section 231, thank you for explaining that. That gives every right for those of you that don't like it. But I'm not going to sit here and talk about all the environmental and issues and health issues. We've already talked about that. But there's an issue. Let's stop and think for a minute. Why has the whole state of Georgia put a moratorium on it? Why did the city of Weatherford rule it out for the city limits of Weatherford? Why are the people in Abilene? I used to live there. I got a lot of friends there. They're miserable over this. Miserable. Why did all the Texas Republicans vote 61-0? Can we ask ourselves that? Nobody has a good answer for it. If you're looking at dollar signs, let's look at this. Are you ready for the very long lines at the tax assessor's office of people negotiating their property taxes because their property values have decreased? I understand there's some of them been reduced up because of the Bitcoin, 75% reduction in value. I'm here to tell you, you can spit on me, you can kick me individually, I don't care. But you're affecting our neighborhood and actually the whole county, in some places, millions of dollars of value. And that is affecting my family. And I think the people behind us, behind me, you probably could have filled up the football stadium today had people not had to work and take care of their kids. I don't know that you really grasped that. I've talked to people on the street and restaurants for the last 2 or 3 weeks, and anybody comes within 3 feet of me. And I ask them their opinion of this, and it's been 100% what you're hearing today from us. And I haven't seen any of those people here today, so I just know, and I think that there's some people here with dollar signs in their mind of what's going to come from these businesses to the city or to the schools or whatever. And I don't think you're thinking of the loss of property value well enough. You're going to lose money in the other direction. And if you're worried about a lawsuit from the developers, I'd be real worried about the ones behind me. And to quote a Japanese admiral after bombing of Pearl Harbor, you've awakened a giant.
The next speaker is Bonnie Roby.
Bonnie what?
Lives on Colorado River Drive.
Thank you for allowing us to speak today. And I do live in Annette's precinct, and I appreciate all you've done for us.
Name again?
Bonnie Roby.
Thank you.
Now, this is something that I wasn't looking for. It just kind of started falling into my lap as I was actually looking for something else. So it is something that I've never heard anybody speak about yet in all this data stuff in the whole United States. So as Americans, we have been asked and forced to sacrifice our lands, our livelihoods, and our very health to be patriots in the cause to win the AI race against China. It got me curious to find out what's the difference between us and China in how many data centers and stuff we have. So I did look up that. In the US at the end of 2025, we have 5,427 data centers just in America alone. In China, that takes in 45% of all the data capacity and transmission for the entire world. In China, they have between 364 and 449 data centers in that entire ginormous country. And I'm going, why? If we're supposed to be fighting with them to get to supremacy and all this stuff, why? So that's when I started going down a rabbit hole. And what I found was basically, when you really think about it, absolutely terrifying. While the United States is destroying our resources and building these massive data centers right and left and destroying everything, China has been quietly, behind the scenes, buying and coming up with 70% of all the rare earth minerals in the world. What is the significance of that? Well, they also control 90% of all the distribution and mining of these minerals. That leaves 30% of these rare minerals for the rest of the world. What's the significance of that? You cannot build one single data chip. You cannot build one single electronic without those rare minerals. Also, because of the data centers, our silver and our gold, our copper are being depleted at exponential. And Elon Musk quoted that silver is irreplaceable in the technology world. And silver is now being depleted so fast that it's becoming almost rare. One of the reasons it's rare is because they have to mine zinc, and zinc costs too much to mine right now, and they close down mines. So we have the silver supply is almost gone. So without silver, you cannot make one single data chip. Without the copper that is also being depleted, you cannot transmit energy. So these data centers that are coming in, they're building them like crazy, but China holds the cards. They have put a noose around the neck of every industry, every single data plant, every single business, every single person that uses, even up to our grandchildren, that use a simple little car that has a chip in it. They have put a noose around us. They have checkmated us. And they are now starting to restrict how much of this rare minerals that they are allowing to go out. They are tightening the noose on every single one of us as we sit here and allow those data centers to come in, destroy our lives. And guess what? They need so many chips just to run one little data center, and they only last 12 to 24 months. They need millions and millions of chips just to run one data center. What is happening now? If China cuts it off, will these data centers have chips? You have Apple and you have the car manufacturers and other industries right now are crying. They cannot get chips. Data centers are sucking them up. You have major manufacturers that are cutting off for the consumer and building these. So at this point, they'll be able to build these monstrosities, but they will not be able to maintain them. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rita Beving.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rita Beving with Public Citizen. Today I encourage the County Commissioners to pass a moratorium or a pause on these data centers. As not unlike other counties and cities are discovering, there is a cautionary tale becoming quite evident with these projects, no matter how large or small. Just last month, Fermi America, one of the largest data centers proposed in the country, much less Texas, almost 6,000 acres, 11 gigawatt facility outside Amarillo, was hit with a class action lawsuit. An IPO was offered on the Fermi project last fall. This lawsuit stems from the unexpected financial withdrawal of Fermi's one and singular anchor tenant, which would have supported the initial construction of the project. The withdrawal of that $150 million customer agreement triggered a one-day stock drop of almost 34%. The market reaction was swift and severe. Fermi has been accused of deceptive communication practices in its initial public offering. Plaintiffs contend that the company, one, overstated and inflated the genuine leasing demand for the facility. Two, that the risks of financing the project were misrepresented and other risks were omitted. Three, lastly, a critical accusation is the management failed to disclose the project's heavy reliance on a singular $150 million commitment from one client. Just a few days ago, Fermi let go a lot of its construction crew. Let's go to November of 2025. The Rellis Data Center in Bryan, Texas, filed for Chapter 11, just 1 year into construction. Its departure left the developer with insufficient funding to meet its obligations to the bank, to Texas A&M, and various contractors. Let's get a little closer to home. February 2023, Hilco Real Estate announced that a 49,000 square foot data center was up for sale near Fort Worth after its tenant went bankrupt only 5 years after initially remodeling a facility. All of this is to say that a moratorium is prudent. A lot of these data centers are delivering or are giving you promises, but will they fulfill them? Again, I mentioned this earlier. If you do a moratorium, one thing the county should consider is a surety bond if these entities should go into bankruptcy, a transportation bond to protect your county roads. And lastly, carefully scrutinize the financial viability of these projects before a county commits to any incentives or tax breaks. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sandra Boulash.
Well, you did that very well. Thank you. Well, I wanted to come here today. I represent and I'm advocating for my water well. Let me tell you about my water well. When we put it in, we had our water analyzed. If you just take it out of the ground without filtration, it smells sulfurous and irony. It's also on the upper scale of hardness, and this is in the area right around Chalk Mountain. Now, my concern is that we start having a big drainage of water out of the aquifer. My water well is going to get more irony, more sulfury, and it's going to get harder because the aquifer is not being recharged. So I have 2 cylinders on the well, one to remove the sediment, the iron, and the sulfur, another to take care of the hardness. If our wells get more and more depleted, other people may start having the same quality issues that we do with our well. I also want to say, since I live on the south end of Farm to Market 51, whenever I come to Granbury, I'm inspired and awed by the beauty of the valley itself. I really hate to see that wiped away. For all these developers who say, I have a concept of a plan. You know, I remember a candidate saying that this last election cycle with regards to health care. I have a concept of a plan. We don't know what their plans are. We have a lot of facts, and there's been a lot of great research here that I'm not going to repeat, but we need more facts regarding how these data centers are going to impact our water availability, our wildlife, traffic patterns, and emergency response capabilities. You know, you think about it, if you have a fire, where will dispersion pattern go to? Is it going to go into Granbury itself? You have to consider your local planning committees for things like that. So please give yourself the benefit of a moratorium, because today you passed a 391 regional commission. Give yourself the time to enact and work in that commission with the moratorium. You know, investors of data centers right now, they have one goal, build one and get rich. If they can get one, like Selfish, the guy never has to work again. He's made it. But it's going to be at our expense. He's set for life. Do you think he's going to retire to Granbury, Texas? I don't think so. They're going to live in a glamorous location where water is plentiful and the air is clean. We won't have that. Today, and I've gone to all these meetings so far. This is the first time I've spoken, but I've only heard 2 people, and all the people who have spoken, that were positive toward data centers. And all those people, it kind of it arrives at a perception that either you're with us or you're with the data centers. And I don't think you want that. I think you care about the county. So please remember you represent us and give yourself the benefit of time with the moratorium. Thank you.
John Highsmith. Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Highsmith, and first I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you prior to voting on the moratorium. And I'd like to offer suggestions about the proposed order approving amendments to the Hood County Development Permit Regulations. So some of these are really nuts and bolts types things, and at the end we'll get into a little more substantive issues. Under Section 2, page 4, I believe the final 2 sentences are not necessary. The first one says, "It is not the intent of this order to deny development rights protected by federal or state law." Well, legally, you can't do that. So it really doesn't need to be stated. Second one is, it is the intent of the county to enact revised regulations in an expeditious manner. And I was always taught, never put an undefined nebulous sentence into a document. And the word expeditious could, I believe, be used against the county. It does us no good to put it in there. Under Section 4, on page 4, it says the county will promptly engage environmental and planning consultants, and it goes on from there. Again, the word promptly is undefined, nebulous, and I suggest removing the word promptly. Under Section 5, on page 4, it says the county will undertake a temporary moratorium. It goes on from there. But the definition of moratorium is a temporary prohibition of an activity. So you really don't need to say temporary moratorium. You should just say moratorium. 6 months is not enough time. The biggest buildings in Hood County are the high school, the hospital, and the courthouse. There has been nothing remotely like the massive projects the county is now facing. The county has absolutely no experience with these types of projects, just like any other county in Texas. It is a huge undertaking, and we have to get it right. The new information continues to come in constantly. I mean, today we just learned 2 more data centers are coming in or want to come in. So I suggest a minimum of 1 year, and I don't understand why anyone would think 6 months is enough time. It's just simply not enough time. And now the amendments. Article 10, Section 10.1, subparagraph C. It says a complete application for concept plan, site development plan, or permit that is delivered to the county on or before the approval of the order authorizes this temporary moratorium is not subject to the temporary moratorium. Well, what does complete mean? And why would you say delivered? This appears to be carte blanche to the newbies I described earlier this morning. By this verbiage, it could be complete gobbledygook, just as long as they turn it in, I guess. And delivered where? Normally you would put who it gets delivered to, an address, that sort of thing. Section 10.2, subparagraph A. This now talks about accepted plans. And what about conditional acceptance? Does delivery or acceptance have precedence? Because really, two different sections one has precedence, has acceptance, and the other has delivery. 10.4, appeal. And I'm finishing with this. It seems to me any delay can be argued to deprive an applicant of economically viable use of land. So, and that's what you've got stated. So you might as well just say that they get a special exemption if they ask. And I think that's wrong, and I think that's dangerous. My suggestion is really, ideally, remove the section regarding appeal. So all these things need to be carefully reevaluated and redone. Thank you.
The next speaker is Cindy Highsmith. She's gone. The next speaker is Donna Kelleher.
So I'm going to talk about 231K again. And Ms. Leftwich, would it be possible to put 231K up, please? So I really appreciated what you had to say, Commissioner Eagle, because the state of Texas gave this to Hood County as something that we're supposed to comply with. So now we've gone through paragraph 4. So if you'll continue scrolling up until you get to the part where it says compliance with county plan and districts. All right, so the reason I want to talk about this is to discuss the how. How do we handle 231K? The state told us to do it, and now they've told us how. So development regulations must be adopted in accordance with a county plan for growth and development of the county. Do we have a county plan? Yes, we have a county plan. It's called the strategic plan. And coordinated with the comprehensive plans of municipalities located in the county. Do we have that? Master thoroughfare plan. Yes, we have that. So now districts. The Commissioners Court may divide the unincorporated area of the county into districts of a number, shape, and size that the court considers best for carrying out the subtractor. Do we have districts? Yes, we have 3 districts. Water quality district, road districts, rural districts. How does one find those? Development regulations may vary from district to district. So there's a definition of districts that's contained in the strategic plan, but how does one find these districts? Okay, you get them from the district development map. So do we have the district development map, Ms. Leftwich? Let's look at that, because even the developers who submitted their plans knew that there was a district development map, because on the cover sheet on page 1 of each one of the submittals, they stated to you rural district, water quality district, road corridor district. So here it is. So let's look at that for just a second. And the only error I find on here pertaining to the submittals that have been made has to do with Comanche Circle, because Prairie Creek, which is a tributary to the Paluxy, which flows into the Brazos River, should be in a water quality district. However, if you look down there where that triangle is at the bottom, yeah, right there, okay. So you see a road corridor district and you see rural. We see water quality in the blue there with the Paluxy River, but Prairie Creek is not shown on that map. However, it should be because it goes right down into the Paluxy, which, as you know, is the drinking water for Glen Rose. So that's the only thing that I really found that was an error. So if I'm a developer and I'm coming to Hood County and I want to know whether or not the county is going to be open and amenable to my presence, I have to learn the rules. Well, that's one of them. So the 9 things that we were talking about earlier, it's 8 that are listed, and then the 9th that Mr. Long mentioned, okay? Those are the whys and wherefores that are now in the development code. So yes, we have a way to enforce 231K. So I think you're following me on this. The zoning is the districts. The rules are per district. So not to get on your nerves or anything, I want to just talk about the definition of the districts that are included in the strategic plan for the county. If you have that, that would be good. Water quality district is a district to be established along lakes, rivers, and tributaries whose primary function is to protect water quality. Now, when you went back to the map on water quality, you have 2 types. You have the tributaries, which it's a ½ mile from those, and you have the Brazos River, which is 1 mile from those. Now, road corridor district, a district that extends along major thoroughfares identified in the strategic plan, whose primary purpose is to accommodate the majority of the county's projected urban and suburban development. All right, and the rural land use district, a district encompassing existing rural areas, the purpose of which is to maintain the rural character of the county. Now, I'm just going to go a step further with this.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Okay.
Thank you. The next speaker, Rachel Jacobson.
Thank you for having me. I actually was not planning to be here, but then I found out that I have 2 more data centers that are within 4 miles of my house. So my homeschool self, I homeschool 4 kids, so we put everything aside so that I could show my kids that I'm going to come up here and stand up for something that I believe in. It is very concerning to me how fast these are coming and how little information that we have. For me and my family, we came here to be able to give our kids a life and a future that we got to have. And it's changing rapidly. Some of the concerns that I have have come up recently. I'm just curious, Mr. Wilson and anybody else up here, can you tell us if you recently took any out-of-state trips? Maybe with any of the crypto mines, with any of the crypto mine companies? Nobody went to Georgia, North Carolina, Arkansas? Mr. Wilson? Okay. It's my understanding that he spoke on it at the last meeting, and I would like to have a little bit more information, because if he did go and see, or anybody else did go and see crypto mines, and they were given a trip, and I'd like to just know, what information did you find? I mean, if my understanding from what was said is that it was very quiet. It was very quiet, it was peaceful. And if you did go on that trip and see, I would just love to have some of that information, because that's just not what anybody else is saying. And for me, I love transparency, I love honesty, and I appreciated your stance and your take, Dave, whenever you decided to just jump in and give all of that information. It was really helpful. And I've been paying close attention to you, Kevin, because I know that you are a bit of a swing vote. And for me, it looks like you really are. I do see that you really are struggling with this and that you have softened. And when there are some people that are speaking, you really softened. However, when Dave was giving out some details that I felt like was a solid foundation on a reason that you could stand behind us and do what all of the people within this county want you to do for us, you hardened. And that concerns me. And I'm not accusing you of anything. But what I do is I say, why? Why are you hardening when we're giving information on how you can protect us, even if it's for a year to do a moratorium? Why? I hope that there's nothing nefarious. I have no idea. I know that they're taking other county commissioners and other city council members on trips, whining and dining them. I'm not claiming that that is what happened, although it does sound like that's potentially what had happened. I know that's all public information. All I'm asking is for transparency, and I'm telling you that we have your back. This is your county as much as it's ours. We have your back, but we want you to have ours. Please do what is in our best interest. Think about your kids, think about my kids and their futures. This is scary. This is territory that we do not know. We have a chance to stand up here and make a change and to be the forefront of saying, wait a second, what is happening here? While it also at the state level, because this also has to go to the state level to be fought, we have a chance here. We are one of 5 counties that can do this. We have a chance to put everything on pause, collect more information, and see what the state has to say, because there are some dangers out there, and there's a reason why everybody is really worried about what's going on. Thank you for your time, and I'm going to end with a little bit of scripture. Proverbs 16:16-17 says, how much better to get wisdom than gold, and to get understanding is to be chosen rather than silver. I think that's really important, that we need to realize why we're really here. And it's not about money, but it's about the quality of life and the stewards that we can be for this land. Thank you.
Pam? I do want to respond. I did not go out of state, but I did go to a data center over in Irving, and it's Edged Dallas, I believe is the name of it.
I'm familiar with that trip that you took.
Yeah, okay. I did want to be clear. I'm not,
Thank you for.
Nobody paid for it and I bought my own lunch. I will.
That's fine. Thank
right.
you for the clarification. It was something that came up at the last meeting, and I like transparency, and I think there's a lacking of that sometimes. And so I'm a very direct person. It sometimes comes across as
Thank you.
very hard, but
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask that directly.
The next speaker is Tracy Dashnall.
My name is Tracy Dashnell. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm a resident of the city of Granbury, and we live on Doyle Springs Road, which there's an actual spring that's underground water, starts quite a ways from us. And Saturday, they bored through the aquifer, and all the bentonite has been pouring into the Lake Granbury. We've had several people out since then, and what's happened now is they have sent experts out to see what's going on. They're trying to test the water. Is it the TC or EQ? They were out where the springs go into Lake Granbury. There's dead fish, not like the little ones for the water turnover, but they're bigger fish. It's bentonite, what they drill for these pipelines that are going in, the larger ones to accommodate the data centers. So as of right now, Atmos Energy has sent several people to huge semi-pump trucks. I think all the different departments in Granbury, along with the BRA, have all been out there, and I'm not really sure what they're going to choose to do, but how I look at it at this point, there has to be a pause. We need to locate all the springs underground. Some of those springs are people's wells. I'm watching it just pour into the lake, and it looks like a chocolate milkshake. And nobody does anything about it. It doesn't appear that the plan, that the contractors for Atmos have like a correct plan for the environment here, especially underground where they're boring. I'd just like to see everybody pause. Let's get the right tests done to protect our environment, to protect our water is our number one thing. And I hope that everybody here wants to take a look at any of the video that we have and everything from all this that's happened since Saturday and is continuing today. Today we're at the point of where it's approximately 98% cleaned up. They've quit drilling. They've sent out an expert that deals with springs and caves. He's trying to figure out what's going on. They're trying to figure out if it's even, the whole spring is savable because their Atmos is worried that the whole thing might cave in because of the boring. What I got text today while I've been sitting here was that they are going to hopefully send someone out to take cameras that'll go all the way up the spring there. But those are pretty large springs that put a lot of water out every day into our lake, and we sure do want it clean. So I just wanted to bring that up to everybody so we all know what's going on with just the preliminary parts of getting ready to put these big centers in, which is involving a huge gas line. And I believe that's part of the.
You said they were boring. Who is they?
Watkins Company, and they were hired by Atmos Energy. And the product in the water is bentonite. Several, I think the BRA and the TCEQ have taken test samples. We've also collected them in our neighborhood. And hopefully they'll test them, and hopefully they don't. Some bentonite can contain lead, mercury, arsenic, and lots of heavy metals, so it's really important that we get a handle on it pretty quick. Especially, I was a little concerned last night when TCEQ, she came along with the BRA, and I walked down our little hill where the spring's coming out, and she was just shaking her head, just watching this stuff pouring into our lake, and then the dead fish just floating right there. So we need to slow down, back up, and make sure we're doing everything we can to protect this wonderful place that we live in. Thank you.
The next speaker is Steve Kirk.
Afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Steve Kirk, 7814 Biloxi Highway. This won't stay up. There we go. First thing I'd like to talk about is a bit of information. Anybody in the room heard about the 900 acres sold to Green Mountain Energy in Somerville County? Right across the border on 56, it straddles it. With the proposed power data centers, you can draw a line from Sailfish all the way to Fort Spunky. It's one big wide swath of technology. I'm sorry, Black Mountain. I heard Green Mountain. Thank you, sir. The other thing I had is a conversation the other day with a retired engineer from the power plant. He unequivocally said there is not enough power to provide these data centers. So these backup generators that you hear in their plans are going to run 24/7 with pollution and noise. So please take that into consideration. Next I have is this water example, and I'll tell that with a story first. When I was in the Navy, I'm a retired Navy pilot, we always knew that the best facilities were at the Air Force bases. Why is that? The old adage was, when they got the budget for a new air base, they built the golf course first. They built the gym first. They built all that stuff, and then ran out of money halfway down the runway. And then they would say, we need more money, because we're not an operational base. This is what I fear with Sailfish. They're asking you to believe that they're going to drill all these wells and have the water. Who in this room believes they're going to get enough water out of those wells without hurricaning your wells to run that? No one. If you approve their plan based on that water source and let them start building, they're going to do the same thing as the Air Force Base. They're going to complete their facility and then say, you know what? Can't run it. don't have enough water. They went first to Somerville County, they were denied. Then they went to Squaw Creek Reservoir, they were denied because of safety levels for the reactor. And then they came back with this well thing, and I bet you in their boardroom they said, we'll just say that, get approved, we'll solve it later. Because these data centers are, whether you like it or not, are going to become part of the national defense system, federalized, which means anything goes. Once they're built, once they are somewhat functional and they don't have the water, guess what? A pipe's going over to Squaw Creek Reservoir or Lake Granbury. It's going to happen if you let that go. You could just DR that ahead. Dead reckoning for pilots. That's what I'm afraid of. We're not looking at the macro picture of what's going to happen down the road when every single one of these data centers runs out of water. It's they're all next to rivers. They're all near reservoirs. They're all near Lake Granbury. That's what they're looking at. And if the federal government says it's national defense, that's where they're going. So you have to stop them, make them sign a piece of paper saying the only water they will ever have is the ones they can get off their property. They probably won't even do the project. The last thing I have to say for Commissioner Andrews, I know you're wrestling with this, but I will tell you the greatest words I ever heard from a politician. They called for a roll call vote, and they said before their vote, I personally am not for this, but my constituents are, and therefore I vote for a moratorium. All right? That's all I have.
We're now into item 13, and the first speaker is Matt Long.
Did I hear we were combining items or no?
Yes.
We are, okay. But we're not combining with 15 yet. Is that correct?
No. You're on 13.
13.
Did you sign up for both?
I did sign up for 15. I pulled a Chris Paulson today. Signed up for all of them.
Well,
Are we in the
Are
public?
we talking about 15 yet or no?
talking about 13 is what I'm on now.
But we're in the public hearing.
Public hearing.
Okay.
We're all in a public hearing.
Okay. Then my only comment on 13 is the way everything is written currently with the regulation adjustments and the moratorium in there is that it's 6 months and that it requires a minimum 30-day notice for you guys to take a look at it, which means it's only like 5 months of actual working time. And Clint earlier had said he thought maybe 6 months was a minimum amount of time for that. So other than agreeing with some of the things that John Highsmith brought up, I would request that it didn't seem clear to me in there that there was a definite ability to extend if necessary. I feel like I remember reading over a small little nugget of information saying that it could be extended, but possibly an extension clause would be necessary on that moratorium language, or make it a minimum of 12 months. So that's it.
The next speaker is Scott Clayton.
Good afternoon, honorable commissioners, fellow Hood County residents. I'm Scott Clayton, a proud Texan, here to fight for our future. Don't kill the boom in projects like Comanche Circle and Fort Spunky. This tidal wave of growth is what Hood County needs. I'll hit you with the hard facts proving why a moratorium is economic suicide. Hood County is exploding. Population jumped from 61,594 in 2020 to 69,126 by 2024, a 12.2% rocket ride, smashing national averages with 4 to 5% annual gains through the pandemic. Families flock here for our quality of life, but moratoriums scream unstable. scaring off investors when Texas owns the AI surge. These aren't cookie cutter builds. Comanche Circle by Sailfish and Fort Spunky by Pacifico are juggernauts spanning across 3,000 plus acres. They'll slam in 620 to 670 high-paying jobs in tech, ops, and maintenance, plus thousands in construction. Ripple effects, local suppliers explode in cooling, electrical, security, and IT, pumping cash into restaurants, shops, and schools. Statewide data centers drive 485,000 jobs, up 38% from 2018 to 2024, and $35 billion in labor income. In 2024, they injected $3.2 billion in taxes, fueling roads, schools, services without hiking yours. By 2030, $3.8 billion statewide, $4.9 billion local. Pure gold for Hood. These are rural wins lighting up Texas. Odessa's hyperscale center cranks millions in taxes, ditching oil change for jobs. Abilene's Landchem Clean Campus, 1.2 gigawatts in 2026, delivers 100 plus elite job salaries between 68 to 23K via clean incentive. Google's 600 million Midlothian Beast sparks hundreds of jobs in a $40 billion Texas spree. Meta's 800 million Temple site, 100 plus staff, 1,200 construction gigs, minimal water via closed loop tech. Microsoft San Antonio hubs, millions in infrastructure, noise crushed by berms, renewables for green cred, blueprints for Hood, grid strong, off ERCOT, stormproof. Concerns, water fears, yes. These are compliant wells, efficient closed-loop cooling, detention ponds, shield aquifers, and rivers like the Biloxi and Brazos. Usage is way below hype. Noise and grid woes. Berms, barriers, on-site power, keep it under 80 decibels, delivering stability. Zone commercial, not residential. Enforce via reviews, not halts. Commissioners seize this. Break oil ag shackles. Unleash tech riches. Build a powerhouse Hood for our kids. Envision gleaming schools, fixed roads, thriving families, not job flight. Moratorium? That's waving the white flag, repelling billions. Comanche Circle and Fort Spunky, grab the reins, make Hood roar in the Lone Star spotlight. Thank you.
The next speaker is David Van Gorder.
Good afternoon. My name is David Van Gorder. I'm an environmental planner with ICF, representing the interests of the Rain Lily Solar and Battery Storage Project. I would like to highlight the efforts that the project team has taken over the past several years to address the potential environmental issues the proposed moratorium is seeking to prevent. The Rain Lily project is on a property that has been heavily used and altered over time. This land has served as a limestone pit, an area for oil and gas exploration and production, and even the site of an oil and gas processing facility. Every part of it has been significantly impacted. The open pit mining for sand, gravel, and limestone has stripped the land of its soils with portions of the site essentially bare rock. Land like this will never return to a pristine natural condition on its own, and it isn't suited for restoration into parkland or untouched habitat. But it can be repurposed in a way that is productive, responsible, and environmentally beneficial. The project allows us to stabilize and restore the land instead of disturbing it further. Rather than stripping anything away, we will apply topsoil where needed and establish native grasses and pollinator species that can grow beneath and between the panels. These solar systems use rotating panels that maximize sunlight capture while also minimizing the impacts of hail and high winds. Almost all the site will remain permeable, allowing rain to reach the ground and support soils, vegetation, and wildlife. We've also taken great care to protect the Brazos River and its tributaries. Our design avoids impacts to the river corridor and preserves the riparian zone and watershed by preserving a buffer of trees, including those that support bald eagle nesting. We worked closely with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to identify setbacks and protective measures that safeguard not only the eagles, but many other species in the area. We conducted extensive studies evaluating potential impacts to threatened and endangered species, and the design incorporates the result of that work. In response to community concerns, we've completed noise studies as well. Those analyses show that the nearest homes will experience sound levels comparable to a library. Audible perhaps, but not disruptive. Similarly, the project will not require groundwater resources beyond the level already utilized in the existing ranch wells for livestock. In short, what has been a scarred industrial landscape can become green fields again. Through careful planning and collaboration, Rain Lily will not only deliver clean renewable energy, but will also enhance and protect the natural environment for future generations. Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Klein.
Before I start, I have a 3-minute speech and I have a 5-minute speech. So whichever you guys prefer, I'm happy to give either.
I'll take the 3.5 minutes.
Done. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Michael Klein, and I'm the Head of Project Development US for EE North America. We are an Austin-based developer of the Rain Lily Solar and Storage Project. As a graduate of the SMU Lyle School of Engineering, a licensed professional engineer, and a longtime North Central Texas resident with deep family ties to the area, I have a real appreciation for Granbury and the Glen Rose communities. Rain Lily is not a new or speculative project. We began engaging with Hood County more than 3 years ago and made deliberate decisions to work collaboratively, early, often, and transparently. Over the past 12 months, we've had over a dozen meetings with the Director of Development, the Fire Marshal, Emergency Management, commissioners, community stakeholders, including Pecan Plantation Owners Association and several local nonprofits. At every step, we asked, what does Hood County need from us? Based on that engagement and county staff guidance, we understood that no development permit was required for a solar and battery project under existing regulations. We relied on that understanding in good faith and invested millions of dollars into environmental studies, engineering, community outreach, and project design, work done specifically to meet Hood County's expectations. We respect the county's desire to ensure its regulations are protective of local resources. Our concern is that a blanket moratorium applied retroactively to a project developed in close coordination with the county for years creates uncertainty rather than clarity. It places Rain Lily in the same category as heavy industrial uses, even though our project does not create the impacts the moratorium is designed to address. We have 2 requests. First, we ask that the moratorium be amended to exclude projects that have proactively and substantially engaged with county leaders throughout development, Alternatively, we ask that the moratorium is deferred for 30 days as it pertains to the Rain Lily project, so our team, legal counsel, landowners, and supportive community members have adequate time to evaluate its impacts. This uncertainty doesn't just affect us, it jeopardizes tens of millions of dollars in property tax revenue and hundreds of millions in economic benefits and jobs for your neighbors here in Hood County. We are confident that working together, we can find a path forward that serves both the county's goals and the community's interests. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Tina Brown.
Thank you. My name is Tina Brown. I just want to thank the Development Commission for all the work they've done. It's enormous what they have accomplished in a short amount of time. As soon as this public meeting is over, please approve these amendments and then establish a moratorium and maybe add some language about extending that 6 months because that may not be enough time. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kenneth Metter.
Judge, Commissioners, my name is Kenneth Metter. I'm a rancher in Biloxi, Texas. I'm a retired police officer for 32 and a half years. This has been very disturbing for me and a bunch of people from this county. What we're discussing is changing the whole way that this county looks and everything. And since we're talking about the amendments to the plan, we've looked at this. I've made some suggestions to the commission. I don't know all the different suggestions that the commission has given you, but we need to make sure that we look at all these projects that are wanting to come in and make sure that we're doing the right thing. There's a lot of water usage from these power plants and data center combinations. There's a lot of emissions coming off of these, a lot of wastewater that's coming out. We need to make sure that all these things are considered. One thing that hadn't been brought up very much is the traffic. The traffic studies for these things, there needs to be some coordination with TxDOT, because I remember when the oil and gas boom was going on, the roads, Farm to Market Road 4, Texas Highway 171, all those trucks destroyed those roads. Who was responsible for fixing them? TxDOT. Who paid for those fixing on those roads? The taxpayers. There's a lot of road projects that are scheduled for this county. We just had a bond election last year. This is going to exacerbate the amount of traffic on our roadways. The traffic around the Abilene area has become horrendous. Those are concerns that we need to be looking at. If they are going to go to the Comanche Circle project, they're going to have to take FM 56 out of Glen Rose to go up to FM 51. They're going to have to come 56 out of Toller to get to FM 51. They're going to have to come out 51 from Granbury. They're going to have to come out 205 from 67, either from Glen Rose or the western part of the county to FM 51. So that's just for that one project. Then you have all the multiple projects that are down closer off of 144 towards Pecan. The amount of traffic you have to worry about, not just tearing up the roads, but the traffic safety. These traffic studies need to be done, and we need to look at all this different stuff. When I was a police officer, my primary thing was I worked wrecks. When they had one at 3 o'clock in the morning, it was real bad, it was my phone that rang. I know what that looks like. I've dealt with that a lot. And you get this much traffic on the road, you're going to increase the amount of crashes. People don't think about that very much, but as the crash rate goes up in this county, your insurance rates, my insurance rates of everybody in this room get affected by that because your insurance company looks at that regionally. Johnson, Hood, Parker, Somerville, all those counties combined, what's going on? Because the insurance company is dollars. They have to fix cars, they have to pay medical bills, all those different things. It's a big financial thing. We need to take the time to look and make sure we have the right things in our development processes. And then maybe we do need the moratoriums to give us more time to make sure we have the right studies for all the different things, air quality, water quality, traffic safety. There's a lot of different pieces to this. And we need the time to look at this to make sure we make the right decisions for everybody in the county. If you want future development, you have to look at that too. Because if we put all these data centers that want to come here in this county, you're not going to have many resources for future development in the next 10, 15, 20 years. Have a good day. Thank you very much.
Going into item number 14 now, and the speaker is Judy Hatch. Is she still here, Ms. Hatch? What did she say? She's talked enough? All right. Sherry Shaw.
Hello, my name is Sherry Shaw. I am from Toller. And I just want to thank all the taxpayers that give us the ability to be here today, pay for y'all's salaries, that pay for this building, that at this point in time we have actually water fountains that work and toilets that flush here in February of 2026. And I want to ask for an amendment. I want for you guys to pass the moratorium. You developed a development commission to help make this decision. I hope you pass it as they recommended from what I understand, but I would like to see it extended to 12 months to give plenty of time to research everything that needs to be researched. And we've all talked about that today. I'm not going to go into that. I have three biggest fears. My biggest fear is water and my well. Second fear is air quality for everybody in this county. And again, my third fear is change of the political environment that it seems to me you guys are very much encouraging. I grew up a Republican. I've been a Republican my whole life. My dad was a Republican. My mom was a Republican. Most of the people that live in rural areas are Republicans. And in this state, I see that changing dramatically because of what you guys are doing to the rural communities. You've already made Mitchell Bend the sacrificial lamb of Hood County. I hope you don't make Hood County the sacrificial lamb of the state. Thank you.
Next speaker is Gary Foreman.
First of all, I want to say something about the people behind me. I really admire the spirit of America that has come forward to this commission. Now, what's really amazing, I got here early today, and I had a speech in me, but most of you took it away. So I have something else to say about what I'm experiencing with all of this. Is I think we have crossed the Rubicon. And Judge, you and I had a conversation not too long ago. We were talking about the garbage and contempt that we're experiencing here in Texas, not just here, but all over. But if you go up and down 377, and see all the garbage in place. And then beyond that, the way we're designing our neighborhoods and different communities up and down the highways, what I'm saying is there has been a growing contempt by this culture against our planet. We all can see it. Now, if you don't believe me, we're talking about water and we're talking about chips. Water and chips. I believe in both. But you can't have your chips unless you got your water. And that means for all of us. Now, I can solve this whole thing very quickly today. I almost guarantee it. And here's how we do it. After this session is over, I would like all 5 of you to walk with me to Lake Granbury with your coffee mugs, dip it in that water and take a sip. And you tell, in 24 hours, we're going to see if you guys are still standing. Now, no offense personally to you, but my point is this. We have already poisoned our water system here. We've been negligent. We've been sleeping at the wheel for years. This is not a secret. We have to wake up and behave responsibly as those who are taking care of God's garden here. We don't do it. It's a bad, bad pattern. And so, here's what I think needs to happen. We need to take a step way back. When I moved here, didn't get here when the rest of you did. I got here 3 years ago, but I was not a stranger to Granbury or Hood County. But when I arrived here 3 years ago, honestly, I had no idea I'd be here discussing this. Did you? All right. So here's the common sense, which is a scary phrase. The common sense is, let's take a step way back. Way back. Because I would tell you, I'm not ready to come to a lot of the planning meetings, both for the city and the county. I want to know who's on the commissions. I want to know what they read. I want to know their education. I want to know their commitment. What is their experience in making this a garden spot of the world? Where have they been trained? What books do they read? What is their influence in deciding how cities are laid out? And what happens to our nature here? I want to know. I came here because of what you already had. And there is a uniqueness here that all of you have been attracted to, and it's not about this technology. And here comes the other question. The question is simple. Have any of you asked the data centers or any of the technological groups here, have you asked them, can you please tell me, what is the technology that you know that's right around the corner that'll make this obsolete? Because it's coming. It's already here. President Trump's family's invested in fusion energy. We know about zero-point energy from Nikola Tesla over a century ago. Energy is everywhere. Tell me, gentlemen of the data centers, confess and tell me what you know. And if you don't know anything, we don't need you in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Next speaker is Chris Paulson. Chris? No, I called Chris Paulson. You didn't hear me. You were sleeping.
I don't hear with the clapping very well. It's called old age. Anyhow, I live in Glenrose. I'm 71 years old, ranched my whole life, going on 72. I've been in Glenrose for over 40 years now, 40 years in Glenrose. And I've seen a lot of changes here. And the thing I'm looking at now is I never thought I would see, I was counting them up here, Fort Spunky, 500 megawatt, Patriot coming here, Sailfish, 3 gigawatts, Somerville County Power Plant, which is going to be 474 megawatts, Spectrum over here, the data center on over on Squaw Creek, Mara, then the yellow and red, they're brand new ones today, and then Black Mountain Power Plant, which is going in just below the plant off of 56, and then you've got Wolf Hollow too. Not only that, we got more than just the 345 kV lines. Now we got the 7.65 kV or 765 kV lines. They don't even know what the EMF does on those things right now. They have no idea how those will affect people. They didn't do enough research on them. As a matter of fact, ERCOT doesn't even know the reliability of them. So what are we talking about here? Well, we're talking about a lot of major change. And how am I finding out about these things? Well, nobody came to me like I'd go to Jack Wilson if I wanted to make a business. I'd say, Jack, this is my business and this is what I want to do. And then I want to meet the community members and we want to have a question and answer and be real transparent about it. Oh no, why are they doing that? Because they can. If they can slide it in underneath the regulations, and they can slide it by a TCEQ and slide it through the PUC and get the air quality permits and everything they need to get this in, plus power and everything else, and slide it in with no regulations. I don't have to tell you anything, do I? And everybody I talk to with these businesses, I can't get the right answers out of because it keeps changing. It's like a moving target. Bugs the fool out of me, because their plans change and whatever, because a lot of them really don't know what they're doing right now, and the regulations don't cover it. So here's what I say too. I'd really love a 12-month moratorium on this. And, you know, all this amount of stuff is going to use a lot of water out of the ground. It's going to cause a lot of air pollution. You know, the power, I just sat and figured out, this is approximate. It's probably going to be a little larger if they get in red and yellow in here. But it'd be enough power for 7 million homes. Do you realize that? 7 million homes. You can't even put your head around it. Now, if you think about the footprint of it, every corner you turn, you're going to see a unit somewhere in the county just about, if all 13 of these go in. So what do you have to do? Well, you know, and this is to you, Commissioner Andrews, on this, is that there's some laws that can't be changed. Gravity can't be changed. The speed of light can't be changed. We have daylight, and we have darkness. That can't be changed. We came to America, we made a constitution, we made laws. Laws are meant to evolve. Right now, we do not have laws that cover this adequately. We need to challenge laws to make new laws. The legislature is going to be looking at this. It's going to be a big deal, but someone has to start somewhere. And like I said, this is kind of like a dog getting his head in your door. If your dog gets his head in the back door, how likely are you to be able to keep him out if he's a big old German Shepherd? And me, Ron, I've had cattle for years. When one or two hits the gate, what happens? The rest of them are out because they mow you over. And I see the same thing with these data centers. So please put the moratorium in effect on this and realize that laws change, times change, and we are a changing, evolving place. And the reason those guys are coming here is the availability of resources and the fact that we don't have laws that adequately cover them. So change them. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
The next speaker is Adam Friedman.
Good afternoon, everybody. You know, there hasn't been a lot of talk about the pros and cons of a moratorium. It seems like there's general consensus on the value of a moratorium. It seems like most of this turns on the legal question of whether or not it's appropriate and defensible. You know, subchapter K has to mean something. There are express powers given to this county under that chapter, and it can't mean nothing. And that's what Sailfish would have you believe, that you've got to rip up your development regulations. You can't hold us to anything other than the subdivision rules under 232. That cannot be. So the question is, does subchapter K give the authority to conditionally approve and or deny a concept plan? The court's already voted to conditionally approve, so if there's authority to conditionally approve a concept plan, there's clearly a sense of belief that there is authority to deny a concept plan. Now, the next question is whether or not subchapter K gives the authority to adopt a moratorium. Now, I tried to make it as clear as I could in my limited time. Commissioner Eagle expanded upon that with putting it up on the screen. And Commissioner Andrews, you've made the comment that you seem to disagree, and that's fine. But at a minimum, what that shows is that it's an open question. So, you know, what I would invite Commissioner Andrews, if there is Attorney General opinions or case law that has persuaded anybody on the Commissioner's Court that a moratorium is outright unlawful, we need to see that. Not the communication with your attorneys, that's privileged, but the actual opinions and the case law, because I've seen at least one memo to the Commissioner's Court from your counsel, and it didn't have anything different other than that Attorney General opinion on Franklin County, which I've talked about at length. So if there's something else that has this Commissioner's Court concerned about the authority and its implied authority to enforce its express authority with the moratorium, please share that with the public, because then I can help explain to the landowners the concern. But we haven't seen it. So I would just invite sharing some of that legal authority. And what I would also add is when you're deliberating on the dais whether or not to adopt the moratorium, talk about what that means going forward and retroactively, because it seems like there's some misunderstanding that adopting a moratorium is going to stop this thing going forward. And it's not, you have to address what it's going to do to the 5 facilities, which I understand have already submitted concept plans. So that point needs to be made clear as you're discussing the moratorium, whether it's going to be going forward or whether it's going to address what I understand to be 5 applications that are already on file. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kenneth Metter.
This is going to be a little bit more brief than my last one. Commissioners, my name is Kenneth Metter again. When we look at the Development Commission and all these different things, the legislature did something good for us this last session. They passed where any of these facilities that go in that use BESS systems, for those who don't know, it's a battery electronic storage system, that they said that if you leave, if you shut down, you have to have these systems decommissioned completely like they never existed. You had to restore everything like it was before. So now the legislature passed that law. We also need to do that with the facilities that these places are going to put in, that they have an escrow account set up to decommission these facilities if they go bankrupt, if they decide they don't want to do this anymore, it's just not feasible to operate it anymore or something like that, because otherwise it's going to leave this huge monstrosity on the landscape that can't be used for anything else. And nobody would be able to afford to take that, dismantle it, and use that land for something different than what it's there for. If there are abatements that are considered for any projects, not just these projects, consider putting conditions with those abatements. If I come into your county and I say, I'm putting this business in, and I want a 30% tax abatement, 60% tax abatement, have the courage to say, well, what are you going to do for this county, for the citizens of this county, for the community of this county, for the schools, for the other taxpayers? in order to get that. Put a condition on the person that is asking for an abatement that they have to provide something. For example, they're putting in a power plant. You have to have monitoring all the way around your property so we can monitor what your emissions are, how much pollution you're putting out there. Put in there that they have to use the top-notch filtration systems for their wastewater. That they have to have mitigation to have any problems taken care of. They have to use whatever the most efficient system is, so they use the least amount of pure water. You know, think about things like that before anything is considered about any abatements. Thank you very much.
Now we're into items 15. And our first speaker is Matt Long.
We're still in a public hearing.
Still in the public hearing.
Still in public hearing.
Yes.
Well, it feels like we've ridden all the way through the night just to get to the battlefield. And it's taken time, it's taken energy, it's taken guts, and all that's left is to execute. I want to start by thanking this court for all the steps that you guys have taken thus far in this process, including but not limited to hosting open meetings where the public has the ability to participate, hiring the Bracewell firms for some much needed legal advice, suspending your time limitation rules on data center related agendas, reinstating the Development Commission, rescinding the letter of support for Project Patriot, not approving incomplete concept plans, and then today the 391 agreement and tabling item 10. Great moves. But all of this will be for naught if we jump ship now and don't move forward with the moratorium prior to these developers getting approvals. We've walked to the edge of the diving board, and now everybody's watching to see what trick we've got in store. As a father of 9, probably better known as the husband of the mother of 9, I can certainly appreciate item 11 on the agenda declaring Hood County a sanctuary county for the unborn. But I got to tell you, but I do need to say that I don't understand how we can be both a sanctuary county and a sacrificial zone at the same time. And while I do appreciate being a sanctuary county for the unborn, I think we should also be a sanctuary county for the born as well. And the quote from that ordinance from Thomas Jefferson says that the care of human life and happiness and not their destruction is the first and only legitimate object of good government. It's as if all other laws are subordinate to this one: do no harm. A moratorium is a temporary suspension of an activity. Whether this order is called a moratorium or not, would this be the first time that a Texas Commissioner's Court has issued an order suspending a specific use? No. Would it be the first time that the Hood County Commissioner's Court has issued an order suspending a specific use? No. Would it be the first time that the Hood County Commissioner's Court issued an order suspending a specific use by appealing to the authority endowed to them by the state in subchapter K? Also no. The last time this court issued an order of this kind was in November of 1999. They cited unprecedented growth outside the city limits, and they cited a clear and present threat to the quality of the county's water supply and to the health and safety of the citizens. The previous order invoked the powers of the state, saying the 76th legislature of Texas enacted Senate Bill number 709, now codified as Texas Local Government Code 231, subchapter K, granting Hood County authority. And it continues, it says the Commissioner's Court has the authority and the obligation to protect the public. The authority of what? The authority of the state. So let's review the situation. No concrete has been poured, no dirt has been moved, no financial transactions have taken place, no development permit applications have been filed, no developer has presented a fully complete concept plan, no developer has an entitlement to build anything, and all of the developers are still in front of this commission asking permission. So to say that we have zero power in this situation is 100% false. I hear people saying, and commissioners, that we don't want to be in violation of law. But if we don't protect this land, we will be in violation of state law. We will be in violation of divine law. And if these projects are allowed to proceed, we will be in violation of the commonest of laws, do no harm, which is the first and only legitimate object of good government, and of which none of these projects abide. So in closing, quarter hours decide the fate of nations. This agenda item hopefully won't last much more than an hour, but it will decide the fate of our great county. And in the 18 minutes of the entirety of the Battle of San Jacinto, Sam Houston was shot off his horse not once, but twice. And it said that the second time he landed on his feet and he kept running. Not bad for a guy who walked with a cane. But he had three things, and I will close very quickly. He had the favor of the Lord, he had the will of the people, and he had the courage to be the vehicle through which those first two things flowed. So I pray that you will be that vehicle for us. Thank you.
The next speaker is Wendell Meeks.
Yeah, I'm back again. So for those that weren't here last time, a little quick introduction, Wendell Meeks. My wife and I have purchased a future home, hopefully, in Pecan Plantation. I drove it this morning from Bee Cave, Texas, to be here with you today. I appreciate your time and your attention. It was interesting driving this morning. Dark when I left the house, but the sunrise was sure pretty over Biloxi Valley. People, I think, Judge, you said a while ago, you've heard it all today, and you have. I'm not going to sit here and try to go through things again for any length of time considerably. What I do want to remind you of is that as someone looking to come to this county, looking to be your neighbor, I've learned I'm not alone. There are other people in this room that are in the same position I'm in. They've purchased land, they want to move, but they're waiting to see what you do. They don't want to have a data center in their backyard. We've heard from one person that the power plant, to put it correctly, that'll be there first in Fort Spunky, is going to be 1,300 feet away. You, as the County Commissioners Court, have the authority given to you by the state of Texas, subchapter K. I would ask and encourage and implore that you actually put the moratorium in place so that you can get the ability to put the development regulations in place. Because without regulations, without adequate regulations, we see the risk actually put in place by the language of the state itself to this court. If you do this, I mean, again, I'm skipping all the things I was going to say that other people have said, so pardon the pause. But as you do this, make sure you give yourself enough time. 6 months is inadequate because you've got 30 days at the end. A year would be better. 9 months would be good. But as you design and enact the development regulations that are in place, you do this with the completeness of view. Not only what the regulations are, but how you're going to monitor and control them going forward. So as you put things in for air quality, as you put in things for watershed control, which is one of the big things in subchapter K, you have that authority to put all these in place. How are you going to measure it? My colleague, who I haven't met before, we took the other part of what I was going to say today, which is how you measure this going forward. How do you make sure that people adhere to it for the duration of while they're in the location? A simple tax abatement probably will not be the right way to do that because they don't pay the taxes, but maybe a 381 agreement as you get down path where you get the taxes first and you provide it back in the form of a grant or rebate by conditions met. You might look at El Paso County, who's done this for jobs, job creation, job retention, job values, and what they do.
You can also tie that to the areas of subchapter K that you have the mandate from the state to control for this valley, that you have the ability to make sure these things are done in a way that preserve the beauty of this valley, preserve the way of life for those that are there. But that moratorium may also allow you to put restrictions in place that have some of these developments go, no thanks, that's too hard. And that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing on a few of these. Because putting a power plant in place on the hope you can attract data centers afterwards is what you're looking at in at least two of these developments here. I haven't seen the two that came in the last couple of days. But that's what you're looking at, is building something that's going to definitely put air pollution, danger of water pollution in place before you even get the data centers built. So please take the time to do that. Make sure you're looking at those items and adequately using the tools available to you, both from the state and in subchapter K, as well as the contractual vehicles that exist. So once you get past the regulations, you have the ability to manage those regulations going forward. Leaving it without a management capability, as I think you kind of alluded to, Commissioner Andrews, you know, the counties have a limited amount of power, but you have a unique power to be able to put this in place. But using 381, you can subsequently add to that power base to allow you to have the ability to manage these things going forward. And that's a model to look at. Other counties have done it. El Paso is one. There's several others out there. Happy to share the research I've done with you on that. And again, I just implore you to please put the moratorium in place for 1 year so you have the time to build the regulation set, build the control set, and determine the vehicles in which you'll manage going forward to preserve the way of life that Hood County loves. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ron Sutton.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. A pleasure to be here with you all day. And I feel like we've made some great progress. The first thing I'd like to say is that I appreciate all the comments that were made here today. And I certainly appreciate your attention to listening to each of those. I'd like for you to think back on when you were campaigning for the office that you now hold, and the promises that you most likely made to your constituents. Those are more like covenants than promises. So reflect on those as we go throughout the day and consider the moratoria. I was really glad to see item number 7 on the agenda today, and thankful that it passed. You know, we're not the only county that are having meetings like this across the great state of Texas. Mm-hmm. I believe the majority of counties in this great state are considering moratoriums on predator industries and technologies, just like we are. And I believe that Hood County has a great opportunity to step forward and lead the other counties into any resistance that we may get from Austin. The boys in Austin at the legislature know exactly what's going on. And I would expect we may get some pushback. House Bill 2557 that was enacted into law September 1st of 2025 was enacted to regulate municipalities in their attempt to place moratoriums on businesses or industries that they did not want in their municipalities. They did not include counties in that bill because, quite frankly, I don't think they believed that we had any authority to do that. But they did not know about Chapter 223.221, Subchapter K, which Hood County definitely has as a tool to push back against predator industries. Therefore, I'm urging Hood County, our Commissioner's Court, to take advantage of this great opportunity that we have to unite the other counties to push back against unwanted industries. I think it's a great opportunity, And I think it's a great way for Hood County to once again prove that we are the greatest county in the great state of Texas. Thank you.
The next speaker is Barbara Delasta.
So from what I have heard, I have not made any statistics, looked up everything, and that's what I appreciate y'all doing that. And what I have surmised from that is these companies, Granbury, I've been here for 40 years. It has grown great. I love the town. Y'all been doing good. Transportation, you're putting that new entrance from 144 to 377, great. Cars were backed up for 2 miles. I remember 144 being a two-way road. I love this town. I agree with everybody here about the data centers. My question is, I have the who, the why, and the when. Who is the companies want to build these data centers? Why do they want to do that? They want to make money. When are they going to do that? We decide that. I decide no. No, not when. No data centers here in Granbury. Thank you.
Last speaker is Alan Kramer.
Yes, my name's Alan Kramer. I live on Bell Chase and Pecan Plantation. Members of the court, thank y'all for letting us all come in and reiterate many, many things. I'm a new resident, 2 months, 2.5 months. My wife, Teresa, and I, we moved to Hood County just 2.5 months ago, and we didn't come here by accident. We chose Hood County for its small town character, its recreational lifestyle, and its values. We came here believing, as many in here do, that land, water, and community are not merely assets to be monetized, but they're inheritances held in trust for future generations. My kids, my grandkids. I'm a second-generation retiree here. I've been coming to Granbury since 1991 when my parents retired here. So I love this place, and we consciously made a decision to take our retirement here. I'm here today alongside many of my neighbors and fellow residents to respectfully ask this court to carefully measure the true costs and benefits of proposed data centers, associated power plant footprints, and to consider a moratorium. The citizens of Hood County have entrusted each of you with an extraordinary responsibility, and that's the responsibility of stewardship. Stewardship of our natural resources, stewardship of our infrastructure, and stewardship of our current and future finances. Stewardship, by definition, requires foresight, restraint, transparency, and accountability, not speed and pressure. As my wife and I understand the nature of these proposed data centers, they are not labor-intensive enterprises, as some have suggested. They do not bring large numbers of permanent, well-paying jobs into this local community. As a result, their secondary and tertiary economic benefits, the benefits that we would all see as local families, schools, and small business owners, those are minimal at best. So I believe the question before us is really simple, but also serious. Why should the residents of Hood County be asked to shoulder long-term financial, environmental, and infrastructure burdens for the development of these sites that primarily benefit outside technology industrial companies? If these projects are approved, They should strengthen our tax base and our community resilience. They should not rely on tax abatements or public concessions that shift risk onto us, the local citizens. They should be paying their fair share. AI data centers and their supporting power plants are uniquely intensive, permanent, and landlocking developments. Everyone has said that. We all know that. They place extraordinary demands on water supply, electric generation, emergency services, road services, and grid stability. These are all things that you've heard many, many times, as has been stated before. A moratorium, by definition, is temporary. And as we know, we're all asking you to place a moratorium. But we think that the 6 months is not long enough. Any pause would allow you time for comprehensive and transparent analysis of environmental impacts, infrastructure capacity, water and power sustainability, emergency response readiness, and long-term land use consequences. And just as importantly, it would allow meaningful resident participation in these decisions. I was here at the last meeting, and I guess I'm just going to skip to the last statement I made that day. Coordination is not obstruction, it's responsible stewardship. Prudence is not anti-growth. I worked for an oil company for 40-something years. I'm not against industry, but prudence is pro-community. Transparency is never a barrier. It's the foundation of trust and accountability. We thank you all for your service, and we thank you for your commitment to this community and for leading us wisely in this.
Mr. Mills, would you come up and share with us, we're still in a public meeting, and share with us what we just received, or I just received, I guess all of you received, from Senator Paul Bettencourt.
Oh. Public hearing, still in the public hearing.
Well,
Yeah, still in a public meeting,
Okay.
public hearing.
well, I guess my first question to you is, if you go to the doctor and the doctor figures out you have cancer, do you want him to tell you that you have cancer or tell you that you're okay? If you want the truth, I can be pretty blunt, and I have been blunt in my emails, which is, I don't believe you have the authority to do a moratorium, period. Okay? And I can lay that out through multiple sources. The Attorney General has spoken directly on point a couple of years ago with Franklin County. And they were saying that under the Health and Safety Code 121003, which was cited earlier, do we have the authority? They said, no, you don't. And the state Supreme Court over and over and over has taken a position that is basically pro-development and restriction of your regulatory authority. And I've given you those case law, and I've given you, these are recent cases in front of the state Supreme Court that have said you don't have the authority to do these things. Basically, stay in your lane with the abilities that you have, which are limited as counties in Texas. And now today, just today, while we're sitting here, the chair, Paul Bettencourt of the Senate Committee on Local Government, and Jared Patterson, the House Chair of Local Government, Local and Consent Calendars, has issued a very pointed article or letter to the Attorney General saying, please tell these counties to stay in their lane. They do not have moratorium authority. I'm giving you the law. If you want to get sued and lose and spend a bunch of money on losing a lawsuit, that's fine. But I'm telling you what the law is. The law is not in favor of moratorium authority. I don't know how else to say it to you.
Please read what both the short deal and what the letter
Okay,
that
well,
Senator wrote.
I'll read the letter. It says, General Paxton, this is a letter to the AG. I understand that the commissioners' courts in some Texas counties are considering imposing moratoria on certain types of development. Specifically, I understand that at least one county is considering imposing a one-year moratorium on large-scale development. I believe that's Van Zandt County, by the way. As you know, HB number 2559 by Representative Jared Patterson, which I sponsored in Senate, took effect on September 1st, 2025. The law regulates municipalities attempting to impose similar moratoria. Counties were not included in this legislation because they lack the legal authority to directly or indirectly impose development moratoria in the first place. Counties are political subdivisions of the state of Texas created exclusively by the Texas Constitution with statutorily prescribed limited powers. County Commissioners' Courts cannot claim any power unless it is expressly conferred by the Constitution or by statute. No such grant exists with respect to development moratoria. In fact, you recently concluded that a court would likely find it beyond the scope of the Commissioners' Court's authority and unenforceable to impose a moratorium that fully encompasses a particular industrial development. That's the Franklin County case from a couple of years ago. A county's broad regulatory powers are insufficient to couch expanded legal authority. A county may only seek to enforce a specific pre-existing public law. Now that this has been brought to our attention, the Senate Committee on Local Government will be closely monitoring these situations. The committee will consider appropriate legislation to clarify, if necessary, the limited jurisdiction of counties in the state of Texas and establish effective remedies for private parties that are adversely affected by any ultra vires act of a county. Now, that's kind of scary when he used that term ultra vires, which means you're outside the scope of your job, essentially. Anyway, Representative Patterson and I believe the intent of the law is clear. This type of action is not permissible under HB 2559. I encourage your office to investigate any counties that implement such a moratorium and explore any necessary legal actions. Signed by Paul Betancourt and Representative Jared Patterson.
Also, I'd like to say that this came with a cover letter.
Right.
That's an ex post.
Right. You posted it on Twitter.
What,
yes.
yeah.
Right. That was just while we were sitting here.
Would you read that?
Oh, yes. Okay. So he just said briefly, County Commissioners Court cannot implement major building moratoriums as they do not have the authority granted them by the state to do so. However, today, Hood County, Texas Commissioners Court is considering exactly that. And then it's cut off here on this one, but he tags Brian Birdwell in there, and basically, I don't know if Brian Birdwell has weighed in on that, but he tagged him anyway as though he was in support of what Mr. Betancourt was saying. But I don't know how else to say it to you. I know that's not what the people want, but we're not in a strict democracy. We're ruled by laws. It's not just what do the people want you to do? What does the law allow you to do? That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to cheerlead for the data centers. I'm saying, what does the law allow you to do? And the law does not give you moratorium authority. And I've also mentioned, and this was mentioned by Commissioner Eagle several hours ago, that cities, home rule cities, have greater authority than counties, which we all know that to be true. But what you're considering in this moratorium is you're going to say, we have greater authority than the city of Granbury, which you don't. Because what I'm saying is a city can do a moratorium in very limited circumstances only if they prove that they don't have the public facilities to accommodate more growth. It's only that specific thing. Now, you're saying, oh, we have more authority than the city of Granbury or any home rule city. We can do a moratorium for 6 months or however long just so we can revise our regulations, which have been on the books for 26 years. I do not recommend this. I don't know what else to say.
What was TAC's input on?
TAC? Well, I didn't specifically talk to TAC. Are you talking about in terms of a lawsuit or? Well, okay, so I mean, we all know that if we're sued for money, TAC will cover, probably. If we're not, if it's an injunction type suit or a mandamus type suit, not for money, we're on our own. And that's going to be really pricey, as we've seen from recent legal bills, right? And, you know, you're looking at potentially armies of lawyers from the big companies. So it's a significant legal challenge.
Mind if I respond to
Sure. Yep.
So I think it's interesting to get this letter today, don't you? At this hour, at this point, and I want to, and I appreciate Mr. Mills reading this, but I'm going to read a couple of. I had a chance to. I mean, I just got this letter, right? just like everybody else in here. First of all, House Bill 25, and this is like Chicken Little. This is like somebody's hair's on fire. House Bill 2559 does have to do with municipalities. That's it. And he says it in the letter. He says counties were not included because they lack the legal authority, according to him. He's just one legislator up there or down there out of Houston. But here's an interesting thing. He says that the power that the counties have are only expressly conferred by the Constitution or by statute. And this is an apples to oranges argument here, in my opinion. But then he wants to get into some threats with ultravirus. I mean, that's pretty nasty. I used to like him, actually. But it says that they need some clarification. Well, we all need clarification, I believe. And that they will consider. He is talking about counties in general. We're one county with one statutory authority that no other county has except 4 others. He's also talking about a 1 year. He's critical of a 1 year that lost over in another county dealing with a municipality. And then he talks about specific pre-existing public law, which we have. So he don't scare me.
Well, I was going to just add on to that. I don't think the law is clear. There's not been an AG opinion about subchapter K. I think we are the tip of the spear. We've had, including the 2 that were just brought yesterday, 8,000 acres being sought to develop. This is not natural incremental development. This is exponential development. I believe we are at a place here in this time to take this up. Did subchapter K envision 5 NASA space centers in a small county? Because that's what 8,000 acres equates to. I've been asking how, I've gotten over 200 emails, and I've been asking, it's not me you need to be telling this to. It's Senator Birdwell, it's Shelby Slauson, it's Roger Williams, it's Dan Patrick, it's Governor Abbott. So I really want to thank Senator Betancourt for finally raising this to the level of the state to get attention to this issue across the state. And I think that's what I've been asking. How do we get this to the state level? I've been talking to my representatives, and they're not really hearing it because they're not getting the 200 and 300 emails like we are. You guys need to keep sending those. Keep doing that. Send them to your other representatives. But I think that Senator Betancourt finally got this to the level that we need, and the Attorney General opinion is an opinion, and that's why we have courts.
I've quoted the Supreme Court over and over and over. I mean, every voice I'm trying to tell you is not in favor of a moratorium. And I agree with what you said. I mean, this is a state deal. Like, let's get a new piece of legislation for all the counties where they can, have more teeth, whether it's Bitcoin. I 1,000% agree with that. But I'm saying with the hand we're dealt right now, with the laws on the books right now.
And I would echo that also. Please take this passion to the state. Let your state representatives and state senators hear this. I understand that. I understand that.
Let me say something. The conditional approval that we put on those 3 data centers up here, the big deal is water. The water, they don't have the water. One of them does, I guess, Project Special, because they're on Vista land, they're on Vista Power and Vista Water. And it's not rural out there. We're in a public hearing here, and that's what, drive down Coates Road and see it. You see the nuclear towers up there. That's not rural when you see their towers up there. I talked to Deborah Kelleher about that one. You know, we do have, our water is precious here. I'm a rancher too. We got to have water. And our water table is really precious. But we got conditional deals that I think are very difficult for them to make, the ones that do not have water. The other ones that are trying to build where the topography and the watershed drains right into the Brazos River, they're right there. I mean, they've got tremendous, you know, when you say conditional, that to some of y'all means, you know, that's not good enough, you want a denial. You've got to prove and overcome these conditions. They're serious. You don't have the water. You heard Doug Shaw from Upper Trinity Water Conservation District come up here and say that they'd have to get permission from Upper Trinity. That's going to take 1.5 years because all of this passion I see out here, I know y'all going to be down there at Upper Trinity with even more because that's a direct resource that they're trying to pump out. This passion is nothing to what y'all going to take to the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District, is it? Aren't y'all going to fight a lot harder up there than you are up here? Are you, Matt? Long? I mean, let's face it, and the topography, but, you know, it's certain things, I mean, I don't want to, ultravirus means that they're putting everybody on notice here that you're going to be responsible, and they are going to, I don't like the way he says this, we may not have any coverage from the state and be out any damages. I'm just saying that. We don't know that. It's better to have that conditional approval. They still have lots of hurdles to handle. I'm telling you that. You're shaking your head, Mom, but that's the truth. You can clean head. I mean, you don't have the water, you don't have the power on the deal. I mean, I'm just telling you realistically how you have to look at something. I've agonized with Mr. Mills and we've talked about the law.
Well, and if I could just add one thing, you know, there's really 3 positions here. There's, you can't do a moratorium, period. You can do a moratorium, but only going forward. And then there's the other position, you can do a moratorium and cover everybody who's applied up until now if they haven't started their project, essentially. I think the position from the lawyer, Ms. Fernandez, and the position I'm hearing from some of y'all or most of y'all is at a minimum, you can't retro it to the ones that have already turned in applications. So if that is your position, then the moratorium is a very hollow victory for the people who are opposing data centers. And what it may end up doing is you might freeze out the mom and pop businesses that are not the data centers for however long because maybe they don't have the means or the desire to sue you, but it doesn't accomplish what all these people with the no data center stickers are trying to get you to do, which is keep out the data centers. So unless there's another giant data center looming, if you say, okay, we're going to do a moratorium, but it only goes forward from today, and all these other projects are vested, then what have we even accomplished? I mean, it's just my question. Well, that's your call.
Well, I'd like to adjourn. Let's go into executive session at this time.
Have another executive.
I want to go into executive session. Well,
I don't know.
well, that's fine with me then. Okay. Well, that's our last speaker. We've heard from this. What do you want to do then? So all right, if you don't want to go into executive session, then at 5:14, we're out of public hearing and into commission.
I don't know where it came from.
Section, so
Yeah, so now we need to,
now,
Well, I'd like to make an observation since we're decided not to go in the back. And this is a very difficult, it's almost like Texas Rangers have come in on both sides of the door, metaphorically speaking, with shotguns to coerce some sort of decision out of us with this. I mean, this isn't a coincidence, right? Somebody's pulling some strings, right? So back in April of 2020, I brought a resolution to this court. There was only one other one up here that was on the court at that time. And this is in response to COVID. Shutdowns, mask, distancing. That's where a couple of us went completely different directions in the way we look at the responsibility of this court and the Constitution. And I was, after several weeks of shutdowns, it was going to start out for 2 weeks, right? I don't know if y'all remember, just be a couple of weeks. But the county judges had the power to shut stuff down and put out orders, and the governor of the state of Texas was relying on Health and Safety Code 418 to almost have a perpetual, it seemed like at the time, shutdown on the state of Texas. And after a few weeks of that, I'd had enough of it. And I brought a resolution to this court after agonizing days of, by the way, does anyone ever figure out why you couldn't get COVID if you went to Walmart, but you would if you went to any little small? Anybody ever figure that one out? I didn't to this day. But I brought the resolution to the court to declare the governor's order as it was perpetuating unconstitutional. And I had an argument for that. And what I got back was, we don't have the power to do that. Well, if three of us had voted that and said we're going to keep Hood County open, then it would have made the governor come down here and take us to district court, or not. He had two choices. He could just look the other way, and we could keep Hood County open, or he could take us to district court and get a ruling on the governor's shutdown orders, executive order that's unconstitutional. To this day, I believe it was unconstitutional. It's never been tested because nobody ever tested it. If we'd have taken it to the district court, we'd have gotten a ruling. Once we got a ruling, it would have gone up to the Supreme Court eventually. Whatever the case, sometimes we have to do things that we don't like to do. The law is not clear, in my opinion, on this issue with this case, with this statute that we have. It's not a cut and dried law. And as far as the moratorium is concerned, I've already made the argument. And I don't see any problem. I don't see any reason we couldn't do a 6-month moratorium for anything else coming in, for sure. It's a little bit more questionable about retroactive. I agree with that. We can develop that later. But that's my 2 cents.
let me say something else. Now that my reputation has been slightly impugned, I want to tell you what happened. I was the very last county to sign an order with COVID. Johnson County, Parker County, Erath County had all signed orders closing down. let's go back to March 19th, and I know why I remember that day. That happens to be my birthday. I had to sign that order on my birthday. Do you think I wanted to sign that order? I didn't think it was fair at all. All of the businesses outside of my window, the small businesses around the courthouse, they all had to shut down. But Walmart and Kroger and HEB didn't. And they said, you remember the old blue laws? There was some of us out here remember the blue laws where you couldn't buy clothes and certain things on Sundays. Why didn't they have that cornered off? They could sell all that stuff where the little businesses around on the square couldn't sell it, and they almost went out of business. But I didn't have any choice. President Trump signed it, Governor Abbott signed it, all of the other county judges signed it. People were dying, and nobody knew what was the cost, and we were all scared. I was scared. I didn't want to be responsible for anybody's death. And if anybody can come back and tell me they knew exactly what was going on and what was killing people and what was it, hats off to them. I don't believe that. I did what was necessary, and because I did that, and another thing that they told us, because of the damages that the shutdown was instituting, that if Hood County hadn't gone along and closed the county, like the other counties done, we wouldn't have got any ARP money. And as we did, we got over $12 million. And you can say, well, I don't want to equate, I don't need the $12 million. Well, it sure did come in handy for a lot of people like Mission Granbury and a lot of poor business people that we helped out. So I don't make any decision. I'm not, I can say this, I practiced law for 50 years as an attorney, and I put my legal acumen, my legal reputation, look me up, see what I have done as an attorney as compared to Commissioner Eagle. Then you make a decision who you think is the best lawyer.
And I'll just tag it with this. Look at who was right. Who was right on COVID?
I just remember coming.
Was right.
Yeah, I just remember coming to court that day and getting up and saying, when you said that we wouldn't get any, I was in the audience, and you said, we won't get any FEMA money if we don't. Can you hear me now? My mic's on. It's on. So I don't know. You can't hear me? Well, my mic's on, so I'll just talk louder. So I remember coming to court that day. I was sitting out there like you all are, and when the judge said that we wouldn't get any FEMA money, the county wouldn't, or we'd get to the bottom of the list if we didn't shut down, I said, so what you're saying is our freedom is for sale.
Not your freedom, your life is your life. That was what the consensus of the medical community was. I'm certainly not a physician. I think Fauci probably belongs in jail like I know all of y'all do.
I think we're way off topic.
Hey, that was what the prevailing, that's what the President of the United States said.
Okay, we're way off topic.
Trump said.
We're way off topic.
Yes, it is.
We're on 14. We came out of the public hearing, so we're on 14. Can y'all hear me? Is this mic not working? Okay, on 14, the agenda item is to take appropriate action to adopt the order of the Hood County Commissioners Court approving amendments to the Hood County Development Permit Regulations, providing for a moratorium generally. So does anyone want to consider any of the amendments that we've been given, the ones from Mr. Highsmith, or is Blakely on the phone or not? I don't know. Do y'all want to consider any of these?
in view of this,
Well,
I'm sorry, Matt.
yeah, I've already told you where we're at on the law. I don't know what else there is to say.
Yeah.
Well, there, now it's working. I don't know what was wrong before. So if no one has any, if we don't want to take into consideration these amendments from, now it's, no, I was going to make a motion to, we can't, if we table it, that means that there'll be a, no. So I make a motion to adopt the Hood County Commissioners Court amendments to the Hood County Development Permit Regulations, providing for moratoriums generally, with an amendment that, and I'll have to read it because it's a little long. The moratorium shall remain in effect for the limited and temporary purpose of allowing the completion of the Attorney General's current investigation into the use of CCP aligned tech products in critical state infrastructure, the review of the county's land use policies, development regulations, and permitting standards as they relate to industrial projects that may involve or affect critical infrastructure, public safety systems, or county regulated facilities. In conducting this review, the county may consider and evaluate publicly available guidance, findings, and classifications issued by the state of Texas, including the guidance from the Texas Department of Information Resources and the Texas Cyber Command, and the public release information from the Office of the Texas Attorney General, solely for the purpose of determining whether revisions to the county permitting standards, application requirements, or conditions of approval are necessary to ensure consistency with existing state law. This is in addition to what's already there. So the moratorium is not adopted for the purpose of enforcing state or federal law regulating foreign commerce or foreign affairs, or independently determining the legality of any entity, technology, or business under state or federal statutes. Rather, the moratorium is intended to provide the county sufficient time to assess whether its own land use approvals, infrastructure coordination, and development authorizations may inadvertently expose the county to legal, operational, or public safety risks under applicable Texas law, including but not limited to the Texas Government Code, Chapter 2275, the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, and the Texas Government Code, Chapter 424, Critical Infrastructure Protection Act.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to adopt the order of the Hood County Commissioners Court approving amendments to the Hood County Development Permit Regulations as stated and amended by her as she read into the record. Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Aye.
Nay. Did you vote nay? Okay. Motion fails 3-2. Okay. Next order of business would be what, 10?
It was to call for the
Okay.
So 15 is to take appropriate action to establish a temporary moratorium for all applications for concept plans, site development plans, and permits, and issuance of any site permits in industrial development. Well, I don't know that we can.
That's, all right.
Can't do that since you didn't adopt the.
Yeah, we didn't do it, so. And we can't do 10 either then. Huh? Oh, yeah, yeah. Let's see, 10. All right, so now we're back to 10 then is our next order of business. So 10 is discuss and take appropriate steps to modify conditions for approval regarding Comanche Circle development. We've already convened into executive session, so, and then we had tabled that until after 15. So do I hear a motion regarding item number 10?
Yeah, Christine, can you put these conditions up on Blakely on this? I'll just go to the conditions. Just start there at number 1. And these are clarifications of the conditional approval that we've did a few weeks ago. So the comprehensive drainage plan, section 62E or 6.2E and 6.8A of the regulations require that a comprehensive drainage plan for the ultimate development of all property subject to the plan be prepared and submitted with the concept plan. The requirements of this plan are outlined in the referenced section. Because this was due with the concept plan, the comprehensive drainage plan must be provided prior to submitting the site development plan. Number 2, rural land district, section 4.2F2 and 5.2C of the regulations provides the purpose of the rural land district is to conserve the rural character of development in Hood County and to enhance the quality of life for residents in such areas. Before the site plan is submitted for your project, please provide a demonstration of how the project will protect the rural character of the rural district, including any fencing, screening, landscaping, berms, etc. Wastewater treatment plant pursuant to 4.2F3 and section 5.3F of the regulations where a project is served by an on-site sewage facility, including a wastewater treatment plant, the applicant must demonstrate that the proposed use does not generate wastewater greater than can be accommodated. To evaluate the potential impact to the watershed and in accordance with Chapter 245, Texas Local Government Code, please provide the standard of treated water from the wastewater facility and confirmation that such standard will comply with or be exempt from the TCEQ's Texas Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, as well as a disposal plan for any sludge before submission of the site development plan. Before the site development plan is submitted for your project, please provide satisfactory information on the quality of wastewater discharge, including compliance with applicable TCEQ total maximum daily loads and TCEQ conditional approval of the wastewater facility or demonstration of a conditional no exposure exclusion. On-site power plants pursuant to 4.2F3 of the regulations, the project must be supported by adequate levels of public facilities and services. Without adequate power from public sources, the project proposes 3 on-site potential power generation facilities totaling up to 243 acres. These facilities, which will be permitted by the state of Texas, must also meet the development requirements of the regulations, including the 8 approval criteria for concept plan. Before the subplan is submitted, please provide a complete concept plan for each of these facilities pursuant to section 4.3 of the regulations. Water facilities, section 6.2B of the regulation requires all developments to be connected to either an authorized public water system which is capable of providing water for health and emergency purposes, including adequate fire protection, or to an approved well. Before the site plan is submitted, please provide a demonstration of the water needs for the project, including the needs of the on-site power plants, and a demonstration of adequate water resources committed to the project to meet such needs, and a TCEQ conditional approval of any water facility or demonstration of conditional no exposure exclusion. Protection of the physical environment. Section 4.2F4 of the regulations requires a finding that the project will not adversely affect the physical environment and in particular the water quality of the county's resources. Before the site plan is submitted, please provide evidence to include 1, the comprehensive drainage plan, 2, compliance with the requirements of the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District's requirements for protecting the underlying aquifers and groundwater from contamination. 3, compliance with the requirements of any applicable watershed protection plans and source water protection plans. 4, compliance with the requirements of all TCEQ and EPA permits and requirements, including air quality permitting. 5, any known endangered species on the project site are affected by the project plans. 6, projected noise levels from the project's facilities and any plan to mitigate noise impacts on the impacts to wildlife in the area. Projected light emissions from the project's facilities and any plan to mitigate light impacts on wildlife in the area. And 6, any other evidence that the project will not adversely affect the physical environment. 7, protection of adjacent land uses. Section 4.2F5 of the regulations require a finding that the project will not adversely affect adjacent land uses. Before the site plan is submitted, please provide, 1, a map showing the project site and all adjacent landowners and uses within the rural land district, including distance to the project's facilities. 2, letters, if any, from any adjacent landowners that agree the project will not impact their use. 3, a map of the project site showing projected open space buffers and any screens, fencing, berms, or other protections transitioning from industrial use to rural use. This may be captured in item 2 above. 4, a preliminary traffic impact analysis for the project addressing county-approved assumptions directly impacting adjacent land uses and traffic safety, specifically on narrow roadways, including but not limited to Farm to Market Highway 6 and Farm to Market Highway 51. Provided a comprehensive drainage plan. 6, projected noise levels from the project's facilities and any plan to mitigate noise impacts on adjacent land uses. 7, proposed or projected light emissions from the project's facility and any plan to mitigate light impacts on adjacent land uses. And 8, any other evidence that the project will not adversely affect adjacent land uses. So this letter serves to reinstate any prior correspondence of the conditional approval and resets any timeline requirements. That's my motion, yeah. Yes.
Second. Okay, motion made by Commissioner Wilson Commissioner Andrews to modify the conditions for approval regarding Comanche Circle development. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion?
Yeah. The last time we voted on this, I voted to deny this. So I was the one no vote, or maybe 2 no votes. Sorry. I can't tell you how disappointed I am right now. And I want y'all to think of something before we take this vote. You got to wonder what kind of back stuff was going on, who was behind getting a letter. I've tried to call Paul Betancourt several times and I've never returns my call. How do you get a letter from him on the day we're having a commissioner's court like this? Y'all the voters out here, you know people in Houston, you better think about this one. This letter is addressed to General Paxton. It's a letter to Paxton, basically asking him these things, or basically posturing to us. Actually, this is just a threat letter to us.
That's exactly what it is. There's times when you need courage.
Motion on the table.
Yeah, and you said any discussion, and I'd say yes. There's times when you need courage. Times when you have to. You have to stand on principle, even if you stand alone. When Commissioner Eagle brought this up before, and this concept plan does not meet minimum standards, this change to the requirements, the concept plan still doesn't meet standards.
Why did we spend money having all that stuff drafted up?
Call for the vote.
Call for the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion carries 3-2. Okay, so this brings us now to 16. Discuss and take appropriate action to approve the revisions of the following Hood County employee policies. Melissa Welborn. We can all agree that you're the best.
Well,
okay?
thank you.
We can't agree with that.
And good afternoon, evening.
Oh.
Since we didn't do 14, do we need to?
Oh, I mean, we can't vote on it.
I mean, should we pull the item?
Yeah, why don't we pull 15?
Item number 15 is pulled due to the action on 14.
Okay. Item 15 for the record, item 15 is pulled by Commissioner Samuelson. Okay, now, item number 16.
Thank you. You all received these revisions last week. Unless you have any questions, I do have one addition to the very first policy, certification and specialty pay policy. There are 2 certification pays that we actually do pay that are not listed on page 2. It's master sanitarian certificate pay and floodplain management certificate pay. With your approval, I'd like to add those before we revise the policy.
Okay, with that change, do I hear a motion to approve all the other changes?
I move that we approve the revisions to the Hood County employee policies involving the certification and specialty pay policy, check acceptance policy, code of conduct policy, competition for terminated employees.
Yes, with the additions.
I'll second that.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay. All right, a motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the revisions to the Hood County employee policies with the revisions as stated, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, item number 17. Received update from Granbury Mayor regarding the current investigation involving the Hood County Appraisal District, including update on the status of any forensic audit, circumstances leading up to the need for a forensic audit, whether the Hood County District Attorney is going to pursue the facts and the law on this issue, and generally discuss and take any appropriate action if necessary. The longest sentence the mayor has ever written.
Mayor, I told you we'd get right to you this morning. So here you are.
I was here early this morning, make sure that I had a seat. The judge was already here. He was working with the juvenile court. He looked at me and he said, we'll get you on at 6:15. So I appreciate you bringing me in early so much. The representation today is for the city. The city has given me the responsibility of reviewing the audit, the forensic audit that was requested by the city, the county, and Toller, the city of Toller, and was performed at the appraisal district. The audit did occur on December the 1st by Weaver, or it was presented December the 1st by Weaver. And in the meeting where it was presented, there was a summary document of the audit. That summary document had been online a couple of days, and then the real audit came online. I found out that the audit, in fact, the chief appraiser at the meeting said that he had written the audit using AI as a summary of the existing audit, the actual audit, and wanted to be transparent and get it out there to the public. And he did. In reviewing that audit, what you find, though, is that I called it this at City Council just 2 weeks ago. A lot of sugarcoating, a lot of a lack of transparency, if you will, in that audit. So I'd contacted Weaver 2 or 3 times to get them to talk to me because they've already had some of the auditors leave their firm and come back and said, what do you tell me about the audit? What they say is right here, the HCAD forensic audit report summary posted at was not prepared by Weaver and Tidwell LLP. So if you're reading the summary and quoting the summary of the forensic audit, you have the chief appraiser's opinion of what he wished that audit had been, because that audit is a very good audit, in fact, and gives a lot of information. I wanted to just review the purpose of this, what the city is asking for. And they're committed to transparency. We are. Accountability, proper stewardship of public funds. Each and every one of us are. And that includes all of the elected officials here. And each of us have a fiduciary responsibility for the proper disbursement of public funds. This is straightforward. It's about public funds held in trust for taxing entities that appear to have been repeatedly retained and used in ways not authorized by statute, despite clear legal requirements. So if you can take me to the next one. I think it's back up, the operating principles. Every time you look at one of these slides, you're going to see Weaver Assurance Tax Advisory page X of X. So what you're seeing up here comes from the audit itself. And what this slide right here says in summary is that the HCAD is supported by the taxing jurisdictions. They receive funding from the county, the school, the city, Toller schools, and Lipan City, Lipan schools. That's where the funding comes from. We obtain that funding from the taxpayers. And we do that based upon the tax code, 6.06. So that's our requirement. We're required to do that by the tax code. The HCAD operations are the appraisal operations. It's all of Texas. It's not just the HCAD. Texas appraisal operations are governed by the state tax code. And the tax code specifies proper operating activities in relation to the appraisal fund balance, fund balance management, allowable expenditures, and communications with the taxing entities, each of us. So if you can take the next slide there, Christina, thank you so much. The auditors realized that one of the things that they had to have quickly was an understanding of what are the terms that are being used. And one of the terms used is the budget amendment. And according to this, and according to the tax code and the financial practices, a budget amendment entails an increase in the total budget amount to be spent in a given year. In a few minutes, we'll talk about the law as it relates to budget amendments. A line item adjustment, we just got through doing some here in the in the Commissioner's Court today. Those zero out. You take $100 from one account and you put it in another account. One account becomes $100 more, this one becomes zero. They zero out. That's a line item adjustment. So the tax codes. What tax codes specifically are referenced in this audit? What did they find that needed to be talked about in this audit? Chapter 6, Section 605.1, purchase, acquisition, construction, or renovation of real property by an appraisal district must be approved by the governing bodies of 3/4 of the taxing units entitled to vote on the appointment of a board member. 3/4 of the taxing units have to approve that. And that comes to you via resolution that has to be sent back and approved. We're going to get to why that's important. Tax Code 606C. The board may amend the approved budget at any time, but the secretary of the board must deliver a written copy of a proposed amendment to the presiding officer of the governing body of each taxing unit. I'm not going to ask how many amendments have you seen, because they never did one, ever. Goes back forever. They did one this year, but it was actually a line item adjustment. Tax Code 606J. The chief appraiser shall, where's the city attorney or the county attorney? Shall. We know what that means. He shall credit the excess amount against each taxing unit's allocated payments for the following year. If they have excess funds, they shall be credited back to the taxing entities. And based upon looking at the summary audit, I think we should add the Texas Penal Code 37.1, which is tampering with a government record. The forensic audit as submitted by Weaver is a government record. The summary audit as presented on the HCAD website is the chief appraiser's hope, wish, that that's what the audit would say. Okay. This is what's happened over the last 10 years. And I'd like you to look at, it just keeps getting bigger, doesn't it? You can keep going. Keep going. If you look at this is from appraisal district minutes. If you can roll it down, Christina, the other way. Yeah, thank you. This is from the appraisal district minutes. This has been sitting out there for the last 3 years of time that I've been looking at this. You go to the minutes say, we're going to take excess funds and move them to X, Y, or Z. Over these 10 years, $3,300,000 in excess funds have been moved to, well, we're going to get to that in just a minute, but to the retirement plan and to build a new building. Yes, Mr. Eagle.
Quick question. Each one of these excess funds, is this surplus at the end of the year where they find that they're under budget and they got to do something with this money? Is that the mainstay of each one of these numbers? Because I've gone to their meetings before at the end of the year and seen this, so.
Well, I think it's a little different. This slide is not in there. You're going to hear me not say anyone's name today, not do anything, just say to you, in those packets that you just had delivered, every bit of this information is there. I ask that you just flip through. It's all in chronological or it's in order as the agenda or the contents up front. But here is the accounting practices per the HCAD Finance Group as they sent them to Victor Polita, who is the forensic auditor from Weaver. Here's the process. The funds they were asking, how did these funds, just what your question is, these funds get assigned? The funds were not assigned to an account in the current year's budget at the advice of the auditor so that the books would balance to the current year's budget. I got 3 more paragraphs. The funds were reflected in the general balance that was shown on a report from BusinessWorks and presented at the board meetings each month. The money was not kept off the GL, it was accounted for, just not in any specific account until the audit was completed each year, when it was then calculated as unassigned funds to be reassigned. 1 more paragraph. This was advice given to the board and the chief appraiser by the auditor. We were given journal entries at the end of each audit to balance the accounts for the auditor to audit the next year. I can't answer your question, Mr. Eagle. This doesn't answer it either. I have no idea how they were keeping the books, but the auditor did. You want to go to the next slide, please? This is the flow of excess funds. Every one of these, 260,000 in 2016, 195,000. These are excess funds that have been transferred to retirement, basically, from 2016, 17, 18, and 19 to building a new building, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Now, in 2023, this was determined, or this was discovered, it was determined that, gee, you really shouldn't do that. And right after the investigator from the controller's office and the Texas Ranger walked through the appraisal district offices, $1,900,000 and something was returned to the entities. This is the flow. So what did the forensic audit find? If you look up, I can look at it right here. This is all on page 5 of 38. What they found was that the appraisal district has expended $397,000 on capital outlay, land and building items during the period of the analysis. Nobody asked. Nobody asked. $397,000 to determine if they should ask. Section C1C, the appraisal district added an extra $2 million to capital outlay land and building through mid-year adjustments. They would take these excess funds that you saw and they would make a mid-year adjustment. Right there in plain sight, it says line item adjustment. In fact, it's the last, if you just turn to the last page under the minutes, it says line item adjustment, $560 some odd thousand, and in the fourth column over it says adjusted budget.
I'm sorry, what year?
Increase the budget, change the budget.
What year is this C1B and C1?
That would be 2023. Just look at the, it's under the minutes, and it'd be the last page under the minutes before that next tab. Sorry I didn't get tabs on all these. And as noted, when it was determined that these funds were inappropriately placed in accounts that they shouldn't be, $1,908,000 was returned on August the 4th, 2023. You go to the $397,000 that it shows being spent on buildings, those bills got paid all the way up through December 2023. The HCAD also retained approximately $1,400,000 throughout the period and did not commit the balances to particular use on the general ledger. Again, to their accounting processes. And here's the retirement. Of the total funds budgeted for TCDRS contributions between 15 and 24, $2,010,000 was included in the original budgets. However, HCAD added an extra $818,000 using an account designated as use of prior fund balances through mid-year adjustments. The only way you get a fund balance is if you have excess funds.
Those are the funds that should have been returned to the entities.
If you look at the next chart.
Right. Mayor?
Yes.
I don't know what's wrong with my mic, but that $818,000 should have been returned to the entities at the end of that year.
Yes. Can you go back to that chart or the red? Yeah, this one right here. This is the red on this chart was the board approved excess funds to the retirement fund. The blue was budgeted. And you'll notice we went from a $47,000 budget of $44,052, $75, $396, $420, $355, and all the while now we're back down to the $50 or $210,000 for these for the later years. All the while we have budgeted, or we agreed for $2 million in that period of time to put into the retirement fund. We've been spending $40,000 a year. We now agree to 52, 75, 300, 396, 420, 355,000, about $2 million over the next 4 years. We are paying into the retirement fund for everyone that was there. There's anywhere from 15 to 18 employees. We paid into the retirement fund because we started a retirement fund, the TCDRs in 2016. We paid into that retirement fund and brought everybody up to date. If you started 10 years ago, you got 10 years service. Started 5 years, you got 5 years service added to. So everybody was made whole in that retirement process through the budget. And the additional $818,000 that the board at that time saw fit to take from excess funds that should have been returned to the entities. Show the next slide, if you would, please, Christina. Okay. The blue line is the employer contribution. The red line is the employee contribution. And I look at this, I'm saying, what a deal. Where was I in 2018, 19, and 20?
Yeah, me too.
What a deal.
Just for
This is from the HCAD minutes.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just for perspective for the folks that are here, how many employees are at HCAP?
15 to 18. I think there's 18 to 20 at this point in time. Okay. So what do I surmise from all of this information that's coming from the audit, if you will, the forensic audit? Next chapter here, or next slide. Inappropriately allocated $3,300,000. The retirement plan, we know, was $818. We know the capital outlay was $397. We know that $1.9 million was returned. It leaves about $176 unaccounted for. $818,000 in the retirement plan, $397,000 in the capital outlay, funds that you nor I ever had a chance to look at. You nor I, and I speak for the city of Granbury, never had a chance to say, yes, you can have that in your budget. No, you can't have that in your budget. In fact, we never approved it in any of the budgets. The board members allocated these dollars without any entity approval. I want you to remember, go back to the 1,000,009. Or you don't have to. That was August. Just go to the next steps, if you will. Get out of here. This has been going on since we presented. The first time we presented was April 22nd, 2024, to the DA. We being the city attorney, and the city manager presented the information that resulted in a $1.9 million payback of the funds that were there. We did not look past 2019 or 2020. Okay. Later in the year, the auditors were changed. The first audit that came out from the new auditors restated $1 million in the retirement fund. It had been $1 million underwater, 730-something thousand underwater. All of a sudden, with the new restatement of the account, they are now over by $1 million. They're doing well by $1 million. And if you look at their fund right now, and it is in the book there as well, you will find that they are at 103 or 104% of their actuarial requirement and have close to $2 million in excess funds. And there's a chart in there that shows from the TCDRS how much money they received in addition to the budgeted amount each year, how much they overpaid. Lo and behold, it's $818,000. So why I'm here with you today is you can see April 23rd, 2024 is when we first started with working with the DA. They assigned a city investigator, and I'm very appreciative. City investigator found the same thing. So we go back to the district attorney on April 26, 2025. We had the conversation. I think he received it favorably. But the answer is that we get back is that, oh, we would like to see the forensic audit. Well, the forensic audit is in. It doesn't say anything different. You'll notice that there's $1,392,000. I'm saying that has not been accounted for. Okay. Though that $1,392,000 was placed into separate accounts exactly the same way the 1.9 was. No difference in that accounting process. They got 1.9 returned to us. What I'm here asking for today is for them to return $1,392,000. And what the DA is asking for is to hire a fraud expert. I thought the forensic auditors were going to do that, but to hire a fraud expert and wait a few more weeks. And if you'll turn to the next page, here's my ask.
The ask is of the county, and it will be of the school, it will be of every one of the taxing entities, that we step up to the DA and request of him that he expedite his resolution of these accounts and of this issue. The expedited review of the materials, he's got the materials, he's got statements, he's got supporting documents. You have a book right there. That's the third one that's available to the DA. There's also another one that's that thick that is nothing but the emails that started right here at this at Ms. Samuelson when she requested the emails from the HCAD and the school. So, would like for the DA and the support of the Commissioners Court here to move this forward. Make this a formal investigation, make it, have a charging decision, make it a formal investigation, take it to a grand jury, or say, nothing to see here. And if that's the case, then write it out for us, give us a confirmation, it's an active investigation, it's going to be closed, it's going to be declined, and here's the key points about that. Then we can take it to the insurance company. And we're not going to be able to take it to the insurance company. The first thing they're going to ask is, have you filed on this? Did you file this with your district attorney? Answer is yes, we have. What was the response? We have to have a response. If the response is no, fine. Then we'll take it to an insurance company. Errors and omissions are something that gets covered by insurance. Errors and omissions happen. Auditor, end of year audit support, like an accounting processes, like I see here, errors and omissions could be the opportunity here. But if we don't get on it, these are time sensitive issues, and if we don't get on it, we could wind up being timed out. So I need your help in stepping up and moving forward with the DA to have him, his office, move forward with this. Either take it as a criminal case or decline it. I have no belief that any board member has benefited themselves from this. None whatsoever. But I do know that we need to have an explanation of how $3,300,000 went to wherever at a board member's direction, not knowing where it went, but I do know where it came from, and it came from every taxpayer in Hood County. And since the city, as I mentioned, pays more taxes proportionally because we pay city, county, school, bridge, road, library, then we are aggrieved more than anyone else, not in terms of dollars, but in terms of proportional payment of these taxes. So that is my ask, and I'm available for questions. The booklet that I put together for you there, I think will have a lot. It has the information in it. It'll also have a lot of questions.
Anybody got any questions? So I have a comment here. I'm thinking about it while you're up here, because we also have this straw company that was put into place that was voted on, and books set up or charter set up, bylaws were set up, never got sent to the Secretary of State for whatever reason, but it tooled along for a couple of years, if my memory serves correct, when they were trying to go around the taxing entities to build a new office space, $6.5 million. And what I would like to do, or propose that we do, is that we put this on the agenda for the 24th, and we'll include the DA and let him come in here and tell us what he's going to do. That's my suggestion.
This is certainly your court, and I'm here with an ask, but the ask affects all of us because we're talking nothing more than taxpayer money.
That's right.
$1.9 million that's already been given back, and another $1,392,000 that came from the same pot in the same manner. Why isn't it back in our hands? Taxpayer hands, not in our hands, back in the taxpayer hands.
I'm going to put it on the agenda.
Party of the taxes, then the county pays the next.
Yes.
Then the city, right? And then
That's, yes.
City of
Yeah, we pay,
Nothing of the taxes in it.
compared to the school, we all pay nothing.
Yeah.
But proportionally, I'm paying, on a per hundred basis, I'm paying that extra 30 cents that we have on a per hundred basis because I live in the city. Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate your
sir.
time. Judge, we'll get you out of here by 6:15.
Okay. All right, now we're into the consent agenda here. Do I hear a motion?
Well, I need to pull F2 and just ask that Christine and Ms. Matlock and I had a conversation about the paying it out of the county clerk's technology fund. So F2 will read, instead of IT contract services, it'll say county clerk records 068-4310-44010. But with that amendment, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, a motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to approve the consent agenda with the one change. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. That brings the illustrious Clint Head up here. And
March
you only
24th.
we're going into a public hearing again.
Nope, we got to set a
Go at
public.
6:10.
We're setting a public hearing, March 24th.
Oh, that's right. But you just need to, what, March 24th? All right.
Shortest time I've ever been up here.
I
March
move
24th.
to hold a public hearing on March 24th for the replat of Comanche Cove, Section C, lots 426R, 428R, and 429R.
A motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to set a public hearing for the replat of Comanche Cove for March 24th, 2026. Second by Commissioner Andrews. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay? Good deal. And that is adjournment at 6:10 p.m.
All right, I'm gonna go home and take care of I gotta call the vet out now.
Got to pull the calf.
She's, her uterus is prolapsed.
Oh.
And I had one calf born Saturday and then this one's prolapsed, so. Huh?
You should get them calving at the same time.
All right.